That is really against all advantages on his side. He has no advantage on this side. Like, think about the weight cut that he has to do, right? He has to have a hydration clause, meaning that he can't get over 10 pounds after the day of the weigh-in, right? So that means he has to weigh in and then maintain weight after the weigh-in. For those of you that understand it from a mixed martial arts perspective, when it comes to weighing in, you only weigh in once and that's it. There's no hydration clause or anything like that. But these are things that they do put up in boxing, which is, a bit different than other combat sports, in particular MMA.
Has he been wasting all of his money on hookers? Has he been wasting all of his money on cocaine? Has he been investing money into pyramid schemes? Has he been investing money into Anthony Joshua's property triangles? Where is all this money gone? Because for me, and I can't understand this, and that's different.
Now, that's a good question, right? What is his whole entire purpose of taking this fight? Because in reality, Chris Eubank really doesn't need this fight other than a family legacy. And by the way, even that alone, his family is already up on the scoreboards, because I believe him and Benn had a draw. And then, hold on, let me confirm and make sure this, right? Eubank versus Nigel Benn. Okay. Eubank versus Nigel Benn fought twice in the 1990s, with Eubank winning the first fight and then the second fight ending in a draw. Okay, so their son Eubank is scheduled to fight. Okay, so once, they fought twice. The first time it was Chris Eubank that won, and then Nigel Benn comes up with a draw right afterwards. So that tells you that they're up on the scoreboards, right? The family, they don't need to be in this fight, which is why I say that the only reason why he's taking this fight is because of the family names that are attached to it. So if it wasn't for the family names, I don't think there would honestly be a fight, right? Because if you really look at it from this perspective, right? Conor Benn has never fought for an area title. He's never fought for a British title, a Commonwealth, not even an international belt. Maybe he has, but he just skipped right on through that without being tested. And now he's fighting at the world level and in particular Chris Eubank. Now, Chris Eubank, we can all argue that he wasn't really a world champion, that IBF or IBO is not really a world championship. John Mitch asks, who are you? Well, I am an MMA podcaster. And what are you talking about? I'm talking about Chris Eubank missing weight this morning. So have you heard of the new Chinese boxer? So, yeah, okay, that's a good one, Osama. Yes. Okay, so shout out to John Mitch and Usama for tapping in. Shaigun Bata says hello. Hello, how are you doing? My name is Cheng Chong. Okay, that's very good. I didn't know you were from China. I don't really know where a lot of you are from, so please write in the comment section where you are from. Thinking of grabbing some up dog for lunch. He's some young guy. What's up, dog? Mitch, are you Chiga? What exactly is Neutron? What exactly is a Chiga? But anyways, not much. What about you, dog? Oh, just chilling. Joe Johnson tapping in. Yeah, man, Chris Eubank this morning missing weight, and we've got some serious problems. Well, you know what? The good news is the fight is still going on, and there's a UFC component to this. That's cool, bro. Shout out to you, John Mitch. If you want, I could give you a bit of a biography on myself for just a second. Do you know Up Daddy? No, I have no idea who that is. You're looking like a new Disney product. I don't understand what the commentary on that. Are you referring to how I styled my hair or what, Neutron? But yeah. Khabib is sitting beside me right now. Shout out to Homelander. John Mitch says, what's up, daddy? So this fight should not really be happening, right? But it's on demand. 70,000 people are going to show up at Tottenham Spurs Stadium. On top of that, two of these guys are only doing it for the family legacy, as of what I've mentioned, right? Because Chris Eubank has never been a world champion. He's fought at world level, although some will argue whether he's a world champion or not. The IBO championship is sort of in contested waters, right? Osama says, who is your favorite MMA fighter? Don't really have one. I like all of them, but I do train with a few known names, pretty known names in the past. So maybe they are my favorite. I've trained with Uriah. I've trained with TJ Dillashaw. I've trained with Chad Mendez out here in but I do like the Muslim guys. Obviously, I like Khabib, Khamzat, Islam, all of that. So hopefully that answers your question. Nice, Team Alpha Male. Yeah, yep. But now it's a completely different Team Alpha Male now. Obviously, there's new up and coming guys. There's guys from around the world. They got guys from Wales. They got guys from China coming in. They got guys from Japan. They got guys from Thailand, from across the United States. So Jigsy Workshop says, I hope Eubank spanks Benn nicely and early. Yeah, I think that he will. And you know what? This is why I added UFC on the description and also on the hashtag, because there is a UFC element to this. And let me explain how, right? For example, every time in the UFC, whenever somebody misses weight, they obviously have to pay, right? There's a pay that they have to do, a fine. Right now, according to Adam Catterall from the Fight Disciples and TNT Sports, he says that Chris Eubank is now going to pay a hefty fine of $500,000. So he has to pay $500,000 based on missing this weight. Now, obviously, in MMA and the UFC, the fight purses are not that big. So therefore, the fines are not that big, right? You do get fined in mixed martial arts. And oftentimes, the reason why I brought this up is because when you do get fined in mixed martial arts, guess what happens? You end up winning most of the time. Most of the time, the guy that ends up missing weight is usually the guy that wins, especially in MMA, because obviously there's a grappling component to mixed martial arts, having a lot of weight does have sort of an advantage, at least on the grappling side of things. Now, I don't know how much of that is going to play a factor in a boxing setting, obviously, but one can imagine it would still help Chris Eubank, because Chris Eubank is, well, you know what? He's fairly good. He's fairly at the world level, and Conor Benn is just simply not. He's not at the world level whatsoever. In fact, he skipped a lot of that in his career for one reason or another, for a multitude of reasons why he had decided to skip out on all those things. Obviously, it's a bit of a career strategy on the part of his family to do so, right? There's a reason why they're doing it. It's because there is a strategy behind that. And, well, you know what? Prize fighting is a strategy in and of itself, right? Especially if you have the right people around you, if you have the right parents. Obviously, it helps if they were former legends themselves. So they're going to navigate you through the best course of action, right? Because that is the name of the game in prize fighting, is get the most money for the least amount of damage. And sometimes the least amount of damage means that you take on lesser competition. So for those of you that are tapping in right now, don't forget to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, because we're going to go deep into this particular subject of Chris Eubank failing to make weight this morning.
First of all, what you guys know.
And Jigsaw says, Neutron says, what is the reason for this conversation? I watch WWE. Jigsaw says, it's a conversation about boxing. WWE is entertainment, not a sport. Very true. So understand that, right? Yeah, this is real fighting, right? And they have real consequences. So whenever anybody, I know it's a little bit off topic, but I'm sort of making it a topic, but whenever somebody complains about the fact that, oh, well, you know what, why does weight even matter for this situation? Weight doesn't matter for this situation, or this and that. Neutron asks, are you from Japan? No, I am from California. But what do you call it? I just woke up, so that's probably why my eyes are looking a little, you know what I mean? So yeah, but on any regard, Jigsaw Workshop says no, Israel. Well, at least some parts of it, I would assume, right? Jigsaw Workshop, right? You know what I mean? Some parts of it, but on any regard, yeah. So, okay, there is an obvious advantage here for Chris Eubank, because he's already fought at the world level in ways that Conor Benn hasn't. And obviously, Chris Eubank is the favorite going into this. Neutron says, I got an 8th Dan black belt. All right, that's what's up. Playboy says, free Israel. Shout outs to you. So let's get on with this right here.
Chat to let me know. I can see your comments right now. You want to make some comments? I'll read some out in a second. But
by the way, shout outs to Boxing Brexit. Okay, I thought that he was the first guy that I saw on YouTube make a video or a live stream about this. So shout outs to him.
Can I ask you a question, yeah? Chris Eubank Jr. is supposed to be the one with the upper hand in this fight. So why is he the one scrambling around like a fucking dickhead, trying to make a weight which we know is extremely difficult for him to make? He's going to get fined 500 grand. So he's got.
Jigsaw Workshop says, I've got a nice fake Calvin Klein belt. Okay, so that I believe is a reference towards Neutron saying that he's an 8th degree black belt. Okay.
$500,000, which apparently, according to Mike Coppinger, is going straight to Conor Benn. So you're giving
$500,000. I want you to put that in perspective. $500,000 Chris Eubank now has to pay Conor Benn. Now look, that's chump change for Chris Eubank. Okay, you guys know this. That's chump change for him, especially with what he's going to get paid for this fight. Now, Conor Benn gets to go home with $500,000 on top of his fight purse. So, mission accomplished. If this is exactly what you are gunning for in the world of prize fighting, because it is prize fighting by the end of the day. And by the way, Neutron, when you said you're an 8th-degree black belt, there are many black belts in karate and taekwondo, but not many of them got this right here. Right here, I won this when I was 12 years old. Okay, and it's still heavy as shit. And look, there's the date there too and everything. October 11th, 1997. So, yep, a little experience that I have. And then this right here, I won this bad boy right here. Right, I won that in 2010. Had to fight literally like 2-3 guys in one day just to win that. Legend Kyrie. That's, imagine what the purse is. Legend Kyrie. Yeah, shout outs to Jigsaw Puzzle for that commentary. Guys, there's 22 people in here at the current moment in time. Everybody hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, because we're going to go deep into this particular subject and also talk about the drug uses that are prevalent in boxing and what exactly does that mean in today's day and age, right? What exactly does this mean?
On a bet of $350,000, yeah? You're fucking killing yourself to make weight. You failed to make weight, and now basically you can't put on another 10 pounds for the next 24 hours or so and so. For the next 24 hours, you can't even rehydrate or eat any food or hydrate properly. What is the point of this? Do you think?
So you see, that's what's crazy about this particular weight hydration clause thing, right? So you're already depleting yourself, and you're depleting yourself even more, okay, as the fight day continues. UK boxing, especially with Matchroom, is rife with drug usage, for sure. And you know what? They're going to hide it to the best of their ability. Reason being, they're going to hide it to the best of their ability is obviously because they want the fights to continue. They want the money. They want to have all the, they want to have everything intact in terms of getting these fights through the door. That's what Eddie Hearn was trying to do the first time around. He was literally trying to get the fight through the door because of the fact that, you know what, this was going to be a big money fight. But, obviously the UK government stepped in and said otherwise. But 2 years later, here we are.
I think it's a fair question. I'm trying to understand, what is the point of this? Why? Why would you take the fight? Why would you take the fight under these terms? Like, to me, it's always been clear. Conor Benn has always needed this fight more than Chris Eubank. You guys in the chat, you tell me right now in the chat, and I'll read your comments. Who needs this fight more? Eubank or Benn?
Jason Brophy. That's a cool name. Shout out to Jason Brophy. It's like saying you're a bro and you're a trophy at the same time. Shout out to you. He says, I want Ruiz versus Wilder. How about this? Ruiz Jr. might sign to Bare Knuckle FC. What do you think about that, Jason? What do you think about Ruiz Jr. going into Bare Knuckle FC? Maybe Deontay Wilder needs to get into BKFC. Can you imagine him and his knockout prowess going into that sport? Jigsaw Workshop says, Lee Wood not fought for 18 months. Why? Is he on a shadow ban? That's a good question, man. That's a good question. Why hasn't Lee Wood fought in a while? If you have any theories on that particular subject, write on the comments below.
Ben, to me, Ben is always...
Bro, I feel like tacos, shawarma are the same thing. Toxic gameplays. Wow, that's a very random comment right there. You feel that tacos and shawarma are the same thing. It's funny that you say that, right? So where do tacos come from? Maybe Mexico? Is there a Spanish derivative behind it? Also, take a look at Spain. Spain used to be a Muslim country. That was until, obviously, the Christians came in there and took it back from the Muslims. But yeah, that's the history behind it. So whenever you see a Latino and an Arab, sometimes it kind of resemble each other. Perhaps maybe that is just the remnants of the old Andalusian Empire, which was an Islamic empire in Spain at one point. So a lot of Mexicans are Middle Eastern too, like Salma Hayek. Okay, yeah, that's I think Salma Hayek is a bit unique in that case where she may be half. right? Not necessarily like a native of, let's say, a Latin American society of any sort, but I think probably half, or I don't know. I don't know much about these celebrities. You guys know more about celebrities more than I do. She's half Syrian. Okay, so that makes sense. Okay, so the name Sam makes sense. Same with Steve Jobs too. Well, what exactly is Steve Jobs? I know that he's of European descent, maybe Jewish or something like that. But again, one never truly knows. But yeah, so who needs this fight more? He Toxic Gameplay says he is white and Syrian. Okay, so that makes sense. Yeah, a lot of people are half Syrian for one reason or another, right? There's yeah, man. You know who else is half Syrian? Well, I don't know if I should say, but yeah, the man who orchestrated 9/11, I believe, is half Syrian. But yeah, that's neither here or there. Okay.
Always needed to fight more than Eubank. Conor Benn has never fought anybody legitimate in the sport of boxing, really. Who has he actually fought? This man has avoided every single step required, yeah?
Okay, here we go. This is exactly why I am playing this right here, right? I'm playing this for the fact that this is exactly what I'm trying to convey to you guys, is that Conor Benn needs this fight more than Chris Eubank does. 100% he needs this fight. Maybe Mai says, bro, are you Khabib? No, I'm not, but I am a Muslim, and that's probably why you say that, because well, we resemble each other's beards. So sometimes, I'll let my beard even longer, and then I'll cut it, just a little bit shorter, sort of like what Khabib and Islam have going on. But yeah, Chris Eubank Jr., Toxic Gameplay says, is becoming more gentle like his father. Becoming more gentle. Now, I don't know about that, Toxic Gameplays, right? I don't know if Chris Eubank Sr. has ever been known to egg somebody, in like a press conference of some sort. So I don't know if I would draw that same comparison. Yeah, I don't know if I would draw that same comparison. Sorry about that. I had to screenshot this. Yeah. Yeah, so that egg was crazy. That was crazy to do that. At the same time, I sort of get it, because here's the thing: without that egg, this fight would have been the situation. Toxic Gameplay says, but the whole gangster persona from Conor is laughable. You know what? Why is it laughable, Toxic Gameplays? Is it because it's laughable due to the fact that his dad is obviously, a legendary fighter, grew up in luxury and things of that nature? I mean, is that the reason why it's laughable? Because if that's the case, here's something you got to understand, right? There's a lot of gangsters out there who have kids that become gangsters just based on trying to follow whatever it is that their dad does. One example of this is P. Diddy. Now, I know you guys are not going to like to hear this, right? And you know what? I mean, he's not exactly my favorite guy in the world either, but silver spoon or not, P. Diddy is or was a gangster in some kind of way, and you have to accept that, right? A lot of people don't want to accept that, because obviously, if you if you look at the situation of P. Diddy, I mean, there's a lot of scandal involved. There's a lot of well, homosexual acts that are involved in the whole entire play. So it's hard to sort of label him a gangster, especially if there's even stigma that is involved in that particular world. But rest assured and understand, P. Diddy, whether you like it or not, is a gangster because he's done gangster things. Up until, of course, if he does decide to snitch on somebody in this situation, which isn't going on. So Toxic Gameplay says he grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth. It's like T.I. and his son. Yeah. Toxic Gameplays also says, did he do it? You know what? Speaking of Diddy, I don't want to make this about Diddy in any kind of way, but I think there's some reports saying that he could potentially get out. He could potentially get out of this situation, which is bonkers to really think about. But yeah, it's a reality that could happen for him because maybe they didn't have enough evidence. Maybe the feds didn't gather evidence correctly this time. Maybe they got a little bit too overwhelmed because it was, a high-profile case. Aliyah Obaid says, you are also right. Okay, shout-outs to Obaid for that one. Toxic Gameplay says, bro, you can really carry conversations, my man. Well, you know what? That's the reason why I have a YouTube, right? Is because I can carry conversations from one point to another. Now, most of these other YouTube content creators, I'm sorry to say, they're not conversationalists because, quite frankly, look, here's something you got to understand, right? In my real life, I am, a consummate professional when it comes to talking. Like, I literally talk for a living inside and outside of YouTube. Okay, so in other words, I'm professionally trained to talk, right? I don't think most YouTubers are professionally trained to talk. Walaikum salam wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh to you on that one, Obaid. So, we're most of them. Look, you guys know Tyann Booth, right? He's a UK boxer. By the way, he, a UK boxer I sort of have beef with, right? Yeah, man. When you watch him, this is what his streams look like. That's what it looks like. It looks like just dead silence for a whole few minutes. You're never going to see me do that unless, of course, I'm on a live stream. Sometimes I will do that if I'm live streaming a fight because I'll just have the live stream going while I'm doing other things in the background or this and that. So I'm not always going to be there to talk, or I'll just play a video in between the fights or this and that. But if I'm engaging in a live stream, if I'm engaging in a video, man, you better believe that I've got some bullets in my mouth as a gun to shoot out as many rounds and ammos that I need. So King Nadish says, that broke my heart, bro. What broke your heart? Well, this fight is still going on. So I hope if you said that your heart is broken, then yeah. Why do you sound so posh, bro? Well, that's a very good question, King Nadish. Now, I know posh in the UK, the way that you guys sort of, have your slang. Posh means bougie, right? Somebody who comes from an upper class background of some sort. Well, I'll tell you this, right? Let me just say that I've lived a pretty unique life in terms of posh, but also a little bit of hood. So I could delve into two worlds like that, right? In the posh world and in the hood world. And, well, you know what? That's a recipe for somebody that needs to have a YouTube channel, don't you think? So this is the reason why I'm here, is because I need to have a YouTube channel. Let's be honest about this, right? A lot of people out there go and try YouTube because they're forcing themselves to be good at it. I'm naturally good at YouTube. It's what I'm made to do. I've been in front of people for decades now. I'm not afraid of public speaking. Most people, look, here's the thing, right? Most of your favorite YouTubers are afraid to public speak, but they're up here anyway. So you're both hood and rich, Mendoza Tapia says. Then maybe dress a little. So here's a weird thing about this, right? Miguel Martinez says, oh no. Here's the thing about this, Christian Mendoza Tapia. what exactly does that mean? Like, do you honestly think that having it all means that, oh, okay, you know what, I'm going to dress in designers or this and that. Listen, here's the thing, right? A lot of you uh perceive wealth and prestige as what you see your favorite rappers do. Let's be honest about this, right? King Nadish says, I'm jealous, you bro. No need to. I'm sure you probably live better than me. So imagine telling a motherfucker who is in the house minding his own business to dress better. That's what I'm saying. I mean, Christian Mendoza is no, maybe shave and groom better. I don't follow any rappers. Well, here's the thing, right? That's coming from a guy who doesn't have a YouTube channel, doesn't really put himself on camera, doesn't have a profile pic to any degree. And then he comes in here and says this, because here's the thing, Christian. The reason why you come in here and you say that boldly in a way that you would never say that to my face is because you're anonymous. Yes, you have a real name. I'm not going to doubt that's your real name. Sure, that's probably your real name. But the reality of the matter is, well, the reality of the matter is, you're anonymous, right? And you feel better saying these things just to feel better about yourself. King Najish says he is Muslim and they are not supposed to shave. I think so. No, we are, but just on the top and this and that. And so this guy is over here trying to give me advice on grooming tips of him trying to look like a 12-year-old boy with a clean shave. You know what I mean? Like, this is what he wants me to look like right here, right? This is what I would look like, right? You look like a 12-year-old boy without, without a beard. But on any regard, Christian Mendoza says, you're the one claiming you're great at YouTube. Well, I'm not the one claiming that specifically, am I, Christian? You see, the reason why I had brought that up in the first place is because a few people on the upper comments were saying, you know what, you sound very posh or you sound very professional. A lot of people have said that I sound like a lawyer. So all these things, right? You're a Muslim, you're not representing them very well. Well, once again, that is your own opinion. So you know what I'm going to do with that comment alone, Christian? I'm going to give you a 1-minute timeout just based on that comment alone saying that I don't represent them very well or this and that. I mean, this is what trolls have to, have to go down. So you say or this and that. Yeah, Christian Mendoza, this is the stereotypical internet troll that feels better about saying whatever it is that he wants to say just so he can, feel better about himself. But he has 1 minute to redeem himself and then you can come back. But yeah, send Christian to the corner. He's been a bad boy. Yeah, we just definitely sent him to the corner right now. He's got 60 seconds though. He's still watching this, but he's like not able to type within those 60 seconds. I'm glad that they have options for that. And then Red Gamer here with I believe some Chinese letters. I don't know what that says. If anybody wants to translate that, hopefully it's not anything dodgy. Although I shouldn't be responsible for anyone saying anything dodgy that's not in my language, right? So, but on any regard, we will see. So yeah, back to Chris Eubank, Christian over here pre-writing his comments. Yeah, man. Look, here's the thing. I'm not concerned about people that have no profile pics or anything like that because there's a reason why he is. There's a reason why he has a profile pic that he has a profile that has no profile picture because he wants to be anonymous and feel better about saying what it is that he wants to say. Toxic Gameplay says Kyrie is worldwide. I am, man. You know what? It's becoming a worldwide channel, isn't it? I got people from China now. I got people from Bosnia. I got people from Lithuania, all of that. So Christian Mendoza, back. You're a terrible public speaker. You say and a lot. Well, Christian, here's the thing, right? Do you not realize that I really don't do a lot of that? Do you realize that I do that way less than most people? And by the way, that's a common thing that a lot of people do anyway. Bro, just leave, man. Yeah, see, people are telling you to leave, but you know what? I'm going to let you talk and I'm going to let you speak your mind just so you can look dumb in front of everybody. You don't have to watch it, Christian. That's what I'm saying. But he wants to entertain himself to feel better about himself. So I'm going to do exactly that. You can say that I'm a terrible public speaker or this and that, but you've never done it for a job. You've never done it for anything. You've never done it for YouTube. You have an opportunity to do so. Why don't you do it? Hey, Christian, why don't you put yourself in front of a camera? You won't do it because here's the thing. Read my previous comment, bro. Okay. King G says, as I've said, Eubank wins. They will say it was because of his weight. Well, that's exactly what's going to happen, right? I think the weight is going to be a factor in this particular fight. Good enough of a public speaker for you to stay around this long. That's what I'm saying. So, Christian, congratulations. You're getting roasted by not only me, but people in the comment section. By the way, shout out to everybody in the comment section below that represents, and not only that, taps in with me from around the world, and also that supports me online and supports me elsewhere from around the world. This is what happens when you try and attack somebody that tries to do righteous. Christian, you're anything but Christian, and you're quite frankly a disgrace to the Mendoza and the Tapia name. And by the way, I had beef with a kid named Kyle Mendoza in Jersey City a couple of years ago. You want to know what happened to him? Go ask what happened to him from Jersey City people, what I did to him, what I did to everything that he loved and everything that he stood for. Because if we met in real life, trust me, bro, you would have serious problems in your hands, and you don't know what you're dealing with, Mr. Christian Mendoza Tapia. You know what I should do? I should just go look up your IP address and find your address. How about that? What if I decided to do that? What if I decided to look up your IP address right now and then expose you to the world? Maybe even dox you a little bit, so you don't know who you're dealing with over here, Mr. Christian Mendoza Tapia. Go ahead and talk again. Talk again and see what happens. See what happens, whether I berate you or whether some of these people out here berate you. Dude, it's too far, man. It's too far. What's too far? Me taking it like that? Listen, bro, I'm telling you right now, I am Mr. Take It Too Far. If you want to troll and you want to talk that smack, you better believe that I'm going to bring an even bigger smack to your face. And I'm talking about like power slap without you defending yourself and me slapping you and hitting you from one time and you going down. Which country are you from? The United States, California to be exact. But on any regard,
most British fighters go through a certain education, don't they? Southern area.
So this is what I'm talking about with Conor Benn right here. This is the reason why I play this with Boxing Brexit. Shout out to Boxing Brexit for letting us use his audio right here.
Commonwealth, British, European world, right? Conor Benn is skipped all of these fucking stages. The man's never won an area title. The man's never won a British title.
Robert asks, where did he? In prison, but who knows what his thing will be.
The man's had very, very questionable decisions in the past. We all know what happened in his fight with Cedric Peyronod, which he should have lost that fight, in my opinion, the first one, right? We all know Conor Benn, yeah, is basically skipped every meaningful.
Drizzy Goat says the battle of the fake gay bearded clowns. Is that right? So they both got fake beards? Is that correct?
Stage of his book.
King Nadeesh says, I thought it was Andrew Tate. Andrew, does he have a fake beard? I don't think he has a beard at all. I think he just has a goatee going on.
Boxing apprenticeship, right? He's every meaningful stage. And other than knocking over a couple of questionable older fighters, like Chris Algieri, Chris Van Heerden, and such, what has he actually done in his career to actually have a fight of this magnitude? So I can't understand.
What does he say here? Conor got a new fake beard transplant. Looks ridiculous. No, I was talking about the audio. Oh, okay. The audio. No. This guy sounds way more British than Andrew Tate, I believe. Andrew Tate has more of an American accent, but you can hear remnants of British accent in it. But yeah.
Why Eubank has agreed to this fight and why Eubank has agreed to the fight on these terms? Conor Benn has just come off 2 failed drugs tests. Mate, for me, right, I'd be putting a clause in that.
Lovebug asks, when are you going to collab with Johnny Somali? It would be great for your channel, man. You know what? If Johnny Somali can keep himself out of prison, I'm sure we can definitely make that happen. I know he's a Muslim brother. Obviously, he's of Somali descent. So there's good banter that can come out of that, hopefully. You should position the camera better so your face looks thinner. Okay. Yeah, well, thanks for the advice, Christian Mendoza Tapia. I mean, my man over here is giving me, camera advice. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong or anything like that. But yeah, man, you should start your own channel if you have this much advice for, yeah. I was named after a famous doctor, not the religion. Well, Tapia is not only a doctor's name. I don't know anyone with the last name named Tapia, to be quite honest with you, other than a boxer. But okay, if you're named after a doctor, shout out to you. So yeah, that's a real Muslim. That's real Muslim of you. I don't understand what you mean by that. All right, 1 minute. I'm going to give you a 5-minute warning this time, so you can come back and talk again in 5 minutes, Christian Mendoza. So that's what it is. I have the power to do that. I have the power to do that because it's my page, and I'm the one that put in the work to have a page, to have this kind of attention. And you're just a hater who wants to detract everything because you want to feel better about yourself with no profile. You're an anonymous little bitch. Okay, that's just really all there is to it. And I told you from the very beginning, if we were to meet in person, there is no way in hell you would say any of these things to me, because I would violently destroy you in front of your family after we get into a confrontation. Really, no, I would really destroy you in front of your family, in front of everybody that you love, and I would absolutely degrade you as a human being and everything that you stand for. King Nadish asks, do I box? I've fought MMA. I've fought in kickboxing. I've obviously done martial arts all throughout my life. And as far as boxing goes, I'm a boxing enthusiast. So, yeah, Josh Willis says, what the F? What exactly are you saying what the F for? The way that I respond to these trolls? What, is there a better way of responding to these trolls than just, I mean, I don't know what it is. You know what it is? A lot of people don't like aggression, right? For example, if you were to walk in to a random room and you see somebody beating the heck out of somebody, right? The first thing most human beings who are soft in their hearts and their minds, the first thing they're going to say is, oh my God, what a violent person. He's beating the shit out of this person. But little do you know what that other person did to provoke that other person, and therefore you just want to come up with conclusions in your mind like, oh, this is a violent person or this and that. Or you walk into a verbal argument and you see one person yelling over the other, you're going to take the side of the person that is being yelled at because you don't know the text of the story. But yeah, that's really all there is to it. Assalamu alaikum. Drizzy Goat says, I think Conor Benn after fighting Eubank won't be the same toxic gameplay. Says, I agree. Lovebug says, nothing is wrong in supporting Johnny Somali as long as he repent and turned into a new leaf. I would hope so. You know what? I didn't really know much about Johnny Somali until the recent controversies that he had going on. But on any event, yeah, I hope that he does, I hope that he does rise above this and, and does well. So, assalamu alaikum, my brother. Good to see you doing well. Thank you, my friend. You watch UFC. Okay, quit with the, saying boy at the end. You can't just move up to 160, then drop down to 147 and still make 147 easy. Roy Jones. Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that toxic gameplays, right? Because obviously Chris Eubank is now, I think he's trained with Roy Jones in the past, not actively in this particular camp at least, but you would think that he would learn from him, right? You would think that he would learn somehow that, you know what, maybe this is not the right course of action to take. And even his dad sort of complained about this whole entire fight. Let me see if I can pull up. Let's see here. It says, hello, how are you? Drizzy with the smiling emoji. Lovebug says, how tall and how big are you? Did you compete amateur or pro? So I'm 6 foot. I fought from 155, as low as 155, all the way to 170. The highest I fought was 180. So let's see. I've competed in amateur Muay Thai. I've obviously won, you know, a state title in that one. That's this right here, right from July 10th, 2010. I've won that one. And then here from Australia, shout outs to Huz Sabi right there. Toxic Gameplays. Is it good to ever use a knife in a street fight? Well, I tell you what, you know who you should ask whether it's good to use a knife in a street fight is Carmelo Anthony. You guys, I don't know if you guys are familiar with that case that has been going on, but yeah, Carmelo Anthony and the Austin Metcalf situation, right? It was, I mean, look, people are making it out to be a racially, you know, motivated thing, but I don't know, man. I just think that these are two guys that are alpha males, and they would have stood their ground on anybody regardless of race. And it just so happens that it was a white boy who got stabbed and killed, and that's just really all there is to it. And everybody made it about race. Even his dad, the victim's dad, said to the white nationalist, he's like, listen, you don't represent me. You know, this has nothing to do with black on white crime or anything like that. And that's that. Toxic Gameplay says, stabbed him because he tried to make a move. Yeah, and he warned him as well. So keep in mind, this happened in Texas. So there are self-defense laws that we can sort of, you know, that we can sort of help in this situation. So bro stabbed someone and got 1 million. So it's a good idea. I mean, hey, you know what? The fact that it got national attention and news, I think, is a reason why he's making money off of this. And a lot of people are complaining, saying that, hey, you know what? This guy isn't a cruise ship. This guy is out there, you know, spending money from his GoFundMe and this and that. Guys, I got to tell you, it doesn't change the fact that he's still facing life for a potential murder, and that's just really all there is to it. If I recall properly, you said you fought Bukow. No, I don't think I've ever said that and almost knocked him out. No, I don't think, I don't recall ever talking about that. I recall talking about wrestling somebody who was on my high school team that was a state champ and then getting the best of them, but not Rod Tang or Bukow in any kind of way in Muay Thai. That GoFundMe was disrespectful. Toxic Gameplay says. Toxic Gameplay says he's made more money than the victim's family. That's very true. BG Nguyen says USA where criminals get rewarded. I don't know about that. I think that's an overstatement. BG. I don't think that's really the case. I think this case is just unique because it had racial implications behind it. And as you know, anybody that is pro-black is going to support him in that particular matter. Will you be attending Chris Eubank versus Conor Benn boxing match at London? No, unfortunately. Abdul Rahim, England, Tottenham Stadium on Saturday. Have you won the magazine at Unify? No. If you were Austin Metcalf, would you still have pressed the issue? So that's a good question, Toxic Gameplays. Here's what I would tell you about Austin Metcalf, right? And Carmelo Anthony. Now, I vehemently said over and over again, right, that I truly believe that it was just two guys standing on business. Okay, there were two guys that were standing on business, and that's really all there was to it, right? Now, you can stand on business, but you have to be prepared. Austin Metcalf was not prepared in this situation. He really believed in his mind that, you know what? I may be unarmed, but maybe I'm bigger than Carmelo Anthony. Maybe I'm stronger than Carmelo Anthony. Maybe I have more of a physical advantage than Carmelo Anthony. But he did not want to put it in his head that this kid could potentially stab you. And so he got stabbed, and that was that. He got caught lacking. And again, it's not about race. I don't think there was a racist bone in Austin Metcalf's body at all. His dad clearly is not a racist. His dad went against a white nationalist on, on a live stream. On top of that, I don't think that Carmelo Anthony or his family are racist either, because you look at his dad. His dad had a pretty good job. His dad lived in the suburbs. So these were black folks that were well assimilated into the suburban culture. So these are not people that are racist on any sides. Abdul Rahim says, my expertise encompasses doctoral level understanding of boxing, ensuring comprehensive knowledge of the sport, and everything about boxing. I don't understand what you're trying to say there, Abdul Rahim. You're saying that you have a doctrine in boxing. That's interesting. I didn't know that you can have that, but in any regards, yes, interesting. That sounded like a chat GBT. Yeah. Abdul Rahim did sound like a chat GBT on that one right there. So.
And says Conor Benn has to make 135 pounds. What do you guys think? I'll go through comments and this. Why is Eubank accommodating this man? Why is he accommodating a man who's fought absolutely nobody in their prime?
Well, to answer Boxing Brexit on that, he's accommodating him due to the fact that, hey, you know what? What do you call it? He knows that this is a big money fight. And so he's willing to comply to these particular issues so that he can, garner money off of his matchup. Because Conor Benn, it's not the hardest fight of Chris Eubank's career, but it's one of the most lucrative ones. And why would he say no to that? Lovebug says, do you think Mighty Mouse can be a champ in the UFC if he came back? Yes, I honestly think that he can. But why would he want to? Considering that he's already accomplished everything. But yeah, he could walk into UFC right now and win a 135 or 125 title. So what's your best combo to instantly end a fight? Well, man, I don't know if there's one particular combo, right, to end a fight. And if you're talking about a street fight in that particular regard, right, it would mean a whole wide range of things. It could mean whatever situation is involved. For example, what type of situations present itself, right? So I wouldn't say that one particular combination is just going to end a fight, or what one particular combination I would use to end a fight. It would be various things. So, yeah.
Right? Has no record to speak of, has no British title, has no Commonwealth title. He has nothing. Does he even have a rank? What is it?
Mighty Mouse training death sentence is crazy. Yeah.
What are they fighting over? A ranking? Is there some kind of high ranking that Conor Benn has? What does Conor Benn have?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? What does Conor Benn have that Chris Eubank wants out of this fight?
That makes Chris Eubank Jr. want to get on all fours and debase himself to this level. For what? What is the fucking reason? I don't understand it. Josh Ford says Eubank held all the cards after Conor Benn.
Lovebug asks, which one is worse, kick to the groin or eye poke? Both. But I think kick to the groin is worse. An eye poke, it depends on how worse it can be. It could be worse to where it just pokes you a little bit, or it just, straight up stabs you to where you could lose an eye. So Toxic Gameplay says, do you feel like fighters from the UK have an easy time fighting other UK fighters than losing in? Absolutely. I think there's a certain level that they try to compete in the UK, a certain pace that I think is a little bit different in American boxing. So, and you've seen it historically, right? There's very few UK boxers that beat top level American boxers, that's always been the story. I poke you, need your vision in a fight. Yeah, I would agree with that, BG Newman. Yeah.
Tests. Any fight should have had no weight conditions, not sure who's advising. I can't understand
I'll be
what
right
the
back.
fuck is going on here. I mean, we'll go and look at Conor Benn in a sec. If you look at Conor Benn right now, he weighed in, right, 4 pounds under 160, right? He's just made an extra $500,000. If you look at him right now, this is Conor Benn. This is Conor Benn right now in his dressing room, having a good old laugh because Chris Eubank Jr. failed to make weight. This is what happens to people, right, who fail multiple doping tests in this country. Never ask me again why a fighter would take dope in the sport of boxing. The reason why a fighter would take dope or in the sport of boxing is right in front of your screen. Makes extra $500,000. This is what happens. Circumvents any form of ban, makes an extra £500,000, and is now fucking sitting there lauding it up on social media. Where the guy who hasn't failed a fucking dopes test is literally now starving himself to death to make a fight that should never be. Should never be. For what reason? Daza, big up Daza. He says Eubank is a greedy fool for agreeing to the dehydration clause. Dan W says it's for money and money only. Eubank sees it as an easy fight. Benn has been forced to take the fight because Hearn is desperate to cash him in. Michael Thompson says Benn has been smashing up super middleweight William Stunn in sparring, but needs a weight clause for this fight. Look, I've got to be very, very careful what I say, yeah, because I have a lot of respect for Conor Benn because at the end of the day, he is a fighting man who risks his life in a boxing ring, right? Whether you want to talk about failed drugs tests, that's a completely different subject. But for me, he always gets a certain level of respect because he's a fighting man doing something that I could never do, something that I'm not man enough to do, something that I'm not strong enough to do, something I haven't got a big enough balls to do, and he risks his life in the ring. So because of that, we must pay a certain level of respect to Conor Benn. But I want to say something very quickly before I read some of your comments here, and then I want you to tell me in the chat, do you agree with me, yes or no, and give me your comment. And I want you to understand, you hear what I've just said, yeah? I've just said we have to pay a certain level of respect to Conor Benn that we would to any fighting man who goes and risks their life in the ring. But I'm going to be 100% honest and say this. In boxing terms, Conor Benn is a fraud. Is that a harsh comment or not? Let's just go through it, right? Conor Benn's a fraud. In boxing terms, right? He's a fraud, right? He has no record to speak of, right? The only reason he ever got a contract with Matchroom Boxing, right? He wasn't even a top amateur. He never. Not only is he skipped every single level of apprenticeship that every other British fighter would have done, in the amateurs, he was never a top amateur. I actually followed Conor Benn on Twitter when nobody followed him. I followed Conor Benn from day one on Twitter. I followed Conor Benn on day one, yeah, when this guy was a kid living in Australia. And he had a couple of amateur fights, like a couple of white collars, a couple of amateurs here or there, right? But nobody knew who he was. Nobody was blowing smoke up his ass. And he wasn't going to become a really professional boxer. There was no, fucking, oh, this guy is an incredible amateur. Oh, this guy's very...
All right, so I poke, you need your eye vision. Amanda Serrano versus Katie Taylor don't need a third fight. So you guys heard all that audio from Boxing Brexit, right? What is the overall common theme, right? Eubank had a better career professionally than Conor Benn. Conor Benn, I mean, it's crazy because they classify Conor Benn as a real fighter, right? At least in comparison to, let's say, what's his name? Let's say, oops, let me turn on the light here real quick. Okay, there we go. We got the light on. So as I was saying, Conor Benn is no different than Jake Paul. Okay, it just so happens that Jake Paul had all these famous names that he had fought, but a lot of these names that Conor Benn has fought, I think they try way less harder than the actual opponents of Jake Paul, who were MMA fighters that realistically wanted to win. You see, a lot of these guys, they fight journeyman boxers. How many journeyman boxers has Conor Benn fought over the years? Right? Eubank Jr.'s father and him beefing is not right. It's not, but at the same time, you also got to understand Senior has a lot of head trauma going on. He's got a lot of problems with his situation. There's a lot of cognitive, malfunctions that are going on. Out of nowhere, you would find Chris Eubank speaking in patois, in Jamaican accents, and then the next thing you know, he sounds like he is holding parliamentary procedures, as the Eubanks love to say. So, man, it's a wide range of things that's going on with Senior. Eubank Senior, the only boxer who can pick his nose with his gloves on. I don't know how that's possible. That's only possible with MMA gloves, right? And speaking of eye pokes, right? Why do we need fingers on the MMA gloves, right? Couldn't they just come up with a glove that kind of curves like this, that sort of turns your hands into fists while covering all of your fingers? I don't know, man. I don't know why they don't do that. Or, but on any regard, Chris Eubank Sr. has a big nose. He had, okay. Yeah. So the whole big nose thing, I think, may have something to do with that. Okay. So, moving on with boxing Brexit.
No, he was picked up by Matchroom Boxing for one reason and one reason only. He was picked up by Matchroom Boxing on the strength of his second name. That's all he is. Yeah. So
and that's not that unusual. You see this in professional wrestling as well, right? Lovebug says you trained in MMA, Muay Thai, and kickboxing. Do you think you can take on Floyd Prime in a street fight? Hands down. There's a reason why Floyd has bodyguards. He knows that there are people out there that are more skilled than him in other departments other than boxing. And if guys can do more than just punch, Floyd would be in trouble. In fact, there's a video of Ryan Garcia in LA getting into it with some black gang member, and they were going to fight. This black gang member starts leg kicking Ryan Garcia, and he says, "Nah, I'm out. I thought we were just going to box." And this was all in Venice Beach. Okay, how about Bradley Martin, man? I would kill Bradley Martin, hands down, right? Bradley Martin is not a combat athlete to any degree. He's a bodybuilder. There is no way he could take me in a fight. In fact, I've beaten up guys that are the size of Bradley Martin. It's not really the hardest, the hardest thing to get into. So
it's just a fact. I mean, in boxing terms, let's just call it how it is. Let's call a spade, right? The guy is an absolute fraud from top to bottom. Whether you want to look at failed drug tests, whether you want to look at his record, who he's fought, if you want to look at who he hasn't fought, if you want to look at, the fact that he's never fought for a British, never fought for a Commonwealth, skipped a whole load of stages, the whole shebang. In boxing terms, this guy Conor Benn, no disrespect, he's got fraud written absolutely all over him.
So he's a fraud. Okay, so just don't take Bradley Martin's hat. Listen, I'm not out there for juvenile games or anything like that. But if that's what it takes, if let's say I really wanted to fight him and I wanted to get him to square up, that's probably what I would do. I would take his hat, but I'm not a thief or anything like that. I'm not a juvenile. I don't have a reason to go take anyone's hat or anything like that. But, if he would suppress the issue, or if I would suppress the issue, I think that it would be a very bad day for Martin. Conor Benn winding up his shots will be his downfall. For sure, he's a bit of a swinger, isn't he? Lovebug says, how about you against 5 Puff Daddy, which should I enroll my first martial art? So Lovebug, I would say grappling. Even though I first started doing the striking before the grappling, so I did Taekwondo at a very young age, and then I followed it up with wrestling. But on any regard, I think grappling first is a lot better than learning how to strike first. And I'm going to tell you why. Because with grappling, you can fix a lot of your mistakes in striking, right? And also, it's a lot faster to learn striking than it is to learn grappling. Grappling takes almost a lifetime of experience to learn. So, yeah, I would start with grappling straight away, Love Bug.
From top to bottom. From top to bottom, there's so many unanswered questions. There's so many dodge questions. And what is this all about? What is this all about? What, so Nigel Benn can get his win back? Because let's be honest, guys. This is what it's all about, isn't it? Right? Conor Benn and Chris Eubank Jr. don't even have any beef. Let's be real, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a good point, right? What beef does Conor Benn and Chris Eubank really have other than family ties, right? Which, again, kind of shows you the quintessential aspect of gang generational beef, right? You look at all the gangs that are out here in Los Angeles or in across California, across the world. Most of these gang warfares, at least on the California side, from what I understand it to be as a family affair with generation after generations of kids bringing up or representing their hoods. I mean, this is literally the example of that, right? Two guys that don't have any beef but come from these two families, and therefore, as a result of that, they have to continue and carry on a legacy of rivalry. Bro, I know you're MMA, but the boxing content is lit too. Yeah, thanks, my man. You know what? I'm glad that you mentioned that, because here's the thing, right? A lot of people have told me, listen, don't do gang content, don't do boxing content. You're an MMA channel. But guess what? If I didn't do gang content or boxing content and other forms of geopolitical content, what would I be? I would have nothing more than just, you know, a page of MMA that's really no different than anybody else. It's like rival samurai clans in the Edo period. Yeah, it is very similar to that. It is very similar to that in that degree, right? But yeah, that's a good point that Boxing Brexit here makes, is that these guys are not exactly beefing with each other from the very beginning, but only through the family name.
Right, and I'll go through your comments in just a sec. I want to make it clear. That's how many people have been suckered into this absolute nonsense. These two lads don't even have any. What's the beef between them, other than a failed drug test? Yeah, but what's the beef? It's all fraudulent. It's all fabricated.
I tell you what, the failed drug test really enhanced this beef. The eggs also enhanced this beef. But what's weird about that is that the eggs also enhance Conor Benn, if you know what I mean.
They don't have any beef for each other. What's this for? My dad beat your dad. No, let's tell it how it is, right? Nigel Benn has never gotten over the fact that he could never beat Chris Eubank Jr. Yeah? So his son is somehow now fighting for his dad's legacy. This is what this is all about. If you actually want to know what this is really all about, this is all about the ego of Nigel Benn. And Nigel Benn not being able to cope with being stopped in 6 rounds by Chris Eubank Jr. about 25, 30 years ago. That's what this is about. If we want to get to the nuts and bolts of it, because there's no beef between these two. There's no beef between Eubank and Benn. Other than a failed drugs test, there's no beef. There's no reason for these two to dislike each other. If you look, they're two, three weight classes apart. Think about it. They're not really in the same weight class. They're not really rivals for the same belts. They're not rivals for it.
That's a good point, right? None of this really makes sense other than the name, right? The name value is the only thing that makes sense out of this whole entire situation. Other than that, yeah, it really doesn't make any sense. So yeah, shout outs to Boxing Brexit on that one.
They used Mark Stanton, bang on. If Eubank and Junior and Benn were close in age, it makes no sense. Nothing about this rivalry makes any sense. In nothing about it makes sense. They're in 2 different weight classes. They're like fucking 15 years apart in age. They come from completely different backgrounds. They never had anything. It's a joke. The whole card, the whole show is absolutely fraudulent. This is a money grab of the highest order. This is a money grab. All right? The failed drugs tests that, in my opinion, this is my opinion, right? The failed drugs tests that were incorrectly unpunished, right? The failure of the media to ask questions about what happened. Let me ask you a question now, right? Guys in the chat, has any journalist asked Conor Benn this question? Yes or no in the chat? Has any journalist asked Conor Benn, how many times have you been drug tested in the run-up to this fight, and when did those drug tests take place? Yes or no in the chat? Has any journalist asked that simple these guys come off 2 failed tests, man. Am I right or am I wrong? This man on the right has come off 2 failed drugs tests. Has anybody in the media asked a simple fucking question? How many drugs tests have you had in the last 6 to 12 months? And what were the dates of those tests? Like, there's simple ABCs and 1, 2, 3s. That I would like to know. I'd love to know. If anybody's asked that, can you let me know? Can you let me know what the answers were? I find it remarkable. I find it remarkable how somebody can fail two drug tests, and I haven't seen one journalist ask him, hey, you know you've already failed 2 drug tests, yeah? You know you're going into this big fight that you failed 2 tests for before. When was the last time you were dope tested for this fight? When were the dates of the dope tests? Are we not entitled to know how many, like, if anybody's been testing this guy? Yes or no in the chat, what do you think? Do you not think we have a right to know, like, how many times this guy's been tested? He's already failed twice. Do we not need to know how many times has he been tested? When has he been tested? Who has he been tested by? What were the results of the test? Do we not need to know that?
No,
or do we just, what, is this guy being tested?
No, I do not. To answer your is that Khabib's dad? It was Khabib's dad. Yes. May Allah. May Allah rest his soul. May Allah accept him into heaven. And yeah, man. You know, good times. You know, so yeah, man. What's the reason? No reason. You know, it's just that when you have different responsibilities in life and you have different things to do, you sort of are in a different, you know, trajectory in your life. So yeah, you know, I went to school, I finished and got a degree, you know, went into, you know, a different world after that. And now I'm sort of still in that world, thanks to you guys, due to MMA, right? Due to MMA content. So, you know, I enjoy doing that. I enjoy talking about it. And you know what? Those were great experiences that I've had in MMA, right? Oftentimes, what happens is that when you have, hold on a second here, when you have a situation where, hold on a second, sorry here. You don't got no cheeks. I don't understand what you mean by that, HM. But on any regard, yeah, you just have a different, you know, different trajectory in life. You know, competing is not something that you do forever, but also there's a lot of brain damages that are involved. That you look, man, I've trained with some guys that have had serious brain damage, and it's completely irreversible, right? So, bro has hands. Yeah, shout out to you, my man. You know what I'm saying? They're like, you know, saying I got hands. That's what's up, man. You know, what else do we have going on? Guys like Nam Fam. I've trained with Nam Fam before. How about that? Toxic Gameplays. I have trained with Nam Fam before. I've been around Nam Fam. I've been around him when he was coherent and, you know, at 100%. And now he's just a shell of his old self, right? You know what? It's gotten to the point where, you know, even though I've trained with him a few times and we are not like best buds or anything like that. You know, he's just somebody that I've ran across before, right? And so yeah, he can't form a sentence, right? He can't probably even remember who I am. So, you know what I mean? That's maybe he can, maybe he can't, but if he starts not remembering his family members, that's when it gets really bad. Now look at BJ Penn. Now that is some real horrible stuff going on right there with with yeah, man, with BJ Penn. He's thinking that his family are CIA plants or something like that, right? And again, he might not be that wrong, right? Chael Sonnen made a video about that, right? He said at the end of the video, you know how Chael does with his videos, at the end of it, he drops it like, you know, well, make sure you're not the one that's being fooled. You know how Chael is, right? What do we got here? And so, yeah, man, what if we are the ones being fooled and not BJ? That's a great possibility. But again, one never truly knows, right? One never truly knows. But yeah, it's bad either way. It's bad for Damn Fam. It's bad for BJ Penn. And this is what happens when you stay too long in the fight game. You know, that's why shout out to Dan Hardy, right? He figured, like I did, you know what? Instead of going out there and damaging yourself in a very dangerous sport, why not make yourself useful when you have a brain for the sport? And that's the reason why I'm doing MMA podcasting. How do you think Nam ended like that? A lot of hard sparring. You know, Nam Fam has been in a lot of hard sparring sessions. I've been in those hard sparring sessions with him before. So I think it's just a result of that. A lot of guys leave their careers in the training room, you know, me included, right? It's just what it is. You know, some of the most fiercest fights that I've had was in the training room more than it is in the cage or in the actual ring. So keep that in perspective, right? That knockout by Condit is so brutal and hard to watch, yet beautiful at the same time. Are you talking about the Dan Hardy knockout where they both swung at each other at the same time and Dan Hardy got the worst end of it? Yeah, I wonder what would happen if Dan Hardy got the best. Okay, so that's what you mean, Love Bug. Okay, so how should a fighter prevent this type of damage? Good footwork, head movement, and good defense. See, Billy Joe Saunders used to say that, you know what, he would spar a lot because he had very good head movement. Now, obviously, probably not as good now after Canelo damaged him, and then just the long term of not training for a long time, I think may have, you know, something to do with that. So, on any regard, yeah, I think that's really all there is to it. Is you got to have good defense. You got to be able to know how to mitigate danger. But that's, you know what, that's also the reason why Max Holloway doesn't spar, right? He doesn't spar at all because, let's just be honest, right? I think that you really leave a lot in the sparring room. So what does he do? He goes and just tries to not spar and then just leave it all out in the cage. And he does quite fairly well without sparring. So that's something to think about. Hard sparring, toxic gameplay says, well, you know what? Here's the thing, right? The Thais and the Cubans, and in particular the Cubans in Cuban boxing, are very good at having a playful type of sparring. You see, if you notice in Cuban boxing gyms, they would have guys plastered all across the ring, all across the mats outside of the ring, and they would just play spar with each other, right? Little love taps here and there. All right, you know what? I'm going to try to throw this jab right here. I'm going to throw you here. I'm going to block. I'm going to, you know what I mean? Like just being playful. The same thing with Thai. The Thai fighters, they are very playful in the way that they spar as well. Also, the same thing in Soviet-style wrestling, which is what you see implemented in modern-day Russian wrestling right now, right? They're very light with each other, and they go in Russian wrestling, they go for about an hour, right? Just light drills here and there, and then they'll do a hard sparring or a hard roll in wrestling within maybe like the last 5 or 10 minutes of the training session. And that's what they would do. They would work on technique all hour long, and then after 1 hour, they would go and then what do you call it? Have a live hard one, So Toxic Gameplay says here, in the ATL, the experienced guys just beat the F out of the guys that they know they can't hurt them. Yeah, it's crazy that you mentioned this before, right? The toxic gym culture that they have in ATL, right? I think there is something that is not beneficial to that type of way of training. I think there is something that is damaging in that particular matter, right? Like you're preventing a lot of people that could have future potential in your gym just by hurting them. I remember I was at a Muay Thai gym. They brought in this Russian kid who was a boxing champion, right? So he got a Muay Thai fight, knocked out this kid in the first round, right? Very inexperienced. And little did they know how experienced of a combat athlete this boxer was. So you could imagine that kid's will was broken after that, and he never came back. So in the ATL, okay, we read that. I remember this pro beat the F out of this guy who had been boxing for 3 weeks just for his IG. Yeah, man. Yeah, that's a very toxic, gym culture right there, right? I don't know what it is with dudes wanting to film, sparring sessions. And we've talked about this in the last, in the last live stream. I said, dog, we talk about practice. You know what I mean? They talking about practice, dog. We talking about practice. Lovebug says, what happened to Sean Shirk? I don't know. You know what? Let's look up what happened to Sean Shirk. That's a very good question, Lovebug. Right? Bringing up all these old names that I never really thought about. And let's see where he's at right now. So does Sean Shirk have a social media page? Okay, so he does have an Instagram. Let's take a look at and see what is going on in his Instagram. Let's see. Okay, so he's not a very active Instagram right here. The muscle. No, this can't. Followed by Tony Ferguson. Is this the right Sean Shirk? Oh, wow, it is. Okay, because he's being followed by GSP and Tony Ferguson right here, and he only has 1,002 followers. So whatever happened to Sean Shirk, I'll show you right now, right? This is his latest, and this picture is as old as, how old was this picture? Right here, 2014. 2014, that's how old this picture is with Sean Shirk. Another one right here, here's him with a fan, 2014. Another one with a fan, 2014. So this guy hasn't been active in the UFC for a long time. And not only has he not been active in the UFC for a long time, he's also been very inactive in social media. So we don't know. We don't know what it is that Sean Shirk is doing right now. He could be living his life, having a normal business, having a normal career, living off of his legendary status as a UFC fighter, although I don't know what kind of monetary gains he could make out of being a former world champion in an era where there wasn't a lot of money for MMA fighters. Let me give this guy a follow right here. Shout out to you. Now you got me becoming one of Sean Shirk's followers right here. And he doesn't really have a lot of followers, only 1,200 followers. And remember, this was at an era where mixed martial arts marketing wasn't really that prominent then. So just something for you to think about in that regard, right? So yeah, so that's what happened with Sean Shirk, right? A lot of these guys, right, who are former UFC legends, RIP Sam Kellerman 20 years ago. Who is Sam Kellerman again? Remind me who that is. Toxic Gameplays. Let me see who that is right here. Sam Kellerman. Who is that? American football player. Oh, okay. The brother of Max Kellerman. Okay. Got it. Okay. We're talking about this fellow right here. Look at Max Kellerman's style and get down, right? He looked kind of hood back in the days. You know what I mean? He has a little bit of that like hood Italian Northeast mentality about him, So, okay. Yeah, so that's okay. So that's who Sam Kellerman is. I knew the name sounded familiar, but yeah, I knew that Max Kellerman had a brother, but I forgot that it was Sam. Yeah, he was killed by a friend he tried to kick out of his house. Wow, yeah, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. So let's read some of Yeah, look, I like how you guys bring me into all these different topics and situations at hand to talk about here. Uh, Imagine we get to watch Shirk versus Gomi in their prime. Did they fight Gomi and Sean Shirk? Let's take a look at Sean Shirk's record here because these fights were so long ago that you'd have to. He's now 51 years old, by the way. Sean Shirk is now 51 years old. Okay, Evan Dunham was his last fight. That was in 2010. He lost to Frankie Edgar by a decision in UFC 98. Tyson Griffin, uh, BJ Penn. Yeah, that was the famous lightweight fight that he had. This is why, bro, you can't let friends crash at your place for a very long time. Yes, yes, very true. Oh wow, okay, so he never fought Gomi. Yeah, he never fought Gomi. Okay, that would be a good fight. He did fight Tiki Gosin, which is a former coach of Rampage Jackson. Karo Parisian, right? The Armenian judoka guy. Okay, so he's got a win over him twice. Won by a decision. Okay, so Manny Gamburian. Wow, man, he fought a lot of top Armenian dudes. Right now, how would Sean Shirk do against Armin Sarukian in their prime? Now, that is the question right there. NGL Kyrie, I thought you just dabbled into martial arts. I didn't know you were a killer. NGL, what does NGL stand for? Shout out to that comment, by the way. I didn't know you were a killer. Yeah, man. You know, that's the thing, right? You know, 50 Cent once said in a song, he's like, well, you don't sound like a killer. Well, how a killer sound? Bet I'll bring a 4 down and back that ass down. Something like that. Yeah, but you know, yeah, how would you know how somebody if somebody's a killer or not, right? Like that's the thing, right? Like I think a lot of people think I'm very unassuming. Look, obviously I have the size and the look, you know, to look intimidating, right? But I think having a posh accent or sounding square or sounding proper, I think really makes people think that I'm not, that I'm unassuming. So, bro, you got a very unassuming kind of peaceful demeanor about you. Well, wouldn't you say most killers are like that? Wouldn't you say most tough guys are like that? I mean, look, don't get it twisted. There are moments where I will go and act out and and try to act like I'm the big man of the room, I'm the Suge Knight of the room, or this and that. I have moments like that, but for the most part, if I'm interacting with people in a wholesome conversation where there's nothing to prove and there's nothing to go off of any conflict over, then of course I'm going to act accordingly. So like you lead with your intellect. Yes, that's what it is. Lead with intellect first, and then lead with, and then have the bullshit to follow afterwards, I suppose, right? So, yeah, we're almost at 1,000 views on this live stream. Once this video hits 1,000 views, I'm going to call it a day, or just continue on with this Eubank failing to make weight coverage.
So, has he been tested?
Toxic Love Bug says, which fighter you think is very underrated besides DJ? Brandon Moreno is very underrated. If we can keep it within that weight class, he's very underrated. Who else is very underrated right now that I think is worth? Ian Garry is very underrated. Now, we all know that Ian Garry is very good. And by the way, this is sort of leading into the fight tomorrow. I think Ian Garry's whole entire controversial lifestyle outside of the cage, I think, makes people forget that. For me, it's T-Bow. Well, I can see why you say that, Love Bug, because he did give Khabib a very tough fight, but he gave Khabib a tough fight under the reality of steroid use. Okay. Paddy Pimblett was cooler when people thought he was a psychotic. Well, what makes Paddy less psychotic now? Toxic Gameplays. I mean, he's still the same Paddy. I think that the more famous, the more well-known somebody gets, we tend to forget how crazy they are. Just like Conor McGregor, right? All of a sudden, Conor McGregor becomes this person, right? He becomes this, how do I say this? This psychotic figure to a lot of people, but people forget that he was really not that different before all this, right? It just so happens that maybe he was a little bit more destitute, a little bit more poor. So as a result of that, maybe he didn't have the same arrogance that he can display now. And yeah, there's a lot going on there, you know. But yeah, Paddy's always been psychotic, I think, in my opinion. Look, let me tell you about Liverpool, right? I got some homies from that part of the world in Liverpool, England, right? Because they got some real gangsters in that part of the world. Think about this, right? Liverpool has the #1 selling Lexus dealership in all of England, but Liverpool also has the highest unemployment rate in England. Now, tell me how that math is mathing up. #1 dealership, Lexus, in all of the UK, yet also #1 in unemployment statistics. Lovebug says too much access of white powder since he has money now. And I think Lovebug is referring to Conor McGregor. Very true. That's really what it comes down to is, is all that white powder that he has going on for him. So, all right.
It's pathetic. And we're letting this guy, who's already failed 2 fucking tests, right? He's already failed 2 fucking tests. Are we going to let him jump in the ring, tomorrow night and punch a weight-draining opponent in the fucking back of the head? Is that what we're going to allow tomorrow, yeah? That's what we're going to allow. We're going to allow somebody who's failed 2...
Either way, I'm still excited for the fight, though. I'm still hyped up for the fight either way. And it does sound bad the way that he conveys that, right? Well, you're going to let a steroid cheat punch somebody that is dehydrated in the brain. And by the way, Chris Eubank has mentioned this plenty of times before. Where does Eubank Sr. say this? Okay, where does he say this right here? No, Sky News 0.5. Billy Joe Saunders. Oh, wow. They got Billy Joe Saunders already reacting to this. I was going to pull up a video of Eubank Sr. saying that this was very unsafe for him to do so. But here's IFL right now with Billy Joe Saunders. Let's react to this real quick. Let's hear what Billy Joe Saunders has to say about this.
One for my work. We got just one. 4.
Who's on the phone? How are you, Bill?
Is your signal okay, Kevin?
My signal is fine. How is yours?
All right. So we got Billy Joe Saunders on the phone talking to Kugan Cassius.
My signal's fine. I just struggled just to hear you there a little bit, but carry on, bro.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah!
Guitar. Right, Bill, let's jump straight into it. Obviously, reports from yesterday that you will I'll be overseeing the hand wraps of Chris Eubank Jr. for his fight with Conor Benn. Just talk to me about how this even come about.
Wow. Breaking news. Billy Joe Saunders is going to oversee the hand wrapping of Chris Eubank Sr. Former rivals, a guy who has a win over Chris Eubank. They're going to see each other in the locker room. This is going to get really interesting.
Me and Conor get on very well. We had a conversation. A few tactics, what I've put forward, and obviously the stacking situation, because we know Eubank stacks his hands, and I pointed that out to him, and we're going to try to obviously.
Lovebug asks, what is the cause for John Fitch's downfall? He fell pretty bad from top to the very bottom. So it started with a Johnny Hendricks fight. Obviously, Johnny Hendricks was on steroids. He laid him out. And once he got laid out, I mean, it was like a recipe for the UFC to let him go straight away, right? By the way, shout out to John Fitch. I've talked to John Fitch quite a few times before. So, yeah, John Jones needs to lose. So let's take a look at where it all ended to sort of answer Lovebug's question, right? Okay, so if we look at John Fitch, his last loss was against Neiman Gracie. He got heel hooked. Before that, he went to a draw not too long ago with Rory McDonald in UFC. I'm sorry, in not UFC. It was in Bellator 220 at April 2019. Wow. So it's going to be 1 year or a couple of year anniversary of that fight, like a 6-year anniversary to that fight. So he's got a win over Paul Daly. Okay, that's a very good win at the end of his career. Obviously not a very good loss against Neiman Gracie, getting heel hooked like that, Brian Foster. But let's go down to his UFC career, right? So there's the John Fitch loss that I was telling you about. Then he gets a win by Silva. Okay, that was his last UFC win with Damian Maia. Once he loses that one, right, he gets a boring decision against Silva, another boring one against Damian Maia, but then gets signed to the Professional Fighters League, which back then was known as the World Series of Fighting, gets submitted, and then more World Series fights all the way up to the 16s. And so yeah, look, he didn't really have a downfall, sort of say, right? He had a normal career trajectory where he won some, he lost some. And from 2015 to 2018, he had a win streak going on here, right? Yushin Okami, Zefrano, and then Jake Shields. He's got a win over Jake Shields, Brian Foster, and then Paul Daly. And then obviously the draw against Rory McDonald was not that bad, right? When Toxic Gameplay says John Jones needs to lose. So here's the thing. I think a lot of people want to see him lose for the same similar reason why a lot of people were really sick and tired of seeing John Cena win over and over and over and over again, right? They were really getting sick and tired of it. So we're getting sick and tired of people that win all the time. Tom Brady, right? We got sick and tired of him because he kept winning Super Bowl after Super Bowl. Michael Jordan, at some point, I guess some people, if you weren't a Bulls fan, you got sick and tired of. We all get sick and tired of people that win over and over again, and it's even worse if you got a bad background like John Jones has. Now it's like easier for people to want to see him downfall as a result of that.
Don't test. I have no idea. We don't know how many times this guy's been tested. But all I know is a bunch of promoters are going to let this guy jump in the ring and punch a weight-drained man in the head tomorrow night.
I'm not from the U.S., but I heard Cena is a Chinese spy. I heard that too. Is that true? No, but he does seem very favorable towards China, and I think the reason why is because of the market that they bring to the WWE, and I think he knows that there are some lucrative options for him in China, whether that would be some movies or whether that would be some sort of collaboration that would go well for his pockets.
Yeah, when there's big question marks about what's in this guy's system. It just shows you how fucking disgusting this is. And it just shows you how fucking desperate, yeah, all involved are. And that's what this fight is about. Do you know what the tagline for this fight should be, guys? Desperation. Desperados. That's what you call this. Desperate.
So is that what it is, right? Is this fight a desperation for not only the promoters, but also for people everywhere that's involved, including Eubank and Benn? Because Benn needs this fight to fight a top-ranked opponent, and Eubanks needs this fight against Benn because he's a big name and he can garner a lot of positive attention that would be great for his pockets as well.
Desperados. It's a joke. Desperados. No wonder Eubank Sr. wants no fucking part of this fight. He wants no part of it. Scott says it's a money grab. So what if the fighters are getting paid? And
that's exactly why Eubank Sr. has been complaining vehemently about this fight over and over again. And yeah, this is no different.
Well, Josh Ford says about Conor Benn's drug testing, they're not allowed to ask him about anything, only fawn all over him or they'll be. I mean, you want to talk about fraudulent? Can somebody explain to me this Ring Magazine belt? What's this doing in the middle of the two fighters? What's this? Ring Magazine Award World Championship.
Yeah, what's up with that, right? There's a Ring magazine belt, but I don't think it's an official title. Look, a lot of titles are not really that official, right? Like, the UFC belt is not an official title. Neither is a BMF belt. It's the promotions belt. However, the belts that they have in boxing are actual sanctioning bodies, which are contested and are an independent of the organization and the promotions. But this right here, this belt that let me show you. Right here, this belt that they have going on, this belt is really no different than having a BMF belt. Okay, if you really want to put that in perspective. So,
can somebody explain to me what kind of world titles on the line for this fraudulent fight? Can you see this crap here, this fraudulent Ring magazine belt?
Okay, so let's go back to Billy Joe Saunders and what he had said about wrapping up Chris Eubank's hand wraps, or at least inspecting it. Why aren't there more SEA fighters in the UFC? SEA fighters. Southeast Asian fighters, you mean, right? Is that what you mean, Southeast Asian fighters? Well, there's Jubilee. That's about it. I think just the resources, it's not a priority in that part of the world, right? So maybe that's probably the reason why. Obviously, a lot of Southeast Asians get into different professions, being a doctor, being an engineer, being an IT tech. So it's sort of hard for them to have one particular person or a group of people that are fighting in that level, because why would you want to risk yourself fighting at that level if you have a nice, cozy job as an IT tech, right? This is the dilemma that a lot of Southeast Asians sort of go through. But there are special cases like Jubilee. He is sort of a developing talent, and it remains to be seen how far he can go with that.
To make sure that don't happen. I know we've got people under the watch for our watching hands get wrapped, but sometimes in this sport it goes unnoticed unless you've got an eye for it. So, yeah.
All right. So is this a bit of a psychological play from?
No, look, we're all.
So they're asking, is this a psychological play for Chris Eubank? I'm sorry, for Conor Benn to have Chris Eubank be inspected by Billy Joe Saunders. Billy Joe Saunders, no, it has nothing to do with mind games or anything like that. You just have to have a trained and educated eye to look out what you need to look out for. By the way, after this video, I'm going to cut this live stream, so stay tuned. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and let us react to Billy Joe Saunders now becoming an official hand wrap overseer of Chris Eubank for the Conor Benn fight. Lovebug says, Dana versus Chatri in MMA, who has the upper hand? Maybe Chatri. I think he's more of a full-time martial artist than Dana White. Dana's great shape, but not exactly a well-rounded martial artist, although you never know. But I don't know. I don't think Dana really puts in that kind of time and training for MMA. I mean, he stays in shape, he works out, but not at a functional matter of being a fighter to that degree. So
To the sport, it's the only, it's a combat sport. It's a sport you can legally get killed in. So we're just trying to keep safety measures to the best, obviously, Conor's advantage.
What have you made today, Bill, outside of that? What have you made today of Chris Eubank Jr. coming in slightly overweight? He's obviously got to pay a penalty of around $500,000, which is, I think, 375 grand in English. What have you made of that situation?
I've made of that situation, he's very, very tight at the weight. As we see in the Liam Smith fight, I think that's the reason why the first fight got knocked out, is because obviously that played a big factor. Now clearly it's the same factor at 160.
So he's saying that Eubank getting knocked out by Liam has a lot to do with the weight cutting, and he sees no different in this one.
I just think that the weight here is chucked a big spanner in the works here for Eubank, because now is he gonna be rehydrated with only the £10 gain? He's clearly struggling now. I mean, look, if he rehydrates within fluid alone, he's going to put that on. let alone Tomlin. You know, he's got to eat his meals, his 3-4 meals, you know, for tomorrow. That's the big killer with something like this. I mean, I know Conor Benn's jumped up 2 weight classes, but however, putting a £7 clause on him, like £10 clause on him here, with him coming overweight, that's going in Conor Benn's favour.
Do you think Eubank will make that £10 for tomorrow, which I think that's in the morning at some point? If he goes over that £10 limit, then he's got to pay another fine.
Well, he's going to try to make it, obviously. I think that he'll be thinking to himself, look, we'll see how it goes. I don't know what the clause is if he comes in £4, £5, £6 over the 170. I mean, is that more money? I don't know. Because I haven't seen the contract. However, he's going to...
I got to tell you, I think all this leads to the advantage of Chris Eubank. And if he wins, they're going to say that he's a weight bully, and this is the only reason why he won. There's a lot of excuses that are being put into this, but at least Conor Benn is getting compensated for it in a very very expensive manner.
Be a struggle for him to maintain the £10 for tomorrow morning. That's facts.
Bill, are you certain that there's no issues with you being able to go into the dressing room? Do you think you might be stopped from Team Eubank, or can that happen? Do you know all this stuff, or not yet?
I just think that obviously, look, we can all pick someone out. If I'm there and I'm his rap inspector from Conor's team, then you know it's one of them. I don't think there's a lot really he can say about it. Look, they can obviously deny to go to the dressing room and not happy with it.
Yeah, that would be interesting to see if the team of Eubank will somehow prevent Billy Joe Saunders from entering the dressing room, right? If they would give him any type of resistance or some sort of static in any kind of way, that would be interesting.
And some other person may go in there, but however, look, I'm there, and you know he's asked me to do a job, and I certainly would have put myself forward and do that for him because he's asked me to, and then we go from there. But there shouldn't be no problems because you know everybody here we're trying to keep the sport as fair as we can, obviously.
I did ask Chris Eubank yesterday about this potential situation of you going into there to check the hand wraps, and he said he doesn't care if it's you or Donald Trump. It's not going to change the outcome of the fight. That's what
there you go. He said it himself. If he don't care and it's not, you know, it ain't going to affect him, then clearly let it.
He said he doesn't care who walks in that dressing room, even if it's Donald Trump.
Happened, you know.
And so, in other words, what Eubank is proclaiming is that he will have no problem having Billy Joe Saunders check his hand wraps because it's not going to alter the results of the fight.
I've got no problem about doing it. Let's just make sure that it's all kept fair and square because, you know, Eubank, he's old in the tooth in the game. And, you know, he knows a few tricks around the sport, as I well know. So hopefully there's no problems and, you know, someone fairly going to inspect it. I'm not going to go there and antagonise him.
Just a quick...
He said he's not going to go there and antagonize him. Yeah, you will. You know you're going to go in there and antagonize him. Billy Joe Saunders, Mr. I threw a chicken at Deontay Wilder from Nando's during the Tyson Fury press conference.
A couple of things before you go, Bill. What do you think actually happens tomorrow night at Tottenham? How do you see it playing out?
Chris Eubank Jr.
The way in today has just made me even lean more towards Conor Benn because look, Conor Benn can punch. And all right, Eubank, there's a big talk here about, you know, weight, how big he is. Look, I think Conor Benn will get in the ring 166, 167 maybe. He ain't struggled for the weight, and I think that this here is sort of played an advantage right into Conor Benn's hand. I'm just going to have to pick Conor Benn on the weight issue alone here now. I mean, that's completely put it, you know, my decision in this direction because it's going to be a hard slog. I mean, look, every fighter knows when you're struggling for the weight, the first thing you've got to fight is the scales. He's lost that fight. Now he's got the biggest fight tomorrow night, and I just think that, you know, that there is going to
9090 says, what do you think about Hassan Zada situation? I don't know much about it. If you care to educate me on that matter, I would love to comment on it. But for now, yeah, I don't really know much about that situation. But yeah, please educate me on that matter. 9090.
Apart his brain, he couldn't make the weight. He's tried to make it. He hasn't come in 4, 5, 6 pound over. He's tried to make the weight and he's failed. Yesterday, he was very output there that, the biggest fight was, family issues and not the scales. That's the easy part. Well, if that's the easy part and you've lost that part, then you're in trouble.
All right, well, listen, just before I let you go, last one, I've got to ask you, there were a few whispers over the last month that we are possibly going to see a ring return from you. You have been out of the ring for quite some time now.
And of course, Billy Joe Saunders is talking about his ring return here.
Can you make any comment on that?
Just, at the moment we're in talks with Frank Warren and we're going to see where that goes and depending on, obviously, people's deals and what we can do and, moving forward, it's certainly that I'm open forward talking and, we've got another meeting next week, I believe, so I'll better update more.
So if we were betting,
all right, so we got Billy Joe Saunders coming back soon.
People will bet on you getting in the ring this year at some point.
Oh, I'd say that, you're in for a good shake of the dice with your money, yeah.
All right, no problem. Well, Bill, thank you very much for your time. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow.
All right, so let me show you this video of Chris Eubank right here.
Yeah, was a fantastic fighter, is a fantastic fighter, but he's too heavy. Okay, he is a 168-pound fighter. For him to get down to 160 now is too much for him. So Conor would be fighting someone who has lost his punch resistance, which was proven with this Mr. Smith. Again, I don't talk against my son. I'm there to protect him because I know how dangerous this young man is in Conor Benn. I know how dangerous he is. 147 fights, 147. Leave Junior alone. Yeah. Chris Eubank Jr. is...
All right, so he obviously understands how dangerous he is, and the weight advantage or the weight disadvantage that he has having a drain here is going to factor in the fact that Conor Benn is a very dangerous puncher. 9090 says he was supposed to fight on this weekend's card, but he was arrested for... Oh, okay. Let me see if I can look up his name here. Hassan Zada. Ahmed Hassan Zada. Okay. So lightweight division. Okay. And he was supposed to... Oh, wow. Wow. Okay. All right. So, okay, this is what we have right here. Okay, this is what we're talking about right here. Okay. Ex-UFC signee Hassanda facing 6 counts of child crimes, co-defendant named. Okay, so now former UFC signee Ahmed Hassanda is now facing 6 felony counts of lewd and lascivious acts with children. Tuesday, Hassanda appeared in Sacramento court. Oh, wow. Okay. And waived his arraignment in anticipation of bail and pretrial release hearing now scheduled for April 30th. Hassan Zada faces 4 counts of lewd or lascivious acts with a child victim who is 14 or 15, with the defendant being 10 years older. 2 counts of lewd acts with children under 14. Judge Benjamin Cassidy revealed the timeline of the accusation that triggered Hassan Zada's arrest in February 9th, 2024, and February 27, 2024, was represented by public defender attorney Stacey Ross Jackson. Oh, co-defendant. He's got a co-defendant. Kairola Kakwar appeared in court with Hassanda and faces a felony counts of lewd acts. Okay, we mentioned that. And Clarke is also an amateur fighter, according to Topology. Okay. Cassidy revealed that the timeline. Accused triggered, was arrested December. And bail for each man is $400,000. Online records further details of the case have been revealed on time. Hacienda and Karkar remain in custody. Online records show both Hacienda and Karkar were arrested Saturday following the news of Hassan Zada's arrest. The UFC confirmed the company had severed ties with him. He had previously been removed from his debut scheduled Saturday versus Evan Elder. Okay, and that right there is the news that 99. Shout out to 9090 who brought that attention up to me. Right now, I've heard about this, right, but I don't know. I don't know if it was enough for people to really pay attention to make a video about. But yeah, I might just have to make a video on this one. I heard from someone that this case has been going on for over a year, and it's some text messages, but it's funny how everyone is already calling him a pedo, coming to a conclusion. Okay, so now 9090 just brought in a whole different perspective into this, right? So obviously we read the news, we seen the news, and we see what it's about. So we got to ask ourselves, okay, did this guy really do it? Now, it doesn't look good either way. Whenever you get accused of child trafficking or anything that deals with children in any kind of capacity, it doesn't look good. Now, I will say there are cases where certain situations can be, how do I say this? Really gray lines. Okay, there's a lot of gray lines in certain cases. I'll give you an example, right? Let's say you're a 19-year-old college student, right? And then you meet someone who's 17. Those types of cases, right? Where it gets very ambiguous. Now with this one, you're talking about a man who is in his mid-20s text messaging somebody who's 15 and 14. Or sometimes even way under than that. And we don't know the exact details to everything. All we know is that this guy is in trouble. This guy is in custody at the current moment, along with another co-defendant who's also an MMA fighter, who's also fighting out of Sacramento. Again, there's so many things to this, right? And then, of course, it doesn't help that they are Muslims. So that alone is going to give some ammo to a lot of xenophobic people out there. But on any regard, we don't know too much about these details. It's disgusting either way, right? I don't want to jump into conclusions, but at the same time, man, where there's smoke, there is fire, and it doesn't look good whatsoever. Let's see if we can get more details on this particular subject. Let me see. There's not much. This is MMA Junkie that has covered this. Let me see who else has covered this particular news. So Sports Illustrated has also covered this news. CBS News has also covered this sport. Okay, Kansas City is down one fight this weekend following the news of a debutant that's been arrested. So he is a Dana White Contender Series graduate. Ahmad Hassanzada was arrested on April 18th, which was just about 7 days ago. Police reports from Sacramento County Sheriff accuse Hassanda of sexual violence against a minor. Okay, he is being charged with 2 felonies. Lewd, okay, we mentioned that in $400,000 bail. Hassan's replacement is Gage Young, who will take on Evan Elder on that night. Now, I would, man, imagine if whoever the winner is of Gage Young and Evan Elder, imagine if he went out and said something about this particular subject. Hey, you know, I'm out here, I'm not a pedo, or this and that, F this pedo. Imagine if he got on mic saying that. 99 says, I'm not defending him. I think he did it because he's this, I'm not defending him. I think if he did it, he's disgusting but innocent until proven guilty. Correct. That's the best approach to this particular matter is, yes, you just have to approach it in a way where we're all innocent until proven guilty. So in a statement given to MMA Mania, UFC officials explained Hassanzada has been removed from his bout and is longer signed with the UFC. Okay, and so this was written by Matthew Riddle of Sports Illustrated. So that is from Sports Illustrated. Let's see other news that covered this. Yahoo Sports, CBS News. Let's go with CBS News first, okay? So here's another picture of this brother right here, or the alleged child molester. So, okay, so the Sacramento fighter set to make debut was arrested in Sacramento. Sacramento police confirmed Ahmed Hassan has turned himself in following an investigation. Okay, so he's turned himself in. This is something the other news outlets have not talked about. I thought you might have heard something about it since you're from Sacramento. That's why I brought it up. I did hear about it, and I know that he's a member of Team Alpha Male. Look, here's the thing, man. I just didn't think that there would be interest for this, right? Now, obviously, if somebody brings it up on the chat like you did, of course I'm going to talk about it. I'm not going to deny, a listener of what it is that they want to talk about, because by the end of the day, we do this for the listeners, right? We do this for views, and I don't know how much interest somebody who's never fought in the UFC would gain out of this, right? Now imagine if Conor McGregor did this, or if, God forbid, Derek Lewis did this, it would be all over the news, right? But this is not Derek Lewis. This is not Conor McGregor. This is somebody who's a UFC debutant, and quite frankly, somebody that plays or trains with a team that I'm very familiar with. And the last thing I'm trying to do is humiliate that team to any capacity. But since you bring it up, let's just be honest. This has nothing to do with Team Alpha Male. This has nothing to do with the city of Sacramento. And more importantly, it has nothing to do with Muslims, period. So just something to think about. So he was 28 years old, set to make his UFC debut. Yes, he's a member of Team Alpha Male, which is located in Sacramento. And yeah, that is what we have for CBS News. Now, we didn't know that he turned himself in. That's something that the other news hasn't talked about. Let's hear what Yahoo Sports has to say about this, right? Okay, so here we go. Let's hear what Yahoo Sports has to say about this. Mixed martial arts fighter been charged with sex crimes before he was scheduled for his UFC debut. Ahmed Hassanzada was scheduled to make his official debut in the octagon this coming Saturday as a winner of Dana White's Contender Series. At 28 years old, he is facing 2 felony charges. So SAC PD has not offered any official details. It's a sensitive nature. However, the department spokesman confirmed to the Sacramento Bee the charges stem from probe launch as early as last year. And in the bail, we've talked about he was scheduled to face Mitch Ramirez. Is that right? Okay, they have a different account in different websites, so I don't know. Okay, so his debut is listed. Okay, Hassanzada's UFC debut, which won him a contract. Okay, so that's pretty much what we got out of that situation right there, right? That's what we have for this man right here. What else do we have here? I think that's about it. Look, okay, so final thoughts on this particular subject matter at hand, right? Here's the final thoughts on this particular subject. Look, we're all innocent until proven guilty, but when it comes to messing with kids, bro, listen, it's hard to be objectively fair. And we have to be objectively fair because we don't know if these accusations are correct or not. Now, what I find interesting is that he turned himself in. If I knew that I didn't do anything wrong, I'm not going to turn myself in. Now, he decided to turn himself in for one reason or another. Maybe it's guilt. Maybe it's because of the fact that he just wants to get his fair trial and this and that. But either way, this is not looking good. This is why I was hesitant to talk about this, because it's not good for the organization of Team Alpha Male. It's not good for Muslims, although one can argue what his particular religious practices is. I mean, a guy has a tattoo, for crying out loud. I mean, he's supposed to be a Muslim. Look, I got a tattoo, but I'll be honest with you, that's all before I really delved into becoming a Muslim, right? And becoming a practicing Muslim at that. But this guy is a born Muslim, has a tattoo, so that's just suspicious in and of itself. Being accused of this is very suspicious, even though you didn't do it, okay, supposedly or allegedly. It still doesn't look good that you're hanging out with minors. Now, to what extent is he hanging out with minors? Here's something you got to understand, right? When you're in an MMA gym, you're training with different people of different skill levels and different ages. So you are going to run across people that are young, right? But at what capacity, and at what capacity are you supposed to limit your relationship with people that are that young before people accuse you of, doing things that are as heinous as this? Bro, these streamers are racist. What do you mean by that? Toxic gameplays. Are you talking about the fact that they may try to use this as some sort of like racial implication or some sort of anti-Islamophobic rhetoric? Let me know what you mean by that. But on any regard, yeah, this is not looking good for Hassan Zada. Okay, let me have to say that name a few more times. But yeah, Hassan Zada, yeah, man, that's really sad. For, you know what, not so much for Ahmad, because if he really did do this, he deserves jail time. Okay, but bro, another streamer just said he don't mess with. Oh, are you talking about? I don't know his name. Is he an Irish streamer? Let me know if we're talking about the same guy. But yeah, I know there's an Irish streamer that sort of espouses white nationalist views. So I don't know if we're talking about the same guy or somebody else different. No, I was just scrolling on YouTube. Okay, so yeah, there are a lot of racist streamers out there. He was a Southerner. Yeah, so here's the thing, right? This is the reason why I had decided to, sort of make a YouTube channel on this regard, right? The reason why I wanted to make a YouTube channel is because I wanted to sort of give a different outlook on how different people view MMA. Now, right now, the lens of how MMA is being viewed is through the eyes of somebody like MMA Guru, who, I mean, let's just be honest about it. He does espouse a certain level of white nationalism, which is fine if you lean in that direction and that's what you believe in. That's perfectly fine. But with those ideological settings comes a certain type of value system that you sort of hold in your worldview, which, by the way, may exclude other people to a certain level of degree, or just offend people to your liking. But that's the reality of MMA streaming nowadays, is that there are people out there who espouses these views, and there's a strong majority of them. So this is why I'm trying to do something different and trying to display a different outlook and a different, a different way of approaching MMA streaming. So, all right. We talked about Eubank. $600,000 he has to pay up to Conor Benn. The fight is still going on. He still has to cut weight even at the day of the fight. He can't go over 10 pounds on the day of the fight. So he's got a lot of challenges ahead, but I still think that he is going to, I think he's still going to win regardless. He's still going to win regardless, but we shall see. We have 24 hours to determine that. And next topic at hand before I head out, we will talk about UFC Kansas City. Playboy here says on the comment section, Prates will KO Ian Gary. I question that. So Anthony Smith is in his retirement fight. How appropriate. It's a fight night card in a city, major city, that is televised in a major arena. I mean, not a pay-per-view, but hey, it's a fight night, and it's perfect for Anthony Smith to sort of end his career. Ian Machado Garry, I cringe every time seeing his middle name, but he is going to KO Carlos Prates. I'm sorry, I may have to disagree with Playboy on that one. Giga Chikadze taking on David Onama, featherweight division. You got Michel Pereira. How about this? Taking on Abus Magomedov. We know him as somebody that lost to Sean Strickland. Randy Brown, okay, taking on Nicolas Dalby. That's a good fight. Ikram Ali Askarov taking on Andre Muniz in the middleweight division. That's going to start off the main card. And starting off the first fight of the evening, you're going to have Chelsea Chandler taking on Jocelyn Edwards. Timothy Cuamba taking on Roberto Romero. Jacqueline Amorim taking on Paulie Viana. Okay, so a pretty decent card with some good names in here. Cameron Saaiman, South Africa's own, and Dricus du Plessis' training partner, also a guy that trained MMA Guru on the pads, taking on the undefeated Malcolm Wellmaker in the bantamweight division. 9090 says, for anyone who thinks Prates is going to KO Garry easily, I would tell them to go and watch Prates versus Giles. Exactly. Good point there. Prates was losing the fight until he caught Giles. That's a very good fight to use as an example right there. Devon Blackshear taking on Alatengheili. 17-9-2, 16-7-1. Okay, so they both have like 50-50 records, so it's a good evenly matchup. Chris Gutierrez, 21-6-2, taking on John Castaneda, 21-7. So very equal in their experience as far as fighting. Evan Elder, 9-2, taking on Gage Young. This is the replacement fight that we were talking about with Ahmad Hassanzada. Matt Schnell taking on Jimmy Flick, 17-8. Matt Schnell, 16-9. So once again, very even record and very even matches. And again, Ian Garry versus Carlos Prates. So we're going to leave it with this, right? Why I think Ian Garry is going to walk out with the victor on this one. So Ian Garry, you look at his last performance with the boogeyman, Shavkat. Do you think Carlos Prates can do that with Shavkat? And my answer is no. And that is the conclusion that I have for that particular topic at hand and why I think Ian Garry is going to walk out the winner on this one. So on that regard, that is all that I have for this one, guys. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you in the next topic, in the next live stream, in the next content, and in the next video, inshallah. You know what? No. Let's stay for a little bonus stream right here. Okay, we're just going to talk about any random things right now. We are on a bonus stream, and yeah, we're just going to keep this thing running till the wheels fall off. Okay, so let's see what else do we have here. Okay, let's talk about the Eubank fight. Okay, and the Conor Benn fight here real quick. Let's see here. What do we got? Okay, let's hear what Chris Eubank.
Eddie Hearn bench. So I'm saying, why aren't you with Eubank Jr? Why aren't you part of the fight week activities? Why aren't you in the corner?
Because I will not be an accomplice to their stupidity, to their circus. Junior, you're smashing an egg against this guy's face. I taught you that. I didn't teach you that. Who taught you that? Did Karen teach you that? That's disgraceful. I'm gonna send you.
Did Karen teach you that? Who is Karen? He said, hey, I didn't teach you that. Who taught you that? Did Karen teach you that? Is Karen his wife, maybe? Or I don't know. But Reese Bage says the fight should not happen. Chris Eubank Sr. is correct. That's right.
Your corner, you must be mad. You must be mad. I would never be in your corner. You're a disgrace. You're smashing an egg in someone's face, and then you're saying you're trying to justify it. There's no justification for that. There's nothing noble about that.
Eddie Hearn, based on saying.
Wow. All right. So he's saying that there's nothing noble about that. That's interesting, man. Let's see.
Eddie told me.
What else we got? Okay, so I'm not falling short. Rips into Chris Eubank. Oh, okay. Here's Eddie Hearn ripping into.
Chris Eubank Jr. Missed his weight. Yeah, your reaction? Yeah, very disappointed. Obviously unprofessional. You know, I mean, I know the narrative now. He puts out the videos of what he was doing. It's his championship weight. He made the weight a few months ago in Saudi. He made the weight in the fight before that. He made the weight in the fight before that. It's his own championship weight, and he missed weight. So that's disappointing. Unprofessional. But, you know, people say, oh, it was only half an ounce. So it doesn't matter if it's half an ounce or a pound. It's still missed weight. So I did think he'd make it. But it doesn't really matter, if I'm honest. You know, I mean, if someone misses the weight significantly, you'd start to have a worry in terms of that advantage fighting Conor Benn. You know, but it is what it is, and on we go. I know you mentioned that video, and we've seen it, and people will look and go, "Oh, I feel a bit sorry for Chris," and you know, that's not my.
Q says Eddie is a snake. Yeah. What promoter is it, right? You know what? Out of all promoters, you say that Eddie is a snake. I think all promoters are snakes, but Eddie is the least snaky out of all of them, if that makes any sense.
That's the idea of the video. But from that video, the last couple of hours of that weight making would have probably taken a bit out of him in terms of tomorrow.
That's how fighters make weight. I mean, unless you're completely clueless and you're not around the fight game, that's how fighters make weight. It's tough for everybody. Yes, Conor Benn is coming up 2 divisions, so he didn't have to make weight like that. Every fighter who is on the championship weight, every fighter on this card goes through a very tough process on the week of a fight to make it. Now, if you want these guys to document every time and show you how tough it is and get a little bit of sympathy when you miss weight, that's a nice narrative and it's very clever. I don't fucking fall for that. All week you're talking about how disciplined you are or how professional you are. No, you're not, because you just missed your own championship weight.
You know what? Every time somebody misses weight, it is so easy to bash the person. Especially, look, this is not the usual weight that Chris Eubank is in. And I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know if I should be giving him any grace period on that, or look into the fact that maybe there's a strategy behind why Chris Eubank is doing this. Remember, the more weight that he has over Conor Benn, the more advantage that he may have on the power. So it's something to think about. And by the way, most UFC fights, every time somebody doesn't make weight, guess who wins? The guy who doesn't make weight. I don't know if that's the same in boxing, but it's a growing trend that I've seen in MMA.
That's the reality. Say what you want, couldn't give monkeys. That's the truth. So you wanna gloat over what you did, but you missed weight. Do you know what I mean? Is he going to make a statement to say, just want to apologise for missing championship weight? Of course he's not. He's going to tell you how tough it was and how he went. You know, it's bollocks. It's all bollocks. The fact is, he missed weight. So what? Loads of people miss weight. But the geezer missed weight who said he's ultra disciplined, that said he's ultra professional, and it was expensive.
I spoke to a couple of people downstairs who were present, and they said that he wanted the weigh-in to be earlier. Then he turned up late. He was quite lackadaisical about after the first weigh-in, and
basically the whole thing. You know,
he wanted the weigh-in earlier. That's interesting. I don't know if you can implement that. I think only the state commission or the jurisdiction of the commission that you are fighting under has the ability to do that.
You've got to have the right people around you. He asked for the weigh-in. The team asked for the weigh-in to be earlier last night. Then all of a sudden, today, the weigh-in's at 11. It's always been set by the British Boxing Board of Control. They said
that's what I was saying, right? It's the British Boxing Control that sort of, it sort of does that.
All fighters are weighing in at 11.
Then he turned up at midday. And when you turn up late, you don't get the extra time to make the weight because that's the time of the weigh-in. So if he would have turned up at 11, he would have had that time to make the weight an hour. He could have gone off, he could have gone for a stroll, whatever he's going to do, and it would have come off. It was small amounts. But what he did was he went into the room, he weighed, he was 2 ounces over. He took it.
I mean, yo, we're talking about 2 ounces over now. You know what I mean? Like, but yeah.
Then you take your pants off, right? Because it's going to be somewhere between an ounce to 2 ounces, right? But he wanted a towel, but he wasn't.
Matt says, drain versus someone coming up in weight, though. What do you think is worse? Because Benn ain't looking good in his previous fights. Yeah, man. Yeah, I think they asked a lot of Chris Eubank Jr. to have all of these, you know, hydration clauses and all of these, you know, like catch weights that they were trying to get him in. I mean, 157, I think that was the weight that they were going for, or 160, I think was the limit. But yeah, he was like 160.2. It's not really that big.
He was the size of the towel. So the team went off to get a towel and took about 10 minutes while he sat there on his phone. And then came back, took his pants off, and he was 1 ounce over. Then he stood there for about another 5 minutes, and then the board said, "You've got like 6 or 7 minutes." So then he put his tracksuit back on, went for a little walk around, but then had to come back almost immediately, got on the scales, and he lost another half an ounce. But he could have made the weight, I mean, not easy, because we know it's tough, but listen, some people who want to create their own narrative will say, "Oh, it's all right for you, Eddie, you're just I'm just telling you the facts. He missed his own championship weight. That's it. And by the way, people do it. But unfortunately,
when he means he missed his own championship weight, he means that you have to be 160 on the dot, right? He wasn't 160 on the dot. So that's what Eddie Hearn means when he says that he didn't make his championship weight.
In this case, it was pretty embarrassing and it was very expensive.
Just to clear up, can you rehydrate to 170 or 170.005?
170.
Okay. Can we talk about Frank Smith?
Okay, so he's only allowed 10 pounds over. He can't go over 170 after the weigh-in. So that's the hydration clause as we are learning it right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's like tempers are very high right now, to be honest. Like, it means a lot to everybody. And whenever you're in a mega fight, people sometimes the head falls off a little bit. I was winding Frank up because I was like, "Well, Frank, look, you're offering people out that's unlike you." Do you know what I mean? But that we operate in a certain way at Matchroom, you know, and we're pretty calm, but also we're quite passionate as well. So yeah, there was a lot of they didn't want any cameras in the room.
Was that his main source of what he was unhappy about?
Yeah, pretty much. But well, there was another issue with the gloves. They weren't happy with the gloves. It was like the board said the gloves are absolutely fine. And once the board do that, it's fine. You don't have a leg to stand on. So they were moaning about the gloves. They didn't like the gloves. It was like excuse after excuse. Then it was like, "Oh no cameras in the room." It's like, well, hang on a minute. Every fighter's had the cameras in the room. Plus, it's the Ring magazine. You know, they want to cut. No. So yeah, it is what it is.
All right, that is a bit strange. Why they didn't want the cameras in the room? I am wondering what is the reason and the motivation behind that. Why would you not want a camera in the room?
It doesn't really matter. Everyone was running around, losing their heads, and he didn't make it. So
Frank was backing himself. He was like, "You keep telling me to fuck off and then turning me back."
But he did. He kept going. Was it prick? And then going off. It's like, that's the most annoying thing. You just want someone to stick the only, and he's like, prick it, running off. It's like,
maybe he's overstepped the line hard on punch. Finally, Conor Benn turned well out of this situation. Chris Eubank spent 475 grand before the first bell, is it? Now with the 100-grand fine and this in English pounds. Is it 475?
Yeah. He didn't have to bet, really. Otherwise, he would have been fighting for nothing.
Well, what's the latest with the bet? Could he end up losing over $1 million
with Robert Smith? Yeah, there's a very strict rule. Any license holder cannot bet on a fight. I can't, like, and I've been, like, that's the truth of the situation.
Yeah, he's right about that. You're not allowed to bet on a fight if you're a license holder or you're a promoter.
Don't you remember when I had Jake Paul offered me $1 million bet, right, for Taylor Serrano? Do you remember that, the press conference? And I shook his hand. This wasn't, I've never accepted this bet, by the way. I shook Jake Paul's hand. And then the commission said the promoters can't bet on the fight. But I never screamed and moaned about it. In fact, could have gone and gone, Jake, where's my million? But we didn't get the bet because the commission said no, same as this commission. So it's just a story for them. It's this whole thing. This is why I got Frank Smith on the stage yesterday, because he's got all his notes on his phone, Eubank, about what to say. Do you know what I mean?
You put a different man in the
just take the script away from him, that's all. He still does the same thing, but he's like, you know, I mean, he should have really...
Yeah, that's interesting yesterday, right? He used Frank Smith as a replacement substitute. Eddie Hearn did, right? And what's crazy about that is that Frank Smith is married to the sister of Chris Eubank. So I don't know if that has any correlation to anything, or if it doesn't have any correlation to anything, or if that means anything, but on any regard.
Focus less on the bet and more on actually making weight. Do you know what I mean? And it would, you know, he would have made it easy, but it's those little percentages in the game about being professional. And he's obviously cut a corner somewhere.
Just finally, how was...
Wow, he said being professional in every inch, right? And saying that Chris Eubank must have cut a corner somewhere for him to not make this weight. It's an interesting thing for Eddie Hearn to say there.
156-pound Conor Benn feeling
unbelievable. Yeah.
I mean, he's like swanning around.
Yeah, he trained this
enjoying the moment.
By the way, like, if you look at him, there ain't an ounce of fat on him. I mean, he's 6% body fat or something like that. He's absolutely in the shape of his life. He trained this morning, so you know he didn't want to come in heavy. Do you know? He doesn't want to feel like, oh, I'm eating my way up to 160. He wants to be razor sharp. He will be 100.
Yeah, that's a good point right there, right? Even if you're coming up a weight, you don't want to like gain too much weight where you're slow. You just want to be sharp enough. And that's sort of the biggest problem that a lot of people have moving up a weight, right? They think that moving up a weight means they can just eat what they want or this and that. To a certain extent, you can. But then you also have to sort of keep it still disciplined and, you know, and in a way where you're trying to still maintain your speed. And I think you lose a certain level of speed when you gain too much muscle or when you gain too much weight with that muscle. So
162 pounds in the ring, and Eubank will be 176. We'll be giving up a stone in the ring tomorrow night. It's a huge amount of weight giveaway. Will anyone feel sorry for us? No. But it is what it is. Let's have it.
All right, so that's Eddie Hearn right there, obviously slagging off Chris Eubank based on the fact that he had missed weight. Is there a reason? Is there a good reason why he's slagging him off, or is there any excuses to this whatsoever? Obviously, look, no one's going to give you any excuse for not making weight. You've had plenty of time to do it. It's not like he's a fighter that was called here on a short notice to come and do this and then, you know, just make weight and all of that. No, he was here to make weight from 2 years ago. We're talking about 2 years ago. Let's take a look at Chris Eubank's fights since the first the first Conor Benn fight they were going to do. So let's see here. He was supposed to fight him in 22. Liam Smith and October, won the vacant IBO middleweight champion. Okay, so this, I guess you could say this is an IBO middleweight fight. Maybe not. But yeah, so September 2023, they were supposed to fight, and it never happened. Or, I'm sorry, 22. When was that fight? Let's see here. The Eubank, Conor Benn, canceled fight. It was in 22. So this is where we started from all of this, right? In 2022, Eubank announced that he would face Conor Benn at a catch weight 157. This fight has been marked as a grudge match. Okay, so this is still at 157, not really 160. But then maybe they changed it to 160. I don't know. But yeah, this was from a rivalry in the 90s, you know, and a draw 3 years later into their second fight. The fight was scheduled to take place in October. So okay, a lot of unfinished business here. So this is aside from all the fiasco that goes on to this whole entire fight. Joe Rogan says Khamzat versus Kaio. Is that happening, Joe Rogan? Or like as if I'm saying it like it's the real Joe Rogan. But yeah, Rogan on the comment section. Is that fight happening? Is that official? And if so, is it for Kalo Bohalo, whatever his name is? Yeah. Is that fight really going on? Let me know if that is the fight that is going on anytime soon. And if so, yeah, please let me know. So, all right. So we got this fight going on tomorrow with Chris Eubank. They making decisions. Okay, so they're trying to make that decision. Okay. So we got about 24 hours left into this fight. A lot of drama going on, a lot of fiasco going on. Chris Eubank not making weight. Now, I can't lie and say that I didn't see this coming, because you're talking about 157. You're asking him to go down to 157. Okay, and I don't know, man. I knew there were going to be a lot of problems going on with that. Conor McGregor versus Ice Spice tomorrow at 6. All right. Well, shout-outs to Joe Rogan on that one. And with that regard, I'd like to thank everybody that has tapped in.
The way to build abs is not crunches, not 4-minute planks, and definitely not mountain climbers. There's an
All right, 60 seconds out. Seconds out. No, now that's 45 seconds out. 20 seconds. And right now we see Conor Benn entering the arena. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. Round number 11. Vidal Riley really doing great with this matchup, man. I think a lot of people were favoring Clarke going into this fight. And now we are in round 11 where it is Vidal Riley that is straight dominating right now. Everybody that is tapped in right now, we are now reacting to what could be a very historic fight for Vidal Riley. And I got to tell you, all throughout these 10, 11 rounds that I've observed Vidal Riley, one thing comes to mind: consummate professional. This is literally the quintessential prodigy of boxing. In other words, the way that he was raised, the way that he grew up, the way that he grew into the sport is showing in the ring right now. He absolutely deserves all the credit in the world in terms of what he's doing right now. You've also seen Vidal go southpaw a few times in this fight, which I think is really incredible, right? Being able to have a versatile attack of options. Oh, wow. Even Clarke fires back with an uppercut right there. All right, a little clinching going on right here. All right, we got about 34 seconds left into this round right now. And ooh, there's some good uppercuts right there by Clarke, but also some good right hands right there by Vidal, firing back at him. Yeah, they're both avoiding the center of the ring. You see Vidal Riley circling around, and then you see Clarke trying to walk him down. But then, ooh, there's some good counters. Oh, wow. He just rocked him again. There were several opportunities to where Vidal could have finished him earlier in the rounds. Wow. Ooh, wow. He stepped back with a back foot. Boom. Like, it reminded me of Conor McGregor and Eddie Alvarez. That's what it reminded me of. The way that he walked back. Ooh, but then he took one and got one too. So very Jose Aldo and Conor McGregor-like as well. And now we're going into the 12th round of this. All right, they're going into the final round right now. This is for the British title, by the way. Safety checking over. All right, now in the 12th and final round of this fight, right, for the British title, Clarke versus Vidal Riley, cruiserweight British title. And Clarke had no answers for the skills of Vidal Riley in this whole entire fight. And I'm very surprised that even with a few times that Vidal Riley was able to rock him there, that he was still able to fight on right now. Yeah, this is the 12th round with less than a minute left right now. And Clarke tried to give it his all, but you know what? He just had no answers for Vidal Riley. Vidal Riley was bred as a prodigy for this. The tutelage that he had growing up, and then on top of the fact that he was a huge underdog into this fight. And I think we're all very surprised. I mean, not me. I knew what Vidal was capable of here, but many people did not have that assumption because they didn't know. And then on top of that, you also got to take this into consideration, right? He's also, by the way, shout outs to Chris Billum-Smith. I really wanted Glanton to win tonight, but you know what? That's sport in and of itself. That's really just what it is. You can't always have it your way. Your guy is not always going to win. But shout outs to Chris Billum-Smith for the win. And shout outs to Glanton for representing California out here, you know, in the world stage out in England in Tottenham Stadium, where the Spurs play. But yeah, I think a lot of people, now that the fight has ended, yeah, let's now give this a post-fight analysis with Vidal Riley. I think many people, in all true to God honesty, I think many people really underestimated Vidal Riley. And as a result of that, Clarke had to pay the punishment in which he had to endure with getting punched every round, getting countered, getting rocked. And you know what? He was showcasing every skill in his arsenal. And Vidal Riley is more than just KSI's personal trainer. He's a real legitimate boxer. And he just proved it right now. And this is the reason why that many people underestimate Vidal Riley. It is because of the fact that he was associated with KSI. Now, look, I'm going to be honest with you. KSI is not one of my favorite people out there. I think the dude is a degenerate to every degree, and I think that he would agree as well. I don't think that he would have any reservations of having any disagreements with that. He knows that he's a degenerate. Do you know how KSI got popular? Well, he got popular by doing grape face videos, where he would literally go up to a group of random women and quote unquote make a grape face. I mean, that right there has to be some of the most horrendous things that you will ever hear. And guess what?
Vidal Riley is associated with him, and as a result of that, you've now underestimated his boxing skills. So right now, I'm literally watching the decision right now on the decisions scorecard, right? And a lot of people right now, as they are watching this and the video that you're going to see later on with me clipping this, many people are going to be surprised. Wow, I can't believe that Vidal Riley won this fight. And by unanimous decision, by the way. And he becomes the new British cruiserweight champion. Vidal Riley. And they never really would have expected this. Because Shove Clarke is quite good. Do you guys know anything about Shove Clarke? I mean, Shove Clarke is not a joke, guys. Let's take a look at some of the stats that we have with Shove Clarke, right? And now we're going to take a look at Vidal Riley because obviously he is the winner in this, right? So, okay, what is this? He lost by a split decision. Obviously, this was a world level. So then he goes back and set to face Clarke. Vidal Riley on the undercard of Tottenham Stadium. Now we have the results, which is a loss to Vidal Riley. This is quite fresh. But this was his career before that. Okay, won a vacant WBA Intercontinental title, won a vacant British title against Elizoro, and then had this fight in California, and then had this other loss in Monaco. Okay, so yeah, man. This was not a bad opponent for Vidal Riley. So as a result of that, Vidal Riley comes out the victor of this fight. Okay, now is the British champion. And as a result of that, he's now 13-0. 13-0. Okay? A lot of people really underestimated this guy. Don't think for a second that just because he is a KSI boxing trainer that he's somehow not disciplined, that he's somehow not a real boxer, because he is. He's been doing this since he was walking. And this is why he's able to do what he did tonight. And this is the reason why he is going to go beyond just being a British champion. He's going to become an intercontinental champion. Intercontinental champion, that's like saying some WWE stuff. An international champion, right? They do have those international titles. That's right above the Commonwealth titles. But yeah, I think he'll win a Commonwealth title, Intercontinental title, a United States championship, a European championship, all of that, all the way to world level cruiserweight champion. I can see it. I can see him giving some problems to those guys. Maybe even Chris Billum-Smith, maybe even Glanton, all those guys. Vidal Riley is a problem at the cruiserweight division. And you know what? It's guys like him that could make the cruiserweight division a lot more stacked than the current heavyweight division that they have right now. But yeah, don't forget to like and subscribe. All right, so more fights to come. waiting on. Yeah, we're just waiting on the next fight right now. But yeah, shout out to Vidal Riley, man. That was a very impressive performance. That performance should not ever be downgraded to any degree whatsoever. All right, we're waiting for the next fight right now. Guys, we're going to talk about the next fights that are coming up. And as we talk about the next fights that are coming up, we're going to talk about the fights that just happened in the card as well. So what I like about the setup for this particular card today, okay, and we're going to look at Tapology. By the way, the most trusted source in all of combat sports. You know why? Because look at this. So nobody really knew that Benn Shalom was the owner of this fight. Now, we just assume that it has something to do with Turki El-Sheikh because he has his hand in everything. And yes, this is true to a higher extent. Yes, there's a lot of truth to that. But not all of boxing is predicated on just Turki El-Sheikh and his work, right? There's other people that are at work as well. There's Eddie Hearn, there's Benn Shalom, there's Frank Warren, there's Golden Boy with Bernard Hopkins and De La Hoya, and then we Boxer with Benn Shalom. Okay, so this is a pretty stacked card, and this is the reason why I told you guys that Topology is the most trusted source in all combat sports because of the extensive detail that they have here. Right, I like details. I'm very detail orientated. That's one of the things that I love is detail orientated, and they know how to do that. Look, they got the menu right here. They got the location. There's a documentary that I watched by some British streamer before, where they sort of were walking around the hoods of Tottenham. Right, where back in the days, I was told, at least even by Zayt Mustafa Dosage, is that there was a lot of crazy crimes that were going on. Like, you literally had to check in, and if you didn't know anybody there, you were going to get checked out. So, but on any regard, this right here is the entire card for Tottenham Spur, Chris Eubank, Conor Benn. And this is what we got next. Aaron McKenna, 19-0, taking on Liam Smith. By the way, a guy who has a win over Chris Eubank. And right after that, we got Anthony Yard and Lyndon Arthur. Wow. All right. So the undefeated fighter, Aaron McKenna, is about to walk out right now. Oh, wow. He's walking out to an Irish war song. In the Floggy, too. Oh, man. Bro, shout out to the Irish, bro. This song makes me want to fight, bro. I think that's kind of the point of why you make, like, clan-oriented music, right? And what I mean clan, I mean, like, your clan lineage, not the clan in the negative fashion that, is usually known that way. Yeah. Foggy Dude, man, that song is hard, bro. Let's go. Yeah, man. That's the thing, man. The Irish have such a beautiful culture, too. You know what I mean? Like, at least a great history. All right. Here we go.
All right, here we go. We got Smith versus McKenna right now. Oh man, this is a good fight as well. It's escalating one fight after another. Now look, here's the thing, right? Let's take a look at the co-main event. Did we really need this co-main event? A lot of people are complaining about the fact that we should have never had this fight. I tell you what though, we'll talk about that fight later, because obviously that fight is going to be here. We're going to be here for it. You're going to be here for it. You're going to like and subscribe. You're going to go and share. You're going to do all of that. And we're going to do all of that by staying here and watching these exciting fights and celebrate boxing and MMA to the fullest extent, right? Remember, this is not only a boxing channel. This is obviously an MMA-centric channel, but yes, we have tremendous respect for boxing. And this is why we're here to cover it. And shout outs to Topology for having the most accurate information there is regarding all of combat sports. Like literally, if you want to look at all of combat sports, whether it's Muay Thai, jiu-jitsu or oh my goodness, they have all of it. And then you look at the record of the fighters, it will literally tell you, hey, what was his last fight from the most recent one of them all, right? Like, oh, okay, this guy fought a grappling match a week ago, now he's fighting in the UFC, and then he got kicked out of the UFC, so now he's boxing in the Jake Paul card. Sort of these crazy journeys of these fighters and people, right, that are involved in the fight game, especially the journeyman. But obviously journeyman may have a various meaning from one degree to another. But on any regard, here we are. Here's an exciting matchup though. We may not really be fond of the co-main event. At least I'm not. I don't know what your temperament or your feeling is on it. You know, your tolerance may vary, but I think there would have been other better co-main events, but nonetheless, we're here. I will say, I must think that Liam Smith and Aaron McKenna should have been the co-main event, but it's good that we're getting it now. So why should it be the co-main event? Well, Liam Smith knocked out the co-main event guy that is headlining this card, right? And Aaron McKenna is undefeated. So this fight is just naturally exciting, right? It's just naturally exciting. Undefeated guy against the veteran, and Liam Smith didn't do bad himself, knocking out Chris Eubank. And this is coming off of a win from Vidal Riley. By the way, many people were surprised by this. Chris Billum Smith gets the win over Brandon Glanton. I'm going to be honest with you. I was really underestimating the time frame, right? They started this fight all the way at 9. Right, I started the live stream at 9, but obviously that was a playback of my live stream that I did yesterday. That's the thing, right? A lot of streamers don't really celebrate some of the live streams that they do, but that's because they don't put their hard-earned effort into it. I do, right? I put my soul into that live stream, right? The interactions and the engagements that we got, and then also just the information gathering and the information sharing that I had with the audience, right? Those are the most fulfilling things about this. But speaking of fulfilling, right now we got round 1 with Liam Smith taking on Aaron McKenna, the undefeated Aaron McKenna, mind you. All right. So little double jab by Aaron McKenna right here. To be honest with you, this is sort of the first time that I've seen Aaron McKenna fight out of the 19 fights that he's had. So wow, it's crazy. 19 fights and you're already fighting Liam Smith, right? I mean, at 19 fights in MMA, yeah, you know, you should be fighting names like that are that big, right? But in boxing, 19-0, I mean, you know what? It depends, and the tolerance may vary on each camp towards what level of competition or how gradual they should move up at it. Wow, look at True Jordy in the
in the side commentary there saying that they were going to bring pizza his way. It's all good. Yeah, McKenna's really huge for this weight for sure. McKenna definitely has the height over Liam Smith. Really good shots from up top and into the body for Aaron McKenna as well. Very good stance on him as well. Very disciplined stance. Oh, yeah, straight away, I absolutely see McKenna winning this fight. Just jabbing his way all the way to the 12th round, probably. All right, so round one, I'm going to give to Aaron McKenna on that one. Seemed like a very easy round for Aaron McKenna. Wow. Turkey El-Sheikh was trying to do a boxing fight with Conor McGregor in KSI. Now, yeah, that would have been an interesting fight between those two, right? Just the personalities of them clashing together. All right, here we go, round two. Yeah, that's crazy, right? Yeah, Liam Smith does have a bit of a gray hair acceptance, which is kind of cool. There's a lot of guys that at that age, they would probably start blackening their hair or something like that. At least look at Liam Smith. He's just out there wearing it like a real man, just wearing it like, hey, you know what? This is me. This is my reality. That's it. Same thing for balding guys as well. I think there's this level of acceptance that some wear it with pride, and then there's just some that want to hide it. But me, yeah, shout outs to the positivity, the male image positivity of Liam Smith for that. But right now, I think
Aaron McKenna is sort of showing his age towards him right now. And Aaron McKenna is doing a very good job at this type of level right now, right? Like, you can really imagine that this kid could be a problem for a lot of people. Heck, I'm telling you right now, I could imagine that McKenna would be a problem for Eubank and for Conor Benn. He would knock out those guys tonight right now. Like, that's how much I think this guy's pretty good. He knows his boxing. He knows his thing. He knows his thing. He knows how to get in there. 6'1" for 161 pounds. You know what I mean? All right. Next round coming up.
This is very good head movement by McKenna right here. The accumulation of McKenna is just amazing with the volume, and it could very well overwhelm Smith. Another round for Aaron McKenna. You know what? He does fight a lot like Hamza Shiraz. That's right. The jab takes you around the world, man. And Aaron McKenna is doing exactly that. Fighting at world level. With the jab. close to getting a stoppage right here from Aaron McKenna. Smith is not going to last long the more that he's getting hit like this. There's Turkey El-Kheer right there with Frank Warren. Well, oh, this is a little warning going on. Okay. Yeah, Liam is definitely getting his butt whooped right now. Liam has to do something very different, otherwise this is over. I'm surprised the referee is not stepping in to try and stop this right now. All right, new round, and Liam Smith has to have new improvements. Otherwise, this is going to be a bad round 7. End of round number 7, and nothing different for Liam Smith. a very dangerous fight for Liam Smith right now. They need to stop this. Liam Smith is getting outclassed here. Wow, Chris Eubank has arrived with his dad. What an absolute WWE move. They absolutely did a WWE work on everybody, making them think that they were like at odds with each other. And then all of a sudden they show up like this in style and profile. Ric Flair WWE style. While that entrance was going on, here it is. McKenna and Smith are still going at it. I'm really loving the WWE feel of Eubank and the entrance, and then the video of them watching them as they enter was just very cinematic. That was one of the greatest entertainment pieces that I've ever seen in combat sports. And you know what? WWE constantly tries to emulate something like that. But there is nothing more real than when you do that in real fighting sports like this. When you do it in MMA, like with Conor McGregor and Khabib, the 2018 matchup that had a lot of historic implications behind it. Just like this one, it has lineage implications behind it. This isn't about a title. This isn't about really even personal grudges. This isn't even about rankings to any degree. And on top of that, these guys are in contrasting weight classes to begin with, which is why we have all of these ridiculous, point something rules and hydration clauses. So as a result of that, it still has entertainment value. It still has high entertainment value. And that video that you saw with the Eubanks entering together and the look and the dismay of Conor Benn and his father in their dressing room is absolutely theatrics to the core. And you have to appreciate it. And then we got the co-main event next coming up with Arthur and Anthony Yard. Oh, good uppercut right there. And the replay of Aaron McKenna versus Smith. All right, here we are. Yeah, Liam Smith's face doesn't look good right now here in round number 11. Yeah, Liam Smith's face doesn't look good right now here in round number 11. Just absolute dominance in the part of McKenna. Just absolute dominance in the part of McKenna. The only thing that Liam Smith has to look forward to at this point of the fight is nothing more than just moral victory of finishing the fight, going to the finish line. But the accumulation right now, I mean, to be honest with you, this looks deadly, dangerous. All right, how about that? Rick Reno, the CEO of the Ring Magazine, is walking in there talking with True Geordie. I can't believe that you're going to see True Geordie all night long in the side picture while all the fights are going on. Well, after this, you got Arthur versus Yard. Probably a whole lot more competitive than this one. But one never knows. You know, it's combat sports. You have to expect the unexpected, and you never know how these guys feel on the day of the fight. regardless of whatever it is that you know about them on paper. Regardless of whatever it is that you know about them on paper. Final round coming up. Man, the entrance of Eubank and his dad was absolutely legendary. You can never emulate anything like that ever in the history of mankind. That in and of itself was unique on its own. Final round of the beating and execution of Liam Smith. At this point, let's be honest, that's really what we're witnessing here is, ooh, see right there. As I was saying in execution, there's a good body shot right there. Ooh, see right there. Is he going to wave it off? Okay, they're going to keep going. Oh, look at McKenna. He wants to go for the finish. He got him cornered. Throwing some power shots. Oh, look at McKenna. He wants to go for the finish. He got him cornered. Throwing some power shots. Even after all that, we're going to see Liam Smith survive. So far, the biggest win in the career of Aaron McKenna. Yeah, the new generation of fighters definitely picked up on fighting two stances, right? The southpaw and then the orthodox, which, by the way, gives them a lot of options for different types of arsenal. And also, if you're an older fighter and somebody that's just a little bit more conventional, it's going to make it very difficult for you to prepare for somebody like that. So right now, man, very dangerous Aaron McKenna. Look at that. He's giving these little love taps with his cross right towards Liam. There he is. That concludes the fight. And as the fight concludes, on to the co-main event, and Aaron McKenna gets the biggest win of his career. Look at the highlights of Aaron McKenna here. Absolute brilliant boxing. One of the most talented boxers I've seen out of his generation right now. This dude is 25 years old, 6'1", and at this weight class. All right, so here we go. Let's find out the winner. Obviously, Aaron McKenna is a clear winner, but let's get a clear view here. And your winner by unanimous decision, Aaron McKenna. Okay, so this was for the WBA International belt. The Silencer. What a cool name. Cool fight name. All right, shout out to Aaron McKenna on that win. It's kind of cool what the Ring magazine is sort of offering to the world of boxing right now, sort of giving it that nostalgic feeling because you know where the Ring comes from, you know its lineage, and then on top of that, giving it its modern twist by sort of promoting these new generation of guys. Just like Aaron McKenna right now, I think this is the new generation of boxers that's coming up. Liam Smith is a big name. He knocked out the guy that was the headline for this particular fight night. And here it is, Aaron McKenna. He could probably do the same thing to Conor, Benn, and Chris Eubank all in the same night. You never know. On to the next one with the co-main event. Really close to the main event now. We got the co-main event, rematch, and then we got Conor, Benn, Eubank, grudge match. I can't wait. I gotta tell you, the fact that Eubank decided not to lose any more weight in this and make him a lot more deadlier going into this matchup. I mean, look, I need you to think about this, right? He's going to come in here with a higher weight advantage. His power is going to be on point. I need you to think about this, right? He's going to come in here with a higher weight advantage. His power is going to be on point. Oh, wait a minute. I got to use a mic on this one. Here we go. Okay, so there it is. Mic check 2 1 2. So, yeah, he's going to have problems, Conor Benn, in the power, right? Because there's weight classes for a reason. He's not a natural 160 pounder, right? He's not even a natural 150 fighter, right? Conor is a 147 fighter at best. And draining Chris, yeah, you know what? He was going to pay that fine. But after he paid that fine, he knew that he was going to knock him out because he knew that he would make a whole lot more money on this fight and then in his next fight on whatever that may be. But who knows? All right, here we go. So, yeah, just a little bit of some chit-chatting on the Ring Magazine with True Geordie as the host, which is crazy to think, right? But shout out to True Geordie for the gig, though. All right, so the co-main event is happening right now. Oh, wait, what is this? They got two professional gamers going at it right now with, just right before the co-main event. I think it's the Fatal Fury Street Fighter game that they're playing right now. There's two gamers that are doing this live right now in the fight event. I mean, very creative on the Saudis to put that together. Right, so they still have the gamers going at it right now. I don't know if they have a tournament going on or the best out of, but yeah, it's two gamers going at it. All right, so yeah, just remain patient. Still a whole lot of chit-chatting in between the fights. And yeah, I think we're going to get right into it probably in the next 10 minutes or so. Stay tuned. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Support a real one. All right, Arthur versus Yard is coming up in just a second. Right now, I think they're about to have the entrances going right now. All right, so Yard is making his way towards the ring right now. Very dramatic entrance in the part of Anthony Yard right here. Dramatic in a sense of anticipation and whatnot. All right, so here we go. Not a very exciting co-main event in terms of fan anticipation, but I will say a very competitive one. Okay, let's take a look at our co-main event of the evening. Lyndon Arthur, 24-2, very good pro record. Loses to Dimitri Bivol, beats Liam Cameron, Joel McIntyre, loses to Anthony Yard back in 2021, gets a split decision win over Anthony Yard. So here we are in the third installment of this fight. Okay? Let's take a look at where Anthony Yard has been. 26-3. Again, another very decent pro record. Got a decision win last time. TKO right before that. Another TKO. Loses to Arthur Beterbiev. No shame in that. Everybody loses to Arthur Beterbiev, especially since he was on a knockout streak and an undefeated streak on top of that. And then obviously the fourth round TKO against Lyndon Arthur, which, by the way, culminates to all of this. Split decision loss. Loses to Sergey Kovalev. You remember that fight. It was, I think it was the first time that he had lost as a pro. So this is where we are now in the big show, doing it for the third time and seeing how this one is going to go. Security confirm all sides secured. All right, here we go. All right, Anthony Yard has now been announced. Billy Joe Saunders, there's a footage of him sent in the locker room of Chris Eubank to inspect the hand wraps. Yeah, he's there and expected to check out the hand wraps. There's Anthony Yard, and then there's Arthur right there. I believe Arthur did an interview with James English, the famous crime drama podcaster in Scotland. All right, here we go. Yeah, real cinema on display. Both the fathers are there, and then you have Billy Joe Saunders as the culprit of the whole entire thing behind the scenes of checking out somebody's gloves and hand wraps. Oh, wow, there it is. Anthony Yard setting it up right away, straight to work. Yeah, really fast jabs right here by Anthony Yard. Yeah, Bivol definitely bullied Arthur a lot when they fought. But Arthur Beterbiev had a fight with Anthony Yard. Yeah, that didn't go too well for Anthony Yard. But again, who went well with Arthur other than Bivol, which shows you just how badass Bivol is. Yeah, good body shots right here by Yard. Very good body attempts. So far, a nice fast start in the first round between the two, right? This is what you get with two very explosive dudes, right? Like, Yard is just an explosive guy. Lyndon Arthur is no different. But look at the aggression on the part of Anthony Yard, though. Really good aggression on his part. There's a concentrated effort on the part of Anthony Yard to really go for the body, and now he's headhunting right up top right now. But a very good level changes that he does. If you notice, he's aiming for the body, aiming for the head, aiming up top. He's throwing a hook right up there too with just 17 seconds left. Yeah, Anthony Yard looks really good in this fight. Round one, I'm going to have to give it to Anthony Yard. What do you guys think? Yeah, the speed of Yard is amazing, man. Really good speed. Yeah, this is such a good job on the part of Yard, man. Yard is doing such a very amazing job in this fight. All right, here we go. Round number 2 coming up, guys. Let's see if Yard can continue and how long he will continue these twitchy fast muscles that he is displaying right now, which I think ultimately, if he does keep this up, he has a great potential of winning this fight. I gave him round 1. This is round 2, fresh round. Let's see how it goes. Oh, yeah, look at that. Really good jab right there by Anthony Yard. I see Ben Whitaker sitting in the one of the front rows, just a little bit in the back. Yeah, all the fights have been good so far, man. Those were the perfect 5 fights to put together for this whole entire card. You know what I mean? These were the perfect cards, man, as we are witnessing round number 2 right now with Anthony Yard versus Lyndon Arthur. Yeah, look at this. Probably the most exciting boxing card all year long. Aaron McKenna, great upset. Vidal Riley, another great upset. Chris Billum, I mean, he was the favorite going into this, but it was an upset for me because I wanted Brendan Glanton to win, fellow California dude, but that's how it goes. And yeah, here we are in the co-main event right here with Arthur and Yard. Yeah, it's just a very difficult style to deal with. Is Anthony Yard right now, at least for Lyndon. I'm giving you the play-by-play right now, Mr. Patrick Ball. That is the best that I can do, is give you the play-by-play. So right now we are in the second round, 16 seconds left, and it's still the same twitchy, fast muscle fibers that Yarde is throwing off towards Lyndon Arthur. Very fast jabs, and on top of that, very difficult to deal with. And here comes Arthur trying to fight back, trying to swing, only for Arthur to come and counter it. So that is what I'm doing. I'm giving you the play-by-play. So let's say if you are at work or if you are somewhere where you're not able to see the fight live, guess what I'm doing? I'm here doing this for you, giving you the play-by-play, giving you the audio. And what is this? Billy Joe Saunders and Knapp are going at it right now. The manager of Chris Eubank and Billy Joe Saunders. Oh, what a great turn of events, man. I'm telling you, this is a really exciting card. Everybody was complaining about, oh, these guys are not equally ranked or they're not in the same bracket and this and that. Yeah, we get all that. But you know what? If there's an exciting fight that you can make, go make it. Man, don't even hesitate. Because if you do, you miss out on all the fun that is going on right now. There's Billy Joe Saunders right there from the locker room and back into the arena and into the front row, throwing some little devil horn signs for what it looks like. All right, so round number 3, we're right here. So round number 3, let's see if he maintains these fast muscle twitch fibers that Yarde has going on, and he's been maintaining it so far. Very good speed on the part of Yarde. Arthur has his hands full tonight for sure. True Jordy is talking about his experience when Tyson Fury hung up on him. This is hilarious. While Arthur and Yarde are going on at the same time, this is crazy. You guys, if you stay tuned, I'm going to have the KSW fight full video right here. I'm going to show it to you when I think when this co-main event is over. I'm going to show it to you guys. Please stay tuned. I'm going to show you that Eddie Hall versus Marius fight in full view if you guys stay. But you got to stay tuned for my live commentary for Yard versus Arthur while we're at it. Here we go. And you got to hit the like and subscribe button if you may, please. So double jab by Yard. Very good speed on the part of Yard, continuing that speed and motion, right? And then there's just Arthur right there, really just trying anything at this point, right? Just throwing some hooks, trying to just flick out some jabs out there. But the jab of Yard is a lot stronger than that of Arthur, right? It's a lot more meaningful. Like there's a lot more sting to it. And then also there's variations of speed that Yard is using in order to sort of offshoot Arthur. But here we are with just under 2 minutes left in the fourth round. All right, so that's the end of the round. That's another round for Anthony Yard right there. Again, very masterful performance by Anthony Yard. A very masterful performance by Yard. What is this? This is this Ed Sheeran lookalike over here. What is this? So round number 5, all in the same for Anthony Yard. Just the constant jabs. He's just really cooking him, just really gauging his constantly gauging him. All right, here we go, guys. Round number 6. 30 seconds into it, into round number 6. All right, here we go, guys. Round number... Very interesting commentary by True Geordie here as Anthony Yarde is continuing his precision of jabs. Here's Yarde right now throwing in some clinches. While True Geordie is talking about the main event already, I'm right here talking about the co-main event as they are clinching up in the 6th round. Some very hard shots right there by Anthony Yarde. All right, back at the clinch in between the both of them. Body shots by Yarde. fighting close range between them right now. All right, back into clinching position between them. A lot of clinching going on in this fight, don't you think? Considering early on, you had Anthony Yarde really fighting a great distance and range fight. Ooh, here it is. He's working on the body as well, working on close ranges. Anthony Yarde with some hard shots. All right, next round coming up. All right, man. Another insane round for Anthony Yard. That's what I'm talking about. This is an obvious mismatch, isn't it? Anthony Yard absolutely used all this time to get better, and he is evolved into a different boxer right now. It's clear which fighter improved between them. Both had their ups and downs. Both went against some of the top level names of the world of light heavyweight boxing. But in the end, it was Anthony Yard that evolved a whole lot better than Arthur did. And as a result of that, that is what you're witnessing right now between these two. A good beating that Anthony Yard is giving him. Wow, man, some real heavy hands on the part of Anthony Yard right here. It's a good right hand right there by Anthony Yard. Those are some hard left hooks by Anthony Yard right there. Another big round for Anthony Yard. It's over for Arthur pretty soon. I would not be surprised if they stop this fight later on or just right before the end of the bell. All right, good left hook right there by Arthur. At least he had some moments right there. Look at this. What is this? We got a body shot, and then, ooh, nice hook on the part of Arthur on that round. All right, next round, though. Still, that doesn't change the fact that Anthony Yard is dominating this fight. 145th round of Lyndon Arthur's career. Wow. And we are in the 9th round out of 12 right now with Anthony Yarde and Arthur. By the way, everybody, don't forget to like and subscribe and check out all of my content from top to bottom, all the different videos that I have, all the insane content that you will never see anywhere else. The most epic mixed martial arts channel in the history of mankind, while also covering some boxing, California politics, geopolitics, street politics, and everything in between. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Here we go on the 9th round of Anthony Yarde versus Arthur, as Arthur is getting dominated by Yarde right now. So please hit the like and subscribe button, as we are seeing Yarde throwing some uppercuts in close ranges. He is cornering Arthur right in between the ropes. There's another uppercut. 141, 140, 139 of the 9th round. All right, so not only did Anthony Yarde early in the fight show that he was hitting you with some straight shots, but now he's hitting you some close range as well. All right, folks, that is the end of the 9th round. Now going into the 10th round. Everybody, as we are going into the 10th round and into the championship rounds, do not forget to like and subscribe to the most epic mixed martial arts channel in the history of mankind, as we are covering the most epic boxing event in this year's calendar so far. A lot of good undercards as well. And here it is, the end of the undercard, the co-main event between Conor Benn and Chris Eubank, with Arthur versus Anthony Yarde. I can't wait. The main event is coming up soon. In North London. All right. Again, aggressive effort on the part of Anthony Yarde once again. Very nice, aggressive effort. All right, so here it is. Anthony Yarde still with a strong aggressive effort on the part of just in the close range position. All right, here we go. More body shots on the part of Anthony Yarde right here, and just more close range pressure. And remember how he started this fight out, fighting out of range and distance. Wow, good hooks on the part of Anthony Yarde right there. Wow, good hooks on the part of Anthony Yarde right there. Oh, wow, good. He made a miss on that one. Really good technical display. And look, he's taunting him while in the middle of that as well. He was just taunting him. People are going crazy over this song in the arena right now. There's Ben Whitaker. There's a few people. There's Frank Bruno. All the stars are out in the British boxing scene. There's Idris Elba right there, I believe. All right, here we go. Round 11. We're in the championship rounds right now. Here we go. A little bit more clinching between them right now. What is that song that they were playing in the arena? Anybody, let me know on the comment section below if you could tell me the song that was being played in the arena. Wow, man, Anthony Yarde is going really hard right now, especially right in the body, really trying to dig in there. Anthony Yarde is going really hard, especially right in the body, really trying to dig in there. Wow, look at these hard shots by Anthony Yarde. Wow, look at these hard shots by Anthony Yarde. All right, yeah, real good quality work for Arthur right here. All right, yeah, real good quality work for Arthur right here. Wow, man. Yeah, in the 11th round, he's really putting it on him right now. Wow, man. Yeah, in the 11th round, he's really putting it on him. All right, here we go. The 12th and final round of this fight right here. All right, here we go. The 12th and final round of this fight. Anthony Yarde still strong as ever from round 1 all the way to round 12. Still no difference. Anthony Yarde still strong as ever from round 1 all the way to round 12. Still no difference. Oh, wow. There's some hard shots right there by Anthony Yarde. Oh, wow. Ooh, throwing some hard body shots right there. Ooh, throwing some hard body shots right there. Yeah, I think Arthur's sitting in the ropes a little too comfortably for my liking. Yeah, I think Arthur's sitting in the ropes a little too comfortably for my liking. You want to be able to make Yarde work for these shots, right? He feels at liberty to throw these because he's so close to you. Oh, man. Good shots right there by Anthony Yarde. Now under 60 seconds of all this fight. And the work rate of Anthony Yarde has really been impressive. Obviously, you know what? Arthur is a very difficult man to finish. And we're seeing that right now. Yeah, the conditioning of Yarde here has really been on display. Yeah, the conditioning of Yarde here has really been on display. Ooh, man, good, brutal body shots right there by Yarde. Ooh, right up top. All right, man, that is the end of the fight between Arthur and Yarde, which I believe is going to be a unanimous decision for Yarde. And now we're on to the main event coming up. On to the main event, guys. This is the main event right now. 5 hours and 7 minutes into this live stream. This is the main event coverage. We're going to do the main event coverage right now. 5 hours and 7 minutes. Here we go. So, main event coverage. We just went through the whole entire main event. I'm sorry, the whole entire main card. And now on to the main event. Main card and on to the main event. We just went through the co-main event between Arthur and Anthony Yarde. Well, I got to tell you, this was a clinic for Anthony Yarde. He was clinical. He was taking Yarde to school here. He was going to the body. He was going close range at the end of the fight, at the second half of the fight. In the first half of the fight, he was fighting in a very distance, rangy type of situation. Here it is. Liam Smith taking on Aaron McKenna. Great 20-0 victory for Aaron McKenna, the biggest win of his career against Liam Smith. He really rocked Liam Smith multiple times in this fight. And for whatever reason, Liam Smith was durable, which is what they say about a lot of fighters that just continue on fighting for the moral victory of going to distance. Speaking of which, that's what we also got with the Vidal Riley and Chevron Clarke in the British Cruiserweight Championship matchup. Vidal Riley, I knew he was going to win this. A lot of people were favored Chevron Clarke to win this. But in the end, Vidal Riley showed that since he was 5 years old, since the first time he could even walk, he was boxing. And this is what he's destined to be. He's a boxing prodigy. And then our very own California, Brandon Glanton, went to Tottenham Stadium to take on Chris Billum for a cruiserweight title and came up short on a unanimous decision on the part of Chris Billum. Now, here we are. What is the decision that we have for the co-main event of the evening for the Intercontinental belt? Wow, it's an Intercontinental belt. Obviously, Anthony Yarde. So on we go to the main event of the evening tonight, guys. That is the whole entire card, and here we are on to the main event of the whole entire evening. Let's go. All right, guys, you have tapped into the main event coverage of the evening. If you want to see the very beginning of the main event coverage, turn to 5 hours and 7 minutes of this live stream that you are witnessing right now. And don't forget to like and subscribe. Also, we're going to cover the main event of KSW, maybe even the whole entire KSW card. And then on top of that, we're going to cover UFC Fight Night, Kansas City tonight with Ian Garry versus Carlos Prates. Another interesting matchup that we can look forward to tonight. Stay tuned because we are here for the main event coverage, not just the main event coverage, but all major combat sports around the world. The most epic mixed martial arts channel in the history of mankind. Guys, tap in. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Give me a like, give me a share, and watch all my past videos and all my new videos that I have on the channel, inshallah. All right, guys, so I'm going to do a special coverage right now on this fight right here between Eddie Hall and Marius Pujanowski. Shout outs to MMA Squad for this one.
Once again, he has succeeded in his second bout inside mixed martial arts, and he is fighting Polish MMA fighter. And
all right, so what we see here is just a whole lot of swinging on the part of Marius Pudzianowski. And of course, Eddie Hall, with the strength that he has, he uses it to try and overpower him. Oh, but look, he tries to shoot in for a takedown, but instead the heavy hand of Eddie Hall gets the best of him, and as a result, goes in there and then gets the win. And that is all we have, folks, and that is that. So, all right. So with that, we just had the coverage for Marius Pudzianowski taking on Eddie Hall. It was a very quick fight, and that was KSW. Let's check the whole entire card for KSW 105. You know what? Maybe I shouldn't. I do want to take a look at the results of the fight just by, how do I say this? By surprise. So I do want to watch the whole entire card. But yeah, that is the main event of KSW tonight. So now we covered KSW. Not only cover Benn versus Eubank, which is what we're covering right now. Tonight, we're also going to cover UFC Ian Gary versus Carlos Prates in UFC Fight Night, Kansas City. Let's go. And please don't forget to like and subscribe as we give you guys the most exciting coverage for this fight. Shout outs to Clarke Fishing. You want to check out the coverage for the KSW main event? Turn to 12 minutes, 5 hours and 12 minutes of this live stream. Right now we are at 5 hours and 14 minutes into this live stream with the coverage of the main event that we are about to witness. Take a look at this crazy little iSpeed promotion they got going on. They make it look like Street Fighter. This is kind of awesome. Look at this. Like 90s Street Fighter like vibe, isn't it? Like 90s video game status right here. This is absolutely like 90s video game status. Oh, wow. And then they take it to like the time where Street Fighter went alpha mode. All right, shout outs to the 2,000 people around the world that have tapped into this live stream. Thank you very much. We are about to embark on the main event of the evening right now between Conor Benn and Chris Eubank Jr., along with his father, Chris Eubank Sr., reunited once again to take on the father-son duo of Nigel Benn and Conor Benn, along with the father duo of Chris Eubank Sr. and Chris Eubank Jr. Here we go, guys. Please don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button. It is free. It doesn't cost you anything. It helps me out. So be a good human being and help a brother out, because we are here to share this beautiful moment together of sports excellence and entertainment all wrapped in together. Because we're also going to cover UFC as well tonight. All right, the proceedings are about to get started. All right, they have God Save the King playing right now in the national anthem as we await the two fighters entering the ring. Everybody that is tapped in, please do not forget to like and subscribe as you tap into my channel. I give you the live coverage of what's going on right now. The commission has now officially approved the gloves of Chris Eubank Jr. as he is walking out right now. He just literally signed the gloves right now, and the crowd is now going crazy with the anthem as we are witnessing them singing God Save the King. Conor Benn is walking out right now. Conor Benn is currently walking out right now. The entire arena or the entire stadium is darkened right now with red lights as he is coming out. All right, here we go. Walking out to a Fuji song right here. Conor Benn is. very interesting choice of music here. All right, here we go. Conor Benn enters right now. All right, so Conor Benn is now entered the arena and walking into the ring. I tell you what, with all the glitz and all the glamour as you walk into the ring or the cage, right? The one thing that is really prevalent in your mind is the combat that you are about to endure. And that goes for any fight, whether it's the biggest fight or whether it's the hardest fight or whether it is the biggest money fight. Now, for Chris Eubank Jr., this is just another day in the park for him. It just so happens that this guy has a name. And this is a reason why he had to create interest in order to egg him on, for lack of a better, use of terms and, analogies. But yeah, that's what he had to do to get this fight going. Because, you know what? Let's be honest. Chris Eubank has had harder fights before. And that's really just the bottom line about it. He's had harder fights. And this right here is just a big money fight. All right, Chris Eubank Jr. is about to enter right now. All right, Chris Eubank Jr. is entering the ring right now, escorted by his father, Chris Eubank Sr. He's got got some sort of coat on that's sort of similar and matching towards that of Chris Eubank. Wow, walking out to Simply the Best, the same entrance song as his dad, and the whole entire arena is going crazy right now. All the rest, Simply the Best. That's crazy, man. Good song to walk out to. And it's a good song regardless if it's a song that is well adapted towards Chris Eubank Sr. Nonetheless, man, it is It is still a catchy song. And what is this? They got an orchestra coming out right here. What is this? Let's see what this is right here. Like a very James Bond-like song, doesn't it? Has like this James Bond vibe to it a little bit. Wow. Very epic and powerful. All right, and here we go with the Dr. Dre entrance music. The classic Still Dre. I'm representing all the gangsters all across the world still. Still is DRE. Still DRE. It's still Chris Eubank, and he's about to spank Conor B, double E to the N-E. Oh, wow, he's got the Union Jack right behind that jacket. Woo! Wow, what an epic entrance, Chris Eubank Jr. Let's go, everybody. Like and subscribe right now as we witness the most epic live stream and the most epic situation that we are witnessing together right here on this live stream right now. Chris Eubank. What an epic live stream. What an epic walkout. With the Dr. Dre. Let's go. All right, here we go. Chris Eubank entering the ring right now. And right behind him is the verse of Dr. Dre. Still Dre. Still Dre. Still Dre. Still Dre. It's still Chris Eubank Jr. About to smash Conor Benn. Put an end to his ends. As they say in British ends. World still representing for the gangsters all across the world. Let's go. Oh, look at Chris Eubank Jr. hugging Nigel Benn and Conor Benn. What is that about? A little mind games, perhaps. Shout outs to the 2.5K people around the world that is tapped in with me. 2.6K people while we're at it. Shout out to Carl M. Thank you for appreciating the commentary, my man. Across the world still. Oh man, this is the most epic walkout right now. I wish everybody around the world could see this. This is the most epic walkout right now. The most epic walkout right now. And this is the most epic stare down right now. 5:32, 5 hours and 32 minutes is the epic stare down right here. All right, here we go. So the beginning of the fight is really about to start realistically right here, okay? This is where the fight is going to begin. It just had a stare down right here, 32 minutes into the live stream. They had that stare down. Michael Buffer is introduced to them right now. There's Conor Benn and his dad being patted down. There's the trainer of Chris Eubank. There's Chris Eubank Sr. right there next to him, sort of playing the background. And I think this is sort of what was agreed upon between him and his dad is, you know what, this is what you're going to do. You're going to play the role of being in the background and let the trainers be the trainer. Because sometimes, here's the thing, with a lot of martial arts dads, what they try to do is they try to input a lot of the trainers, way, right? Well, you can't mix it up all the way. You got to teach what you teach and let the trainer do what they got to do. And I think Senior is learning to play the background at that right now. And so right now they're being ring announced right now. You know, the procedures, the ritual procedures of boxing and what have you. Wow. They're announcing all the people that are the legendary people in the stands right now. So by this point, yeah, the fight is about to start. Oh, wow, they're announcing Nigel Benn. And now Chris Eubank Sr. And of course, they had to somehow really make this about them, right? Which, by the way, I got to tell you, the majority of people that are attracted into this event that have came into the arena are, guess what? A lot of the people that are within the generation that was old enough to see Eubank and Nigel go at it from the very beginning. Let's get ready to rumble! Yes, Michael Buffer. All right, here we go. All right, undefeated Conor Benn. Giving up his undefeated record tonight, perhaps, against Chris Eubank. Conor the Destroyer Benn, here we go. All right, and there's Chris Eubank Jr. being announced right there. They are staring down at each other right now. The fight is about to begin. And it's there's no way we're going to do that. All right, here we go. Round number 1. Oh, wow, nice little counter right there by Chris. All right, so far, really good lead jab right there by Chris Eubank. Yeah, Chris Eubank really throwing some good jabs right there. Yeah, really a lot of movement from Benn, like in and out, and then just sort of switching levels, but not really engaging, right? A lot of moving, but not a lot of engagement, if that makes any sense. All right, so here we go. Chris Eubank. Ooh, nice little counter right there. So here we go. Round number 1, 110, 109, 108, 107. And so far, jab by Chris Eubank. Man, this is such an exciting fight right now if you are seeing this around the world. This is such an amazing fight. So far, there's a lot of frantic movement by Conor Benn, not really doing much with it. And then on top of that, there's a lot of jabs that are connecting with Chris Eubank Jr. so far. Really good disciplined effort by the part of Chris Eubank Jr. And shout outs to Jake Davies from wherever you are from. Let me know what part of the world you are from, my man. Oh, wow. That right hand right there is squeaked right through. Oh, wow, man. There's a good hook right there by Chris Eubank. All right, and that is the end of that fight, right, of that round right there. Round number 1 has now concluded, and I'm going to give that to Chris Eubank. On to the next round. Okay, guys, round number 2. Here we go. 20 seconds into round number 2 already. Once again, very disciplined effort on the part of Chris Eubank. Just what I predicted. This was Chris Eubank's show to really put on right here. And he's really showing it. The skill differentiation, the differentiation of skills that you see between them right now is really prominent. Oh, wow. Somebody's hurt right here. All right, 140 in round number 2. So far, man, just a complete domination on the part of Chris Eubank. If only you guys could see this. Oh, wow. That's a good hook by Conor Benn there. That's the thing with Conor Benn. You got to watch out, man. He's got some serious power behind him. You never know what kind of power Conor Benn is going to bring to the table. All right, there it is. There's a jab right there. But, man, Conor Benn got him hurt in that exchange right there. Ooh! Oh, no. Chris Eubank got hurt in that exchange once again. Oh, man, there's another one. Oh, wow. Oh, Conor Benn is throwing wild right there. This is the difference, man. Conor Benn is a destroyer. Wow, and there's another round right there. Another round down. And, well, that round, you can arguably say that that belongs to Conor Benn for sure. All right, so yeah, on to the next round right here. All right, round 3, and look at Senior right there, sort of hinting at Chris Eubank to, you know, stay with the jab, sort of doing these jab hit motions. All right, so we're in the 3rd round right now at a very crucial fight for Chris Eubank and Conor Benn. Oh, wow. Yeah, wow. He got caught in that one right there. Real major breakthrough in that one, man. He really got hit in that one. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a replay on that one right here. Look at it, man. He hit him hard with that one, man. Oh, yeah, that right hand right there. And then that hook that followed as well. And then great on the part of Chris Eubank to go and get a clinch going right there. But now they're back at it right here at 1 minute and 23 seconds of the third round. Yeah, man. Conor Benn's doing a whole lot better than what we would have expected. You see, the way that Conor Benn is looking to fight, he's looking to, like, hurt you. You see what I mean? Like, that's sort of like the difference in his style. He's, like, just really out there looking to, you know, bang you up, like, straight head on. Oh, wow. There's Eubank right there trying to shoot in for a takedown. What? What? Oh, you a wrestler now. He said, you a wrestler now. What's going on? You know what? That looks to me as a smell of desperation in the part of Chris Eubank right now. That does not look good. That double leg takedown right there. Chris Eubank looked like an NCAA Division I wrestler going at Conor Benn's legs like that. All right, well, that's the end of the round right there. All right, y'all, round 4 coming up. All right, round number 4. So far, man, I'm really surprised by the showing of Conor Benn. Conor Benn is doing a whole lot better than what I really would have expected, in all true to God honesty. I never would have imagined that Conor Benn would do this good, but he is. Man, shout out to Conor Benn, man. Shout out to Conor Benn. He's doing a very good job right now. And this right now is the fight of Conor Benn and not so much of Chris Eubank. He is giving him some serious problems right now. Wow. Serious problems he's getting right now. All right, yeah, that was a good shot right there by Eubank momentarily. Oh, wow, there's a shot, a hard shot counter right there by Conor Benn. Oh, wow, there's Chris Eubank right there trying to corner him into the ropes. All right, there it is. That is the end of that round, round number 4, going into round number 5. Oh, yeah. Eubank rocked him with that one right there. Ooh, nice uppercut he caught him with right there. Okay, nice little check hook right there as he was trying to catch him coming in. Boom, and then there's that one right there. Okay, so a little bit of an even round between them. Oh, why? They got the Delilah song playing in the background. And look at Conor just talking smack in mid-fight. And right there, he's still talking smack. I don't even know what he's saying, but then there's... Wait, what is the referee saying? What, is he saying stop talking smack? Oh, okay, he's just trying to warn him about breaking up, especially when the referee warns them one time. A little slip right there. A little slip right there in the 5th round. And by the way, guys, after this fight, stay tuned because I will be here for the UFC Ian Garry versus Prates UFC Fight Night, Kansas City. I will be there for that one as well. So stay tuned and stay put. All right, meanwhile, here's Conor Benn clinching up Chris Eubank right into ropes. Here we are, 5th round, less than a minute. Wow, look at Chris Eubank mounting back. What is Chris Eubank going to do now? You know what? Very even fight. I'm going to be honest with you. Just right in between, mid-fight between these two right now. Very even fight. And by the way, guys, stay tuned because I will be here to live stream also UFC Fight Night. Carlos Prates versus Ian Garry. Meanwhile, we are witnessing Eubank Jr. versus Benn. And if you guys want to check out the KSW main event, Pujanowski versus Eddie Hall, rewind back to 5 hours and 12 minutes into the live stream for the full fight. Shout outs to MMA Media, I believe is the name of the video that provided for that. But yeah, I got it right here, all full footage. Rewind back 40 minutes behind this live stream. And shout outs to the 5,000 people, 5,322 people around the world that have tapped into this channel right now for this live stream coverage. All right, next round coming up. All right, round 6, here we go. All right, guys, here we go. Ooh, double jab between both of them right now. They both connect at each other right here in the 6th round. Oh, wow. There's Eubank again getting rocked. Eubank seems to be susceptible to getting rocked. Oh, wow. There's Conor Benn right there pushing up on Chris Eubank. Yeah, I think this is going to go all 12 rounds, in my opinion. There's a good chance that this goes all 12 rounds. Oh, wow. There's Chris Eubank right there getting backed up by Conor Benn. All right, man. Yeah, really exciting matchup between them, though. Surprisingly, I think that what many people would have really expected out of Chris Eubank was that he would have schooled Conor Benn by now, which he kind of is. But Conor Benn is not too far behind. And I think that alone is going to render a lot of criticism on the side of Chris Eubank, even if he comes out the victor on this one. Yeah, they got that song, "Don't You Want Me, Baby?" Yeah, it really has been a competitive fight so far between these two guys. Really much more competitive than what we'd have really imagined. All right, there we go. Little ooh, wow, nice uppercut exchange right there by Eubank right into the chin of Conor Benn. Ooh, nice uppercut right there. All right, so far, really good performance by both guys, man. Really, I mean, it's just a back and forth. All right, man. So really good performance so far by Eubank and Conor Benn. I don't even know who to really score this fight towards at this point. All right, and that is the end of that round. All right, round 6 coming up. All right, here we go. 109, 108, 106 for round number 8. Shout outs to the 6.2K people around the world that have tapped in to this live stream. 6.3 actually, to be exact. Oh, wow. There's some hard shots coming right here. Wow, Eubank is swollen in Eubank is swollen, man. Oh wow, there's some good shots right there. Wow, he's pushing him up against the ropes right there. Oh, wow. Good shots right there. Yeah, this is definitely a fight that suits Conor Benn more than it does Chris Eubank. In his dog fight, that Benn is really better than Chris Eubank at. And I think he's looking to make Chris Eubank quit right here. Oh, wow. Oh, he just rocked Chris Eubank. I can't believe this. But the veteran savviness of Eubank to clinch up. Yeah, this is really a fight of willpower right here between them. Oh, wow. Yeah, there was a bit of some head clashing right there from what it seems. All right, so into the 10th round right here. Let's go. Oh, wow, man. They're both swinging wild in these directions right here. Nice hook right there. Oh, nice step in right there by Conor Benn. Oh, he's looking to rock Eubank. Looking for Eubank to make that one mistake to where he can hook off on him. And Conor Benn is so relentless with these hard power shots. People don't understand how exhausting it is to have a style like that in Conor Benn, where he's just throwing these massive shots straight away at Eubank. Oh, wow. Good body shot right there. Oh, wow. He's hurting Conor Benn right now. He's hurting Eubank. Conor Benn is hurting Eubank right now. Yeah, Eubank definitely looks tired right now in this position. All right, that's the end of round number 10. Now we're moving into the championship rounds of round number 11 and 12. Man, so far, very competitive matchup. You would think that, hey, you know what? It is Eubank that is taking this. In 1 minute, you think that it's Benn, but right now it is Benn that looks like the fresher of the two fighters in the way that he is really approaching this fight in a very aggressive manner. All right, here we go. Round number 11. Oh, wow, there it is. He's pushing Conor Benn back. Oh, wow. There's some hard shots right there between them. Yeah, the cheekbones of Chris Eubank is damaged up for sure. All right, we're at midway stage, round 11 right now. Oh, wow, man. Yeah, this is some good British classic right here. Yeah, Eubank is looking spent right now. He really looks like he is tired and out of it. And by the way, guys, also don't forget we are checking out UFC Fight Night, Kansas City as well, coming up next. Both throwing some hard hooks right here in between the rounds. And that is the end of the 12th, going into the final round. Also, please don't forget that we will be here for UFC Fight Night as well. All right, so round number 12, here we go. Oh, wow. There's Eubank right there, mounting an offense right back. Oh, wow. There it is, man. Going for it, man. Really wild fight going on right here. Going all the way till the end. All right, so they break them up right now. All right, and that is the end of the round right there. That is the end of the fight. And as soon as that ends, the first fight of the UFC starts. Wow, here we go. Stockton, California. All right, round number 1 in the UFC. All right, here we go. Round 1 with Edwards and Chandler. Man, this fight could end in a draw right here. Five more minutes. I can't believe it. Chris Eubank is the winner. Chris Eubank is the winner. Chris Eubank is the winner. Wow, man. He won that one by a decision. That's amazing. Oh, wow. La Pantera gets a TKO right there at the same time. big ups to Eubank on that one. He won that one fair and square. It was a hard-fought fight nonetheless, but it could have gone to either guy. He was saying that his dad needed to be there to see all of that. All right, Jocelyn Edwards wins by TKO on that one. And while that's going on, we're also continuing the coverage of Eubank versus Benn. Unanimous decision. Great win, by the way. All right, they're speaking to Conor Benn right now. All right, so Eddie Hearn is basically saying that, yeah, he won the heart of the country, pretty much. So we're going to transition from boxing to MMA, guys. That's right, boxing to MMA, just like that. Here we go. We got Machado Garry right now. And if you want to check out KSW, we got the link right there on the timestamp. 5 hours and 12 minutes into it. If you want to check out the main event, I got the full fight footage right there, ringside footage and all that. So check it out. All right, we got one UFC fight down so far. We got Conor Benn versus Eubank already in the books, and then we got the KSW main event right here, exclusive on this channel that you can check out on the 5 hour and 12-minute mark of this live stream. All right, round number 1 between Romero and Cuamba. Here we go. All right, so here we are, round one so far between Romero and Cuamba. Shout out to everyone that was tapped in from the Chris Eubank fight, but we're going to move on to the, the new fight of the evening. Obviously, it's going to be Ian Garry versus Prates. It's going to be an exciting matchup. I mean, let's be honest, right? A lot of high anticipation for it. Or you know what? I could say that this fight is going to have a lot of similarities to the Eubank and the Conor Benn fight, which is that you are dealing with a guy that is just a little bit on a higher level than the next guy, but still the other guy is still tough and may somehow give that high level fighter or that high level striker a very difficult time. And we may see the same thing tonight with Ian Machado Garry along with Prates. So stay tuned because we're tapped in to watch all of it tonight. And if you want to check out the KSW main event from today, which we also covered, go check out 5 hours and 12 minutes into this live stream. If you want to check it out, I got the full footage of the whole entire fight, cage side footage. So go and check it out right here on this very same live stream. While we are covering UFC Kansas City. He got a finish right there. That was a brilliant finish. That was a brilliant finish right there. Out of nowhere, that finish came. Nowhere he got that finish. Out of nowhere. Out of nowhere. Let's see the replay on that one again. Let's see the replay. All right, let's take a look at this. There's a flying knee right there. Boom. Hits him with a flying knee. Yeah, really diverse combinations he had going there. Yeah, nice switch knee shot right here. All right, so here we go. Now with the official announcement of the flying knee KO. Three minutes, 55 seconds of round number 2. All right, Timmy Cuamba. Timmy Cuamba gets the flying knee KO. Yeah, it was a great flying knee on Timmy Cuamba there. Really good flying knee, just out of nowhere. Bam, switch kick. Switch knee, bam, out of nowhere. Yeah, good win nonetheless. All right, so Pauliana Viana's walking out right now. So for those of you that are tapped in, obviously you tapped in with me earlier with the Eubank versus Conor Benn fight. Obviously now that's over. Now the main focus of the fight tonight is Ian Garry versus Prates. And if you want to check out the coverage of that fight earlier, just rewind back all the way to the very beginning. And here we are now watching Pauliana Viana taking on Amorim. Little bonus stream. Walking out to Pride FC Music. Very interesting kids music there. All right, Jacqueline Amorim and Pauliana Viana are being announced right now. We got ourselves a fight coming up right now. All right, so now Jacqueline Amorim's being announced. Yeah, that's absolutely no problem, man. Hello to your friend Dor Edgar. Shout out to Dor Edgar. Nice try, BTR. Haha. Nice try, my friend. Meanwhile, here's Polyana Vienna. Now stuck in 69 position, north-south position, that is. All right, so now Amorion's in side control. All right, Amorion maintaining this side control position right now. Now looking for a Kimura lock. Polyana doing a very good job of preventing this armbar to get on her. Now she's in full mount position. Now Amorion is in full mount position as we speak. Ground and pound position right now by Amorion. Now still maintaining his mount position right now. Now back into this full mount position. All right, so now she has her back in a sudden turn of events with just 4 seconds left in the first round. And that is how she ends that fight right there. Well, ends that first round right there with Polyana Viana. All right, so pretty good scrambling exchanges between them two so far. All right, round number 2. All right, here we go. Top position for Amorim once again, really dominating the grappling aspects of this fight. All right, here we go. Still in the side control position, very similar to how she controlled her in the first round. Going knee on belly now. Wow, here comes Amorim taking her back right now. Okay, now she's got the figure 4 lock. She's looking to isolate her neck right there while preventing the arms from defending. And look, she's got it right there. This is deep. Oh, wow. Okay, Polyana got out of it because what Polyana needs to do is prevent a 2-on-1. Okay, oh, wow. She just let it go. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. She just let that one go. That was a submission by Amorim right there. Great submission by Amorim. Yeah, that was a great submission by Amorim. All right, good submission win. All right, great submission win. Great submission win on her part right there. All right, so what is the next match coming up right now? So we're going to make it official, and then we're going to look at the next matchup. submission in the second round. Yeah, she wasted no time taking it to the ground and finishing as soon as she could. All right, and of course, next fight is going to be Malcolm Wellmaker versus Cameron Saaiman. All right, so they're showing a little bit of the Kansas City Royals as a big part of their city. KC Sports Commission. All right, here we go. Cameron Saaiman taking on Malcolm Wellmaker. He has a bit of a, what do you call it, Ben Henderson vibe to him a little bit. Wellmaker. All right, so I'm excited for the next matchup coming up, man. Tap in. We got a bonus live stream right here, and we just came back from the Conor, Benn, and Eubank coverage. So here we are continuing on the coverage with UFC Kansas City. Let's go. Stay tuned. All right, here we go. Round 1 is about to commence. All right, here we go. Round number 1 between Malcolm Wellmaker and Cameron Saaiman. All right, here we go. A little feeling out process between these two right now. All right, there it is. Nice leg kick right there by Cameron Saaiman. Now he's really leading on with these leg kicks right here. There's another leg kick by Cameron Saaiman. All right, so Cameron Saaiman is trying to circle around away from Wellmaker as Wellmaker is trying to hunt him down right here, trying to corner him into the cage. So we got round number 1, 333, 332. Ooh, spinning back kick right there by Cameron Saaiman. Let's see if we have any coverage for the post Eubank Matchroom Boxing. While we're watching these fights at the same time. Oh, wow. Cameron Saaiman just got slept. I can't believe it. Cameron Saaiman just got slept right now with 3 hours. Wow, I can't believe it. Cameron Saaiman got slept, man. Wow. Wow, and that was just within the first round, too. And that was his debut as well. Man, he slept him right there. He was out cold. Cameron Saaiman was out cold right there, man. Man, some great fights going on here, man. Wow, man. Benn was talking about how he wished he could have tried to finish Eubank. And guess what? Wellmaker did exactly that right now in this fight. Just straight finished him. As he was walking in, boom. He comes in there with that right hand, takes him down. And, well, not takes him down, but then knocks him down. He walked down like, man, he went to sleep, bro. Look at the way that Cameron Saaiman, ooh, wow. He just fell over like somebody shot him, like a sniper hit him or something. All right, well, on to the next fight, man. There it is, Wellmaker celebrating right now as we are also watching the Conor, Benn, and Eubank press conference at the current moment of time. All right, we'll be back for the next upcoming fight. All right, here we are. Round one so far between Blackshear. Oh, I'm sorry, round two, rather. It's been round two. Between them, had a little bit of some difficulties trying to get the channel going there. But yeah, that's round two. All right. Oh, there we go. Some swinging shots right there by Elegante. Oh, knocks him down. Alatengheili, as his name is properly pronounced. Wow, it's got some clinch positions right now. All right, now they break away. That's a good head movement by Elegante. I'm going to just call him Al. Blackshear versus Al. But this Al guy looks really strong in the way that he's throwing these shots right here. Good leg kick right there. All right, here we go. Nice leg kick by Blackshear right there. All right, so Blackshear doing a very good job fighting in range right here. 10 seconds left in the second round. Ooh, nice shots right there by Elegante. Ooh, and he rocks Elegante right there. Come on, Blackshear. Very huge 135er. Yeah, he's very huge for a 135er, Damon Blackshear. Third and final round coming up soon. All right, here we go. Third and final round. All right. So once again, very good for Damon Blackshear, just really fighting his range. Look at this, a little bit of a Muay Thai stance on the part of Damon Blackshear. And then right after this, we got Gutierrez, Castaneda, Young versus Elder, Matt Schnell versus Flick, and then on to the main card. Started out with Ikram Ali Askarov and Andre Muniz. Okay, not a very bad card, man. Not a very bad card at all. And we got the retirement fight of Anthony Smith, of course. All right, there's Al right there swinging away. Ooh, good knee right there by Blackshear. One to the body right there. Ooh, good 1-2 shots right there. Leg kick right there. Oh, wow. He shoot. Oh, wow. That was a big shot right there towards Blackshear. Wow, man. Al is swinging away at Blackshear right here. But Blackshear is doing quite a pretty good job of mitigating some danger away from him. All right, man. Some wild exchanges right here at the end of the third round. Oh, wow. Flying knee for Blackshear at the end of it. Good way to end it. Very good way to end it. Good fight. All right, we find out who the winner of that fight is between Blackshear and Al. Hard to tell, man. Very hard to tell. But great action between them nonetheless. Yeah, let's find out who the official winner is of that fight. All right, so Damon Blackshear wins that one. Great win for him. Unanimous decision, gets the nod. All right, Gutierrez versus Castaneda coming up next. Let's go. All right, so Castaneda and Gutierrez are walking into the cage right now. All right, so now we're on to the next fight coming up right now with Gutierrez and Castaneda. All right, so round one, Gutierrez versus Castaneda. Nice high kick right there by Gutierrez, straight out of Jersey City. Castaneda switching stances right here. Looking out for the kicks of Castaneda, of Gutierrez. Obviously, Gutierrez is geared towards throwing that kick right now. All right, so there's a little bit of some stance switching on the part of Gutierrez as well. Maintaining some low kicks right there, right here in this featherweight bout between Castaneda and Gutierrez. Oh, there's some combinations right up top on that one. Oh, there's a high kick right there by Castaneda. Oh, another high kick attempt also by Gutierrez. Gets him taken down on the ground on the full guard position with Castaneda on top. And Gutierrez defending on the bottom. All right, so Castaneda maintaining half guard position right here. You got Gutierrez sort of maintaining his head down, not allowing Castaneda to posture up in this half guard position. Oh, wow. There's a straight right there by Gutierrez. Oh, wow. There's some fierce leg kicks right there by Gutierrez. Body shot attempt right there really didn't connect. Spinning heel kick attempt right there. All right, a minute left into this second round. And just a little bit of a kicking contest between them now, a little bit of some jab exchanges here. All right, that's the end of the second round. Going into the third round. Let's go. Third and final round. All right, the third round coming up right now. Let's go. All right, final 5 minutes between these two right now. Oh, spinning heel kick right there by Castaneda. Body kick now by Castaneda. Some underhook attempts right there by Gutierrez. A little clinch fighting right here. A little foot stomps by Castaneda on Gutierrez. All right, fighting for some underhooks right here. Wow, it's a good slam right there. All right, so now in a full guard position, right on top. Yeah, just staying on the full guard position right here on top, Castaneda. All right. Castaneda is maintaining this top position right now in a half guard position as this round and this entire fight is about to end. All right, so we're about to find out who the winner is in a couple of minutes. There's Montoya right there, the coach of Gutierrez, coming into the cage, congratulating him for finishing the fight. Well, at least going the decision into the fight and completing the fight, rather. Not exactly getting a finish, but you know what I mean. There's a big slam right there. All right, so under 60 seconds now, we're about to find out who the winner of this fight is. There's Prates right there walking into the arena, getting Royals, Kansas City, jersey. All right, here we go. After 3 rounds, let's find out the official decision. 29-28, Castaneda. Gutierrez, we got a split decision right here. All right, and the winner, official winner right now is Gutierrez. By split decision. Wow. I mean, you know, that was a very close fight. I got to tell you, Castaneda had a lot of the ground control up top, but that doesn't always win the fight. Whatever it is that the judges saw on his side, that's what it was, and that's the luck of the draw. It was a very close fight, and a split decision is not something that you should be mad at either way. So here we go. Next matchup, Elder versus Young. The replacement of the disgraced Hassan Sada, who was supposed to fight from Team Alpha Male, the disgraced member. All right, moving on. All right, next fight is about to start right now. All right, two former training partners. How about that for a little storyline between these two, huh? All right, so from what it looks like so far, it is as if we're witnessing two guys that really know each other, like as if they've trained with each other before. That's what we're sort of noticing right now in round number one. A bit of an eye poke there. right, so that's round 1 so far. Round 2 coming up. All right, here we go. So 30 seconds left into the second round right now between Elder and Young. All right, man. So same old, same old. We got about 1 minute left, and this is about to go to a decision in this fight right now. All right, let's find out who the winner is between Elder versus Young. We're about to find out the winner between these two. And the winner is Elder wins by decision. All right, so on to the next fight now. We got about 9 hours into this stream right now, and yeah, there it is, man. What do we got next? Matt Schnell versus Jimmy Flick, flyweight division, and then the main card right afterwards. Ikram Ali Askarov is going to kick it off. Man, that's great, man. That's great. All right, so here we go. Matt Schnell coming up. All right, so here we go. Matt Schnell and Jimmy Flick about to go at it. Matt Schnell coming out right now. So round number 1 with Matt Schnell and Jimmy Flick. Okay, 9:06:45. All right, so here we go. So far, just a bit of a feel-out process between them right now. Not much really going on, I can say. Oh, wow. Okay, what happened there? He rocked him or what? All right, so Jimmy Flick with a takedown right now. So good job on Jimmy Flick right now, continuing this barrage of grinding and out wrestling Matt Schnell. All right, so he's got him in a side control position right now. Looking to mount the position, but there's Matt Schnell on the ground, sort of using defense to kick Jimmy Flick away from this side control position. And then here's Matt Schnell just trying to go for some triangles or trying to go for anything that is in his favor right now. And again, here it is. Here he is going for the triangle right here. Issue right there is trying to play around with the lighting that I have around me. All right, so Jimmy Flick remaining in top position right now. Use this. All right, so Jimmy Flick's remaining on top position right now, right on top of Schnell. And Schnell can't stay in this position for so long. The reason why he can't stay in this position for so long is because you got to understand, right? MMA is a sport, right? So as a result of that sport, you're going to have to score points. And it's not a good score for you to constantly remain on the ground the way that you do. Yeah, so it's not a good look. Not a good look in the eyes of the judges. All right, so next round should be coming up right now. All right. All right, so round number 2 between Jimmy Flick and Matt Schnell right now. All right, so he's looking for an arm triangle here. Wow, man. Not really the most exciting matchup. That is, if you are not appreciative of, let's say, high-level grappling, right? And there's a lot of high-level grappling that's going on right here with Jimmy Flick, and you got to appreciate it. But it's hard to appreciate it, unfortunately, if you're not really into grappling. And I'm telling you right now, this is great grappling on the part of Jimmy Flick. The way that he's shutting down every game of Matt Schnell, it's just beautifully done every step of the way. And right here, he's looking for an arm triangle. Now he has his back and could potentially get a rear naked choke just from here, or just a combination of an arm triangle or a choice of a rear naked choke. All of that is all in the options and the openings for Jimmy Flick. All right, so the same rinse and repeat position for Matt Schnell right now. I'm sorry, yes, for Matt Schnell maintaining and keeping himself on that ground position. And by the way, shout out to everybody that was tapped in earlier for the Eubank versus Benn show, right? All covered in Tottenham Stadium, North London, where the fight took place, and it was exciting. The arena was great. The atmosphere was nothing short of awesome, and you really can't complain with an event like that. And how about this? A little bit of a turn of events, right? Now here comes Jimmy Flick sort of dominating the whole entire fight, but right now here comes Johnny Come Lately in the form of Matt Schnell trying to dominate whatever it is left in the scrambling positions that he now took advantage of with just about a minute left. And then here's Jimmy Flick. He comes back and tries to go for a guillotine choke. Look at this. Is he going to get it? Is he going to get this guillotine choke? No, he doesn't get it. Only for Matt Schnell to remain back on top. And right now, getting some ground and pound positions right in. All right, here it is Matt Schnell again going for it. But then here's Matt Schnell going for the guillotine in the last minute attempt. Is he going to? No way he's going to submit with the last second left. He escapes it. All right. Gets right on top at the end of it. All right. So great ending between that Matt Schnell and Jimmy Flick fight. Let's now find out who's going to be the winner of this fight. Oh, we got round number 3 coming up. The corner is telling him, hey, listen, don't get crazy, don't get cocky. All right, so here we go. Round number 3 between Jimmy Flick and Matt Schnell. All right, once again, maintaining good scrambling exchanges between these two. Interesting grappling exchanges they got going on here. Nice hook on Schnell right there. Shout out to everybody around the world that's tapping in as we are reacting to Jimmy Flick versus Matt Schnell. And here's Matt Schnell with some Darce choke attempt right here on top. All in the meanwhile, Jimmy Flick was dominating the grappling exchanges here. Now here he is in the half guard position, sort of trying to transition into side control. All right, looking for a guillotine right here with Jimmy Flick. So as Jimmy Flick is shooting in, Matt Schnell is looking to get a choke right here. He's looking to get a guillotine choke from this position right here. All right, so now he's got him down. Looking for guillotine. Matt Schnell right here really trying to fight these grappling exchanges and getting some submission attempts on top of it, while now currently winning the grappling, well, the scrambling exchanges, because now he's right up on top of Jimmy Flick right now, full guard position and all, while he is pounding away with some ground and pound elbows up top, forcing Jimmy Flick having to defend on the bottom full guard position. Now he's got his back, rolls over, has his back between these scrambling positions. Oh, he's got the rear naked choke. He's got the rear naked choke. Is this what's going to get it? 9 hours and 23 minutes and 16 seconds into this. Is this where this is going to start right here from there? Oh, he's got it really tight. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Jimmy Flick flicks it right off. No pun intended. All right, and that is the end of the fight right there. We are about to find out the winner of this matchup. 9 hour, 26 minutes. We're going to find out the winner is oh, okay. There's a nice left hook right there by Jimmy. Yeah, just a real back and forth scrambling exchanges between the two right here. And some submission attempts right here by Matt Schnell on top of it. Yeah, that was a very exciting fight, man. Very exciting fight. Those two guys were great challenges for each other. So Schnell is the winner. Yeah, he won that one by a decision. You know what? Here's the thing, right? Jimmy Flick had the majority of the takedowns. We are now on to the main card portion right now. But I just wanted to say this about Jimmy Flick, right? Obviously, the grappling exchanges were on his side, but it was not enough. It was not enough. And you know what? It was not enough for some judges. So here's something you got to understand, right? Some judges value things differently, right? Some value grappling exchanges. Some value the aspects of winning the scrambling exchanges. And Matt Schnell won many of those grappling exchanges. So as a result, here we are. The grappling exchanges won that fight. And that's ultimately what why the judges saw it in the favor of Matt Schnell. Even though, man, Jimmy Flick did a very good job of neutralizing and controlling him. Because once again, here's something you have to understand. This is no longer the era of George St. Pierre, but nonetheless, congratulations to Matt Schnell. A well-deserved win and great fight nonetheless. So now we're in the main card portion of tonight's event. How do you guys feel about the main event? Do you guys see it for Ian Garry? I absolutely see it for Ian Garry, hands down. Look, I know that Carlos Prates is like this new toy that everyone can look at and say, hey, you know what? This guy is it. He is the man. He is the guy that is going to make this into an exciting division. That's what you say about Carlos Prates. You say to yourself, oh, you know what? The guy smokes cigarettes. The guy is sort of an outlier in a way. And you think to yourself that, hey, you know what? Maybe just this is the guy that's going to upset the card of some sort, right? But I got to tell you, Ian Garry is a consummate professional. And as a result of being a consummate professional, I just don't think that this is going to be enough for Carlos Prates to win. But we will see. That all remains to be seen. Either way, I'm excited for it. He says, are you ready to die? He said, I'm ready to kill. I'm ready to die and all of that. All right, there's Anthony Smith walking out right there. So this is Anthony Smith's retirement fight. I mean, that has to be awesome right there. You think about it, right? You know, real awesome that this is his retirement fight. Look, I think this right here is a quintessential Anthony Smith retirement. Think about it. It's a fight night in Kansas City, and he really made his way into the world of regional MMA before getting into the UFC. All right. Ali Askarov taking on Andre Muniz right now. A very good middleweight fight right here. We are sort of going to see where he is in his career right now. And we're talking about Ali Askarov. Obviously, with the loss over Whitaker, he also had that that loss recently. Well, not recently, but obviously against Kamzat in the regional scene. So this is going to be an interesting matchup to sort of ask the question, where is Ali Askarov in his career right now? And also, where is Andre Muniz in this ever-stacked 185 division? And I know a lot of people don't like that I've mentioned how the 185 division is so stacked right now. But I've talked about this as far back as when Izzy was champion. I'm going to show you guys a video of when I talked about it just right after the Ali Askarov and the Muniz fight. We're going to play a video regarding that particular matter, and I think you're going to see just how much I predicted a lot of how stacked the 185 division has become. I'm going to show you which video I'm talking about right here. Where did I have that video where I talk about how the middleweight division is the most stacked? I do have that video somewhere. Hold on a second. Ah, yes, here it is, right here. This is the video that I was talking about right here. I'm going to play this video right here, right after this fight, okay? Give you a little glimpse of this right here.
One take from here. So the best way to really understand the 185.
So 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago, July 2023.
Division right now is exactly as how it follows. You have Izzy on top. And then you have
and keep in mind, this is when Izzy was champion. We're going to talk about this right after this matchup. Let's concentrate on Ali Askarov and Muniz first. And then once we're done with that, we're going to show you that video that I made about almost 2 years ago now. Coming up this summer, it'll be 2 years. And we're going to talk about why I thought the 185 division is the most stacked as it will ever be, or it has ever been. And we now see, yes. All right, so we're live right now. We got the first main card of the evening playing right now. All right, Muniz is now being announced. All right, so Ikram Ali Askarov being announced right now. Fighting out of Dagestan, Russia. All right, so one of the two middleweight fights on the card right now. All right, let's see what we got now. All right, round one between Ikram Ali Askarov and Muniz. Okay, little low kick right there by Muniz. Followed up by Ali Askarov with his own low kick. Okay, there's a little side kick right there by Ali Askarov. There's a high kick right there by Ali Askarov. Okay, there's some good body kick right there by Munez, circling around. Okay, good body kick right there by Munez once again. All right, good front kick right there by Ali Askarov. Okay, very nice. Very nice exchange right there. Okay, it's a little straight shot right there. And little side kicks by Ali Askarov he's sort of trying to implement here in this fight. Yeah, this has been really taking place in the outside levels of the distance when it comes to the fighting range, right? There's not really a lot of grappling exchanges, really contested on the feet. More of a kickboxing match, really, if you really look at it like that. Or more of a Muay Thai match, because at least in Muay Thai matches, what you do get is plenty of clinching that's involved. Oh, wow. Okay, he just rocked him right there. He just rocked, Ali Askarov just rocked Munez right there. He's looking for the finish. Is he going to get the finish right here? The referee is stepping in. That's it. That's it. He finished him. Ali Askarov just got the finish on that one. Ali Askarov got the finish right there, man. He lands that left hook, and once he lands that left hook, then he goes and he follows up right after. Yeah, that's definitely a big comeback for him here. Really looked great in this fight, man. Yeah, first round KO right there, man. That was a first round KO, wasn't it? First fight of the main card of the evening. All right, making it official right now. Four minutes, 54 seconds. Ikram Alatengheili. They're asking him if this was the game plan all along to get him to fight and get countered. Yeah, man, this is a beautiful knockout, though. Look at this. A stepping left hook right there. Just goes in there like that, steps away, and then goes and follows up. It was beautiful. It was very beautiful on his part, man. Great job on Ikram Alatengheili on that one. All right, well, next on the main card, we got Randy Brown versus Nicolas Dalby. Now, how exciting is that? This is what we got next right here. Wow, man, I couldn't believe Nicolas Dalby is 40 years old. You know what? He did fight Darren Till very early on, if you guys remember. Right? He fought Darren Till very early on. So, yeah, he's been around for quite some time, huh? He's definitely been around for quite some time. That's crazy. All right, Randy Brown coming up right now. Real excited for this matchup, right? Very exciting 170 matchup. Man, I'm still baffled that Nicolas Dalby is 40 years old, but yet he's been fighting for a while. Has sort of this Fiziev haircut going on, if you notice. But yeah, there it is, a little spinning kick in the little freestyle shadow boxing he's doing. Oh, look at this. Dustin Poirier. What's Dustin Poirier doing here? Oh, he's doing the draft pick for the New Orleans Saints. Okay, Devin Neal has been... all right. Well, I guess if he's... it's kind of an interesting marketing to do with on the part of the UFC, right? You use the hometown fighter. For example, you got Patty working in Barstool covering Liverpool FC stuff, right? Why not have Dustin Poirier introduce the draft pick for the New Orleans Saints that's coming in? It's only appropriate. So, all right, man. More exciting fights coming up right now. As I said, Nicolas Dalby and Randy Brown coming up right now. So this is going to be an exciting card. I mean, this is pay-per-view worthy if you really think about it, right? What's next after this? Look what's next. Abus Magomedov is in here. And then Giga Chikazi coming back in the featherweight division, taking on David Onama right here. Check this out. And then you got Zhang Ming Yang. That's going to be an exciting light heavyweight right here, right? So on the way out for Anthony Smith, he puts this Zhang kid over, right? Because you need more exciting light heavyweights in the co-main event. And then in the main event, obviously, Ian Garry. You know what? He didn't have to take this fight, but he did. And honestly, that's what makes Ian Garry a very exciting addition to the 170 division. I mean, and also one of the top of the staple at it right now. So, man, I'm excited to see all these fights. These fights are amazing. And I can't believe that it's on a free card. But if you know, you know, every card is a free card if you know what I mean. So for those of you that know, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So, yeah, man, great fight between Eubank and Conor Benn and Eubank. Very entertaining fight. One of the most entertaining fights in boxing that you can get. Now, obviously, a lot of people say that these two guys don't deserve to fight each other, but here's the thing that you got to understand, right? I think that when you put two fights together that are not meant to be, you get exciting results. For example, the Francis Ngannou and the Tyson Fury fight, you didn't expect the fight to look like the way that it did. But you know what? It's because of this weird matchmaking that you get strange results. Oftentimes, when you have a high-level fighter against another high-level fighter, you know what you get? A very difficult matchup where it becomes very boring, lackluster, and stale. But if you have a matchup where these two guys have a very compelling style against each other and very weird and strange and very unknown to each other's style and rhythm, I'm telling you, you're going to get variations and weird results. And that's what you got out of the Chris Eubank versus Conor Benn fight tonight. And here we are still covering UFC Fight Night, Machado versus Garry. I'm sorry, Machado Garry versus Prates, just right after the Conor Benn and the Eubank fight. Now here we are, Randy Brown taking on Nicolas Dalby. All right, so they're doing a little cold open right now for Randy Brown and Nicolas Dalby. All right, so that matchup is coming up in just about 5 minutes from now, approximately. That match is coming up right now. I'm going to timestamp this. All right, so we're just waiting for Randy Brown and Nicolas Dalby to come up soon. Hold on, I was supposed to show you guys this. Hold on a second. Right here.
Door. And what do I mean by that? Well, we'll just do it with one take from here. So the best way to really understand the 185 division right now is exactly as how it follows. You have Izzy on top, and then you have a bunch of other guys on the bottom that he's either fought or have fought themselves within the range of the top 8. You have Sean Strickland, who recently just won last night against an unranked opponent. And why is that? Because there's just not a lot of guys that were willing to take that fight against him. Now with Sean, this guy is willing to take fights at any given minutes of notice and will even go out and fight Alex Pereira again, which, by the way, he's actually sparred with him prior to this matchup he had with Abus during this weekend's fight. Now, the way that
we're going to see the rest of that video right after this Nicolas Dalby versus Brown fight. I was supposed to show you that video right after that middleweight matchup between Ali Askarov and Munez, obviously to sort of highlight how stacked the 185 division is. And Ali Askarov's win right there just further proved that. But on any regard, yeah, I will show you that video right after we react to this fight between Randy Brown and Nicolas Dalby. So here we are right now, Nicolas Dalby versus Randy Brown in the first round, 402, 401. All right, so while we're watching this fight, I'm going to react to that video. Okay, I'm going to show you guys right now. Okay.
Sean Strickland is built, it's like as if he's going to continue fighting with very minimal damage, which really surprised me because he used a lot of great Philly shell defensive boxing techniques and really fought in that similar type of pace in a boxing setting. And what do I mean by that? If you guys ever watched professional boxing in comparison to the boxing that you would see used in MMA with slick jabs and the things that Max Holloway does or the things that Conor McGregor has done with the likes of, let's say, Eddie Alvarez, the difference with that in boxing is the amount of patience that...
Okay, back to live, current present day time right now, as we went back to the summer of 2023 in that video. Randy Brown in the current moment of time right now is beating the heck out of Nicolas Dalby, really catching him in every single one of these exchanges. Great hooks that he is hitting Dalby with. All right, back to the video as it stands. Why the 185 division is the most competitive division at the time when Izzy was champion.
That you have
circa summer of 2023
to endure. And what do I mean by that? Well, if you're a top level world championship boxer, you have to be jab heavy. And when you're jab heavy, you're able to control the range, you're able to control the shots, you're able to control the pace of the fight. And what we have going on with Sean Strickland is exactly something similar to that in a boxing pace. Whereas, let's say, the likes of Khabib Nurmagomedov or the likes of Khamzat or even the likes of Robert Whittaker or GSP may fight a little bit more of an explosive side or use a lot of powerful movements to try to negotiate their tactics against their opponents. Like, for example, GSP would try to play the opposite game, meaning that if you are a world level wrestler with the likes of
Josh wow,
what was he going to do?
Randy Brown just got rocked right now. Hold on, present time right now. Randy Brown just got rocked. He just got rocked right now. And as soon as he got rocked, now Nicolas Dalby is right on top. Nicolas Dalby is right on top right now in the half guard position as we speak. But he never really did anything with that right there. He's just now remaining on top. Let's see what he does, though. Let's see what Nicolas Dalby does from this point. But so far, nothing as of yet. All right, and so let's get back to that video. As Nicolas Dalby is in a half guard position right now.
And then when you have the likes of, let's say, a striking-centric fighter such as Dan Hardy, what was he going to do with him? Well, he took him down to the ground over and over again and had several submission attempts in which he was trying to rip his arm off, and to the credit of Dan Hardy, was able to get out of it. So that type of pace is relentless. It's also very taxing.
Nicolas Dalby is still in the top position right now.
Short. And rightfully so. This is what you see with Khabib Nurmagomedov. He knew that the type of style he had going on was very fast-paced heavy, in which that it was only going to be conducive for a younger fighter that can recover a lot better than, let's say,
Nicolas
somebody
Dalby
who's
right now
a latter stage of their career, or somebody a little bit older, or somebody that has
the
miles
first round now going into the second round.
or all of the above. Now, not to get off track with the 185 division of the UFC, but I wanted you guys to understand the pace that Sean Strickland sets in a fight. What it is it's a very monotone pace, meaning that he keeps a certain pace in which it is no different than what he does in a sparring match. And you've heard McGregor say this over and over again, where he mentioned something to the effect of, well, I treat it like a sparring match, mate. I go out there and I just feel the moment and I just this and that. You know, that's basically the way that he describes it, is a sparring match. When he went into the Donald Cerrone fight in 2020, how did he describe it? A sparring match. He described it as nonchalantly and just going in, doing whatever it is that he does on a daily basis. Now, the way that Sean Strickland fights, That's exactly
Round two.
how he went about this fight. Another sparring session. You want to know why?
Nicolas
Because the
Dalby
way
and
that
Randy
he
Brown, round
spars and the way
two.
that he trains is exactly just that. I don't think Sean Strickland does any circuit training or weight training or anything like that. And by the way, if you guys would like to check out what MMA conditioning, strength, workouts and circuits are going to be like, I suggest you take a look at the next video I'm about to post, something I recorded off of the gym, just to give you guys an idea of what it is and what it means to train in a functional manner. Very similar to what Kyle Dake, the four-time weight NCAA champion, does in his workouts. He does what you call functional patterns. And what it is that you do workouts that are specifically to the effect of the sport that you are doing. So in other words, if you're doing, let's say, bench presses or military press or anything to that effect, you got to ask yourself, where and when are you going to use these
There's
movements?
Randy Brown.
And how are they going to
front
improve
kicks
your
right now at
explosiveness? How are
Nicolas
they going to
Dalby.
make you a lot stronger? How are they going to make you a lot more effective in the techniques that you're trying to employ? So these are the type of workouts that address that. Now with Sean Strickland, he does absolutely none of that. What he does is he goes into
Randy
a gym,
Brown got rocked
spars
right
with
there by
guys,
Nicolas
and
Dalby. Nicolas
barely even
Dalby
hits
is
the
still
bag.
in this
Maybe
fight.
he hits the bag a few times, but most of his workouts are nothing but sparring. And how many rounds of that does that consist of? Well, only he knows and only his training
He
partners
just
know.
rocked
But
Nicolas
you also know
Dalby
that he
right now.
trains in Extreme Couture, which means that they're also a team that can kind of hone him back.
It looks
to
like Nicolas Dalby
having,
wants
let's say,
to go out of
more
his shield. Oh, wow, he
a
just
mature
laid
and a
out Nicolas
professional,
Dalby. I can't
training
believe
method
it.
or a
He just
training
laid out
schedule
Nicolas Dalby
to what
right
he
there.
has to do. But nonetheless,
He just laid out Nicolas Dalby. He just laid out Nicolas Dalby. Wow. Wow, he just laid out Nicolas Dalby on that one. Wow, man, that was a great knockout by Randy Brown. That was amazing. That was really out of nowhere. Really out of nowhere, he came up with that knockout. Yes, it was the right hand that caught him up right there. After he caught that right hand, Nicolas Dalby wanted to really go out of his shield. And as I was saying, in between these exchanges, Nicolas Dalby wanted to go out of his shield. What happens? He goes forward, he walks and tries to, try his luck. Then he gets hooked off and then falls off in the same fashion that Justin Gaethje got knocked out by Max Holloway, in that same fashion. And that was all she wrote from there. Sean does what he does, and he becomes great at it, and it's the reason why he has great timing in his shots. And during his fights, you see that going on. It's like he mentions his fist being a pitter-patter. He says that he hits like a girl. Very self-aware in the way that he describes himself, right? Because he's kind of right in a way, look, if you don't train in the kind of functional manner that increases your speed, increases your punching power, increases your explosivity in terms of how you're going to react when punches are thrown at you, or how you're going to react on the offense, or how to switch up from offense to defense, you're not going to be able to translate that in a fight. A bench press, the amount of pull-ups that you can do, the amount of chin-ups that you can do, or even the amount of squats that you can do can really mean squat diddly in the actual match in and of itself when you're not training with full functional patterns of the movement that you're going to have to get used to in a fight or in a combat setting. So with Sean Strickland, he does something similar to that in terms of actually going in there in a live fire. That's literally how he trains and how you describe it. It's an absolute live fire. He just goes in there and goes for
broke with whoever, and then that's what he does. That's how he fights, but it's effective. At the same time, you also got to wonder the longevity of the actual method itself. So what we have with Israel Adesanya, he is the guy that is ruling the 185 division right now. So is that a problem? In a way, yes, because he's already beaten the likes of the number one guy right now, which is Alex Pereira. What is he going to do? This guy's going to move up 205 or maybe even heavyweight. He's currently walking around at 230 right now, and for him to make 185 would be an absolute drag and would be very hard on his body once again in the long term of his career. Now with Robert Whittaker, he's at number 2 right now. He's about to fight Dricus du Plessis in this coming weekend, which is going to determine if Dricus du Plessis is going to earn the title shot against Izzy. Because guess what? Him and Izzy got a great storyline going on. You got a white South African guy who's moving up the ranks, the type of region in South Africa in which the UFC is trying to market, another global stage, and then on top of the fact that Israel Adesanya is already a global brand and a global product in and of himself in the current time of being a world champion and being an icon of the sport in the current moment in time. And it's going to be a big fight. The implications and the storyline has a great feel to it, will be promoted heavily in different regions of the world, including the regions that already have MMA, such as America, Brazil, and Japan, and Europe, and et cetera, et cetera. And then with Paulo Costa, once again, he's still in the mix, number 5. He already fought Izzy. Marvin Vettori, he already fought him. Jack Hermanson, he's lost a few times, had a few of his chances moving up the ranks, but just couldn't crack the top 5. Brendan Allen is on his way up. Kelvin Gastelum has been in there with Izzy, but is still up there in his latter stage of his career right now. Nasruddin Imavov fell down a few times, took a loss, still in the top 15. And then there's Andre Nunes and Chris Curtis in the mix of the last top of the 15. So that's literally what's going on in the state of the 185 division right now. Once again, they're going to have to create a lot of creative matches. At the same time, a lot of these guys that have the big names like Sean Strickland and Dricus du Plessis, the 2 guys that would be the absolute great white hope opponent for Izzy, they got to do their part, and that is win. Sean did his part yesterday, took that W. Now Dricus du Plessis has a hard task ahead of him in UFC 290. Will he be able to do it? You got to find out this weekend. That's why they call it the Theater of the Unknown. Enjoy the fights.
A lot of news. The news cycle. Obviously, you have the Austin going on right now. A little sad. I think that. Nonetheless, we have on the combat Dricus du Plessis supposedly is injured. So what are we going to do about that? Are they going to scrap the whole entire card and then just maybe bring in nobody, or just scrap it up altogether, or get a new headline, which is what the UFC does for the most part anyway? Well, on the other hand, we're also going to talk about not Robert Whittaker. I always mistaken him for Robert Whittaker. Benn Whittaker, 2nd round KO that he had against Liam Cameron. Now, obviously, that was from a rematch previously from the draw that they had. And Whittaker settled the score on that one. Liam Cameron made one mistake, and then out of nowhere, he went and took him out, finished him just like that. So what's going to happen with Dricus and Khamzat Chimaev? We don't know. But let's go back to the Liam Cameron and Robert Whittaker fight, right? What is the common denominator here? Obviously, there's Andy Lee. Okay, Khamzat Shiraz and Andy Lee are now partners in terms of fighter and trainer. So what exactly does that mean? What exactly is that going to mean for the career of Khamzat Shiraz? Now, obviously, he was with Ricky Fuentes, and Ricky Fuentes had this, he had this social media post that I saw, which sort of gave a very telling situation in terms of what is going on here. So I happen to be
social media friend of Ricky Fuentes, right? This is what he said just a couple of days ago, just I would say about the same day that he got fired from Hamza. He said, I missed both of my daughter's birthdays in the beginning of the year, so I had to make it up to them to the happiest place on earth, which is obviously in Disneyland in Anaheim, just right in the LA area or whatever, Orange County to be exact. But yeah, so in other words, he went and basically spent time with his daughters because, you know what, of all the time that you spend with a world champion fighter, right, and then on top of that, sometimes you have to go to England to go train with him there, to go train with him in London, and then sometimes you got to bring him here, and then sometimes you got to go to Big Bear and all of that. So it's a lot, right? It's a lot. It's not just like showing up at the gym and then telling everybody what to do. It's a whole lot deeper than that when it comes to training a world champion fighter. So next test for Hamza Shiraz is going to be Edgar Berlanga. Now, that's an obvious step up. Now, is he ready for that kind of step up, especially with the performance that he had against Carlos Adames? Now, only time will tell, okay? Because here's the thing, right? I think there is a little bit of a misguided approach when it comes to firing coaches. Obviously, coaches get fired all the time when it comes to mainstream sports, right? Like, for example, here in the Sacramento Kings, we had a coach named Mike Brown, and Mike Brown sort of took the Kings in one of their first playoff seasons in a long time, right? This was like in 23, 22 or something to that extent. And obviously Mayweather and 50 Cent came out to one of the games and this and that. It was very big. It was a very big season for the franchise. And then next thing you know, the Kings don't do so good in the next season, and what happens? He gets fired, right? Even after he had brought the best possible glory that he could have brought to the organization. But that's neither here or there. That's just what people do. They're going to look for the most low-hanging fruit problem, and sometimes it's not often the most accurate conclusion or reaction that you would have to take, or actions that you would take in order to mitigate whatever problem that was there. But on any regard, obviously, a lot of the boxing heads right now are talking about this because it's a big fight. Obviously, Hamza Shiraz is a big prospect, very promising, and Edgar Berlanga is coming off of a fight from Canelo. I mean, he did fight Canelo a few fights ago, so he has that under his belt. So what are they trying to do with Hamza? They're trying to get him to fight Canelo because that's the ultimate goal in boxing right now. If you are anywhere from 150 to 160 to even 175 pounds, right? And obviously Canelo has met his limits right up there. But on any regard, yeah, like as I was saying, right, Edgar Berlanga taking on Hamza Shiraz, it's a big test. So who do you bring in for a big test like that? How about a guy like Andy Lee? Look at all the names that Andy Lee has held, right? Look at the performance of Joseph Parker. You know what? Joseph Parker could very well be the undisputed champion just right after every single one of these guys retire, like Fury and Usyk and all these guys. He's the dark horse of the heavyweight division right now. And you know what? He could easily beat anybody at any given time. And that probably is a contribution of the coaching that Andy Lee has. Andy Lee, look at what he's done with Tyson Fury over the years. So for those of you that don't know Andy Lee, he was the former WBO middleweight champion, or not middleweight, but super middleweight champion of not super middleweight, I'm sorry, junior or just middleweight champion. Yeah, because it's in the 160s or so where Billy Joe Saunders had fought him. But yeah, that's basically the preface of what I was trying to say. He's had some notable fights with Billy Joe Saunders, has fought in the world level of 160, 168 and all of that. So now he has a staple of heavyweights that he trains, and now it just happens to be Hamza Shiraz, the next guy that he's going to train right up top. Now, is this good? There's some pros and cons about it. Obviously, with Andy Lee, there's situations where he's going to be
busy with other fighters, right? Or is he going to decompartmentalize the time being that they're going to train together, or maybe have them all train together as a team, which would probably be very beneficial for Hamza Shiraz, considering the fact that he's going to have all these big names and all of these top stars around him to really help hone down what it is that he's trying to do, right? Which is what? Be a world champion level fighter. And speaking of world champion level fighter, now what about Hamza? We go from Hamza to Khamzat. So Khamzat is trying to be the 185 champion. Constant things keep getting in his way, whether it's injuries on his part or whether it's injuries on other people's part, or even just visa issues, not being able to fight in the US. So they have to somehow mitigate different situations around him to build a card around him in the Middle East or somewhere in Europe where he's allowed to be. But either way, this injury with Dricus du Plessis, will he take another fight? How about this? Maybe an interim championship? Because for a long time, man, Khamzat has been waiting to get his shot. And while he was getting his shot, he's been spending time in, Russian mountains shooting his AKs. Look at this. This is a modified not a modified, but this is the official AK-47 of the Russian military right now, being used in the conflict of the Ukraine and the Russia conflict. And that's what Khamzat does, is he goes and practices his shots while waiting for his shot to fight Dricus, and it's just not happening. So what are they going to do? Are they going to do an interim belt? That seems to be the best course. What's going to happen for UFC 317? Right now, let's take a look at the card for UFC 317. Is there an official card for this yet in terms of everyone being in it? There's really not. There's Pantoja. If you look right here, you got for the championship bout, Kai Kara France once again getting a title shot against Pantoja. Manel Cap is in it against Brandon Royval. That's a good flyweight fight. And then for the heavyweight bout, you have Jonata Dianez taking on Justin Hoffa. Now, who is this Johanton Dianez? Who is this guy? Okay, so he's sort of a bit of a so 8-1. Okay, so this is quite a good record. And then he just lost to Myson Tybura and this and that. And so obviously Justin Hoffa is always a fun outing every time he's out there. But yeah, that's what they have so far for UFC 317. It's very premature. They don't know what they want to do yet. And we don't know who's going to headline this fight. And I just learned about this, I believe, yesterday. And then it was reported today in Morning Combat. Shout out to Morning Combat, Luke Thomas and Brian Campbell. Obviously, I've done a few shorts with Luke Thomas in it, and it did some pretty good numbers. So shout out to Luke, a big inspiration to the world of MMA media and a very articulate and smart person. But either way, that's not what this is all about, really. It's all about what we're going to do with Khamzat, what is going to happen, and what is going to happen with Andy Lee now that he has one more world level champion or potential world champion in his hands, in likes of Hamza Shiraz, now taking on Edgar Berlanga, which is now the biggest talk of the town, at least in the boxing world. And I can't wait for this fight to happen. And shout outs to here we go again, Ben Whitaker, not Robert Whitaker, on his win and his victory in his rematch against Liam Cameron. What does this mean for him? Does this mean that he moves up even more in competition, proving himself to be at the elite level and having the capabilities that he has and the knockout power, or at least the counter shot to continue on with these finishing streaks that he has? But on either way, it's unfortunate if Dricus is injured. Maybe he's going to fight through with it. Maybe he won't. Maybe this is just a rumor. Maybe it's not. Maybe Hamza will fight for an interim title. Maybe he won't. Or maybe he just won't fight in this card whatsoever. But on any event, don't forget to like and subscribe. Hope to see you in the next one, inshallah. MMA needs, if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie Abu El-Kheer MMA, Sacramento, California, represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, My nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You would think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all,
anybody that is going through a calamity, Wagner Russia says, if Conor fought Paddy, who would win? Okay, so that's a very good question, Wagner Russia. All right, so a boost is now fighting Pereriera in a boost right now. $10 hours. This is more right here. 10 hours and 28 minutes. All right, here we go. Alex Pereriera, or Michel Pereriera, rather. Here we go, round number 1. All right, round 1 between Alex Pereriera and Magomedov going off right now. Here we go. Let's lower this one down right here so we don't get any copyright strikes on this particular matter. So, okay, here we go. Michel Pereriera looking to get elusive as he usually does, as you usually know him to be, right? You know, it's very elusive the way that he moves and whatnot, you know, so. All right, there we go, man. So a little bit of a forward motion on the part of a boost right now. It's going to be a lot of range fighting between these two right now. Oh, wow. Michel Pereriera. I keep mistaking him for Alex, but it's almost the same name. And so, wow, good shots right there. Jennifer Bustamante says, okay, that's what's up. Shout outs to you. Good takedown right there by Abus Magomedov. All right, now he's got his back right now. He's got his back position. looking to get a choke right here. All right, got a dominant position right there. But now back on the squared up, just back in the fighting stance in terms of stand-up fighting, that is. But Alex Pereriera, not as elusive as he usually is, and I think that is indicative of Abus Magomedov sort of really offshooting his game from this point right here, really just preventing him from advancing to a certain level. So yeah, really not a lot of commitment from any of these guys right now. But I will say Abus Magomedov is doing a very good job of backing him up and really not giving him the proper distance that he needs in order to somehow create space to create more damage. Cheyenne Lozano says hi. How you doing? Oh, there's a high kick right there by Magomed. Yeah, I think the first round is all Magomedov right there. He did a very good job of not allowing Michel Pereira to get his game going. And you know exactly what his game is, right? Good. All right. Awesome. Let me know what part of the world you guys are from on the comment section below. I have 2 live streams going on right now. I'm going to end the other live stream in just about right after this fight with Michel Pereira, and then continue on this one. Hello from Greenland. Let's make Greenland great again. All right. Shout outs to Greenland. We got some people in Greenland tapping in right now. So that's always cool. So remember, right after the Michel Pereira fight, I'm going to be signing off on the non-vertical live stream that I'm doing on the other one. And then I'm going to go back. I'm going to stay right here where you guys are seeing me on camera right now. So the non-camera portion that I have up right now, I'm going to shut off right after the Michel Pereira fight. And if you're seeing me on camera right now, you're going to see me all the way to the end of the main event with Machado Garry, and the co-main event with obviously Anthony Smith and Ming Yang. So here we go. Round number 2, Michel Pereira versus Abus Magomedov. All right, so there we go. A little high kick right there. Magomed, and there's Pereira right there. Getting backed up, by the way. This is what's interesting about all this, is that Alex Pereira is getting backed up as Abus Magomedov is moving forward on him. Oh, there's another one right there. All right, so Michel Pereira is fighting very hesitantly in comparison to before. Obviously, the way that we know Michel Pereira to be is a lot more elusive, a lot more loose. But I think it's all to the credit of Abus Magomedov from preventing him from doing so. See, he's not allowing him to get in that distance, to get in that range, to get comfortable, just to be able to do all these acrobatic moves. So this is what Alex I'm sorry, Michelle Pereriera has to do, there it is again, calling him Alex, just like what I call Ben Whitaker, Robert Whitaker. But on any regard, Michelle Pereriera, not to be mistaken by Alex Pereriera, is getting picked apart by Magomed right now, with basically just moving him forward and not allowing him any space to work. Because if you do, guess what? You really give Michelle Pereriera too much space to do what he needs to do here, and you don't want to do that. You don't want to give him any space whatsoever. What you want to do is you want to continue to keep him offset, and yeah, that's what you want to do with this guy. All right, for those of you that are tapped in right now, don't forget to like and subscribe. Also, give a like, give a subscribe, and let me see, give a like to the other live stream video that I'm doing right now, because I have 2 live stream videos that are playing right now as we speak on the same channel. Watch both so that you can help my numbers to jump up and get noticed. So here we are. We are going into the main event between Eubank Jr and Prates right now. So stay tuned. All right, there's a low kick right there by Michelle Pereriera. Nothing much there. Okay, there's an overhand right that he's doing. Read George Orwell's 1984. Yes, I've actually read that. Remind experience. Now, please give me a reminded experience why you decided to bring that up right now, just so I can give a perspective into why you decided to bring up that book in this current moment of time right now. I'm really curious to know. Let me know, remind experience. But on any regard, we got 1 minute left into the second round right now with Abus Magomedov versus Michelle Pereriera. And shout outs to Remind Experience for letting us know about that book right there on the comment section below. So far, the striking really has been on the side of Magomedov. There it is, man. Yeah, really preventing Pereriera from being the elusive fighter that he is. Really preventing him from doing that. And Magomed is doing such a good job of doing so, man. All right, and that is the end of the second round, going into the third round right now. Is this only UFC content here? Well, I'm doing also boxing content. I'm also doing politics. I'm also doing geopolitics. I mean, you can add conspiracy theories into that as well. But yeah, I do a little bit of everything. Remind experience. I try to give the audience the best experience possible beyond MMA. And here's something that I noticed about MMA audience, right? They are very good and versatile at other subjects outside of the sport that they are embedded in. That goes for the fans, that goes for the fighters, that goes for the promoters, that goes for the commentators, for the managers, everybody that's involved in MMA, the nutritionists. They all have a very, how do I say this? Diverse education in the way that they approach life beyond MMA. So speaking of which, here's the third round right now with Magomed versus Pereriera, and Magomed is still doing a very good job of picking apart Pereriera and really preventing him from being the acrobat that we know him to usually be. And here we are in the third round, and he's looking to absolutely finish off Alex Pereriera here, or by the very least, win unanimous decision and win it in a very convincing fashion, which I think that he did. CA Booby Trap Entertainment says, "What's up, my G? What's going on, my man?" CA Booby Trap Entertainment in the house. Shout out to you, my dog. You know, just following and reacting to Ian Gary Machado versus Prates, and obviously I did the Chris Eubank Conor Benn stream, which is still going on right now. I'm going to cut off that stream. I got 2 streams going on right now at the same time in my channel, right? So as soon as this fight between Pereriera and Magomed, I'm going to cut that stream off and I'm going to concentrate on this one. Why don't you have a split screen? That way we can see the fights with you, brother. Remind Experience, I am not allowed to do that, but what I am allowed to do is give you, well, I'll tell you what, I'll give you the other stream. There's 2 streams going on right now. Give the other stream that I'm doing a watch. Why don't you? Why don't you do that? Help me out and, yeah, give it a watch. Inshallah. Inshallah, you go give it a watch. Okay? Two live streams I got going on right now. Oh. Wait, you are Arab? Yes, brother. Yes, I am. Who should Patty fight next? Honestly, Conor McGregor. What kind? North African, Fahad Al-Mani. Shoutouts to Fahad Al-Mani. Where are you from, Fahad Al-Mani? I'm assuming you are probably Al-Mani. That sounds like you're German, maybe. Al-Mani usually means German, but obviously not always the case. But yeah, let me know what part you're from, my brother. Oh, so he has Michel Pereira hurt right here, the way that Magomed has been going forward. Oh, Saudi. All right. Well, shout out to Saudi Arabia right there, my man. All right. Give me a like and a follow right on the comment section below. Continue to engage, my guys. And also, please give me a like and a subscribe as well, if you don't mind. And it's free. Doesn't cost you a thing. And if you're from Saudi Arabia, you're always welcome to send me a super chat right there. That is always welcome. You look like Sadiq is a German rapper from Afghanistan. Oh, yeah? Okay, that's what's up, man. A German rapper. Okay. I know a few European rappers in terms of, like, just the music that I listened to when I visited Europe when I was a teenager. So, yeah, here we go. Magomed shooting in against Michel Pereira, the guy who I constantly... Do you have... Fabio Mon says, do you have a favorite cologne? Yes, Acqua di Gio and Polo and Armani. Those are my top 3 goes. I like Hugo Boss as well. And, yeah. What is your favorite cologne? Flavio Mounts, if you don't mind me asking. Good question, by the way. Good question. All right, so 20 seconds left, and we're going to find out who the winner is for this fight. And then the 10-hour stream that I have going on right now, I'm going to cut that stream off as soon as this fight ends, and then we're going to find out the official winner for this one. And I believe the official winner for this one is going to be Magomed. And yes, that is the end. You look like from Hawaii. I didn't notice you were Arab till you said, inshallah. Well, I am actually half that as well. So I am half. So yeah, I think what you're noticing is not fooling your eyes by the very least Fahad Almani. And that is Fahad Almani asking me that question in my vertical stream right now. And speaking of which, this right here is the stream that I did 10 hours ago with the Chris Eubank fight. I'm going to sign this one off as soon as we get the official decision for this fight. And I think that Abus Magomedov did enough to win this fight. Let us find out right now. Let's see here. 10 hours. What is the time that we have right now? 10 hours and 50 minutes. Abus. Okay, so the winner is Abus Magomedov for that one. Okay, so we're going to cut the stream off in exactly 2 minutes from now. Hello, I am back. Shout out to Carlos 22 right there. Shout out to you, my man. What part of the world are you from, Carlos? Your art to talk is like a hybrid from Andrew Tate and Soldier James Ryan. Wow, okay. That's awesome, man. Thanks. Now I feel I'm smart. Haha. That's what's up, my man. Okay, shout outs to you. You are, bro. Yeah, you caught that right on the money. That I was exactly that. USAIG, I guess. Okay, so you're from the US. Okay, that's what's up, Carlos. Okay, because I got a big international audience here, and it's just only right that I ask. You know what I mean? So, all right, let's find out who the winner is for. All right, so it is Abus Magomedov that has won right now. So we're going to cut off this stream in exactly 10 hours and 50 minutes into this live stream. Guys, I want everybody that's on the vertical stream that's seeing me right now in the vertical camera angle, please stay. Everybody that is on the non-face portion of the live stream that I started off 10 hours ago, I will see you guys. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and I hope that you guys enjoyed this event with Eubank and Benn. And obviously, we're continuing on with the main cards for Ian Garry and Carlos Prates. So here we go. MMA needs, if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie Abu El-Kheer MMA, Sacramento, California, represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You would think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all